without him, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Oh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Gonna be a big star. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Fat will get you very far. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba's in the house.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
They all up in the house.
Yes, we are, and thank you so much for being with us here today. It's a brand new day. It's the Good Time Gang minus Helms. He is off until Monday, and so it's the two of us, Greg. I am Speedy. Over to my left is Greg Burgess, and we are fired up for another edition here of the Rick and Bubba Show. A lot to do today, a lot to discuss. We'll break it all down. A lot of sports action yesterday. Real quick, let's run the table here on what we have for you today, and this one here is kind of floating, Greg, and it's one of those things where, we got us a very busy guest that is actually doing things live right now while we are doing a live show. So trying to marry that together it's tough. But Brian Kilmeade with Fox and Friends, who's on right now, is scheduled to appear on the show in about an hour and a half. He's got a new book out and a new tour. And the Huntsville and the Huntsville and Montgomery markets are going to get the tour. And we want to talk about that. In November, he's coming into Alabama.
Yeah.
It's the only two stops in Alabama that he's making, and it's in Montgomery and in Huntsville in November. His latest book, Teddy and Booker T, how two American icons blazed a path for racial equality. And he's going to be talking about that. You can pre-order now. It comes out November the 7th. BrianKilmeade.com is the website. We'll talk to him about that. But we're supposed to Zoom him. So it could be that we come. He said, hey, I might be in the green room of Fox and Friends or just off camera. But that's scheduled to appear
Oh, I can't wait
today.
to see how that turns out.
Also, RBU, much anticipated, trying to get Joel nailed down is quite the chore, but he's been very kind. And Joel Berry, who is the managing editor of Babylon Bee, which we all enjoy every day.
Very good. Very
He's
good.
going to be with us today on RBU. We'll record that. It'll publish Saturday morning. But they've come out with their latest installment of its guide series, and this one has to do with gender. The Babylon Bee Guide to Gender. Oh, what is a man? What is a woman? How to pick your gender? How to change genders? How to raise woke what was it? Babies here it says babies. Yeah.
Babies. That's right.
But he'll be with us on RBU this week, so that's there for you. A lot happening today. But welcome in, everybody. Hope you're doing well.
Welcome.
Yes.
All.
So last night, let me just tell you real quick where I was on Jacksonville State University. Wednesday football, which we've talked about. It bothers us that there's football every day. I think, did you say today marks the day we have football every day?
Yeah, when it started with this game, it's going to be either pro or college, some type of football on TV somewhere for like, I'm throwing a number. It's like 50 days. It may not be.
Really?
A lot of days. It's a long streak because you got Jack State plays on Tuesday next week. I mean, what is it? Junior high? You remember
I know. Yeah.
And but hey, it is what it is. But
That's
see,
right.
these conferences like CUSA and all them, they're going, well, we can get exposure because I mean, like last night, nobody else was on.
No.
So I see what they're doing. And
Yeah.
I get it. You gotta find ways to get your product out there, and it seems to, I guess, the people will watch.
Yeah. So they were on ESPNU last night. Jack State was playing at Middle Tennessee State. And when I tuned in, because I wasn't watching much TV last night, but when I tuned in, it was 23-7 in the second quarter. Middle Tennessee State was pretty much handling Jack State.
Yeah.
I wake up this morning and I see that Jack State scored 21 in the fourth and won 45-30.
Yeah.
I
would like to watch
night.
it, but I had to go to bed.
Jack State in the second half, they can score some points, can't they? But they came back and beat them 40.
I think they had a quarterback swap. I don't know if the other guy got banged up or.
Yeah.
But anyway, I watched some of the first, about a quarter and a half, and then I had to go to sleep.
Yeah. So, Logan Smothers was in, and then Zion Webb came in and finished out.
Yeah. I saw him run the read option, took off for about 60 yards.
Yeah. 10 carries, 101 yards on the ground. But anyway, so congratulations to them as we talk about Jack State a lot in the history they have with this show, and so we're always aware of what's going on with them. And then on Major League Baseball side, which I know you didn't see, but let me just say this.
I'll wait till it gets to the pennant race.
Yeah, we talked about the Twins and the fact that you couldn't really be that interested or root for them.
Yeah, it's just one of those teams that I just forget they're actually a Major League Baseball team.
We gave that crazy stat yesterday that it was their first playoff win. They were 0-18 or something like that. Well, they swept the Blue Jays, and so they picked up their first postseason series win in 21 years. And they weren't the only ones that swept. Out of all the Major League Baseball wild card series, there's 4 of them.
Yeah.
Everybody swept their opponent.
Wow.
Everybody.
No drama.
Rangers swept the Rays. Twins swept the Blue Jays. Diamondbacks swept the Brewers. And the Phillies swept the Marlins. That means that the ALDS and NLDS all start this weekend. Twins and Astros play, Phillies and Braves, Diamondbacks and Dodgers, and Rangers and Orioles. So that's coming up. A little bit of Major League Baseball update there. But it's crazy. Out of all 4 series, best of 3, all sweeps.
How about that?
Yeah. So then you have
that. Yeah, that's strange. Yeah. Of course, we got 900 teams in the playoffs now, but yeah,
right. This round right here is what bothers you. What just happened.
Yeah.
But it was 2 games each series, all sweeps.
I like the old when you eliminate a lot of good teams that didn't get a chance to go when you just took the 2 from each league.
Right.
And they played, and then we went to the World Series.
Yeah.
That's just the way it always was.
Yeah. So there's a quick update, but I can't tell you how surprised I was to check the scores and see that Jack State had come back and won. I couldn't have been 21 points
when I
in the fourth quarter.
Like they were up like 7-3, I think.
Okay.
And then
in Middle Tennessee?
No, Jack State won.
Oh, okay. All right.
But that was like at the end of the first.
Yeah.
And then so I didn't know.
Yeah, I picked it up a little bit more towards halftime, and they were getting beat pretty good. And I was like, oh, wow, okay. And then checked the scores this morning, and I'm like, good night. Look at that.
Dramatic. Hey, football on a Wednesday.
I mean, all right, we got a lot to do today. Your phone calls are always welcome, 866-WE-BE-BIG. They just won't be screened, so when we answer, you're live. But if you want to join in the conversation, we'll try to get those in if we can. We'll take a break. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Don't forget rickandbubba.com, the website for all the information about the show.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Helix Sleep does it again with an innovative kids mattress made to flip. Why? Well, the firmer side is great for younger kids when they need more spinal support to aid proper development of their growing bodies. You simply flip it over when they're a little older, around 8 to 12 years old, when they want the softer side for sleep. Handcrafted and assembled right here in the USA, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders, including the kids mattress. Go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. helixsleep.com/Bubba.
If you've ever wondered if CBD and other plant-based solutions can help you, well, 90% of customers report better sleep, and 81% say CBD helps with stress and anxiety. If you've been thinking about trying it for a health concern that's not getting better, consider CBD from cbdistillery.com. Visit cbdistillery.com and enter the code BUBBA for a 20% discount. No prescription required. That's cbdistillery.com, promo code BUBBA, or find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsor.
This fall, take premium audio with you wherever you go. Raycon's everyday earbuds look, feel, and sound better than ever with 3 sound profiles, optimized gel tips for the perfect in-ear fit, and 32 hours of total battery life, and they start at half the price of other premium audio brands. Right now, Raycon is having their annual back-to-school sale. For a limited time only, get 20% off site-wide, plus free shipping at buyraycon.com/Bubba. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba, or go to rickandbubba.com. A new season calls for new taste. There's no easier way to flavor your fall than with HelloFresh. HelloFresh. Their fall lineup of delicious dinners is crafted by chefs using fresh produce and the best in-season ingredients. And with a rotating menu of 40 weekly options to choose from, even the pickiest eaters will be asking for seconds. Sign up for America's #1 meal kit today and take 50% off plus 15% off the next 2 months with the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Are you driving an out-of-warranty car? Why would you do that? It's only a matter of time before your vehicle is in the shop costing thousands. Auto repair costs are up nearly 20% from last year. That's 4 times the rate of inflation. And when you enroll in a protection plan through carshield.com/Bubba, you'll be locking in your price as it will never go up. We appreciate their administrators handling all the paperwork, and we get to choose the mechanic we want. They even offer 24/7 roadside assistance, complimentary towing, and rental car options. Save 20% at carshield.com/Bubba. Okay, I'm not here to nag you about all your diets because I don't always eat healthier either. But I will share this. The Mayo Clinic says if you want to prevent heart disease, lower blood pressure, and cholesterol, eat 5 servings of fruits and vegetables every day. Folks, I don't do that, and you probably don't either. So I use Field of Greens, and I really like it. If you don't always eat right and exercise, join me and take Field of Greens. Get 15% off your first order at fieldofgreens.com with the promo code Bubba. Fieldofgreens.com, the promo code Bubba.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at relieffactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
This fall, as you settle back into a busier routine, your home may be sitting empty and defenseless. Simply Safe's revolutionary home monitoring innovation, 24/7 Live Guard protection, helps stop crime in real time. If an intruder breaks in, monitoring agents can see, speak, and deter them. Get 20% off your new system when you sign up for Fast Protect monitoring at simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com, or you can visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
The folks at MyPillow have launched MyPillow 2.0. This new innovative MyPillow has a brand new temperature regulating technology to keep you comfortable throughout the night. Now, core body temperature plays a big role in how you sleep, and this new fabric technology helps regulate your body temp by creating a lower surface temperature for a more restful sleep. Available in 4 loft levels with a 10-year warranty and a 60-day money-back guarantee. Head to MyPillow.com/Bubba to buy one, get one free on the new MyPillow 2.0.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother.
All right, 21 minutes past the hour. It's the kickoff hour here on the Rick and Bubba Show. I'm Speedy. To my left is Greg Helmsy, off till Monday. As we talked about earlier, scheduled to appear currently on Fox and Friends, but we'll have some time maybe with him today, about an hour and a half from now. Brian Kilmeade scheduled to be with us. His latest book, Teddy Roosevelt, Booker T. Washington, and the Path to Racial Equality. You can pre-order those now at briankilmeade.com. Comes out on November the 7th. And 2 of our great markets, Montgomery, WLWI, and Huntsville, The River. Both of you will get his live tour as it comes through in November. 18th is in Huntsville, 19th is in Montgomery. You can get tickets now. We'll talk about that. Those are the only 2 dates in Alabama. And so he loves those markets and always has a great response. And so we'll jump in with him. If you get tickets to that live tour, it includes a copy of the book. So it's a really good deal. So check all that out. Scheduled to appear, Brian Kilmeade. And don't forget, Joel Berry, managing editor of Babylon Bee. We always have a fun time with Babylon Bee, quoting a lot of their tweets. Their latest guidebook is the Babylon Bee Guide to Gender, and we'll have Joel Berry on as RBU.
We need some type of guide to that.
I mean, good night.
Come on.
So we talked about a number of different things when it comes to sports this last segment. One I just want to bring up, and I know we'll hammer on it during the main show, but is this what NIL was meant for? Let's just ask, okay? And then we'll see if you can respond here, right. Greg. The Utes, Utah.
The Utes.
Their football team. They are gifting their scholarship players with Dodge Ram trucks valued at $61,000 each. And that goes to all scholarship players. And on X,
that's a lot of trucks.
And on X and social media, they put out the announcement to all the players that this was happening, and the trucks were just driven out onto the football field, and everybody was going nuts and all this kind of stuff. Their NIL, fund, I guess, is called the Crimson Collective. It's the NIL group supporting the Utah Athletics.
What I don't.
I know. They get 85 scholarship members. 85 are all getting $61,000 Dodge trucks.
And once their eligibility's up, the truck it's not theirs to keep forever.
Correct. It's going to work like a lease.
Like a lease.
So each truck is leased to each player as part of the individual 6-month contracts that will roll over based on a player's eligibility and enrollment at the university. The leases end when a player's eligibility expires or they choose to transfer.
See, I thought this whole NIL thing, but again, since the NCAA didn't address it, there were no rules made. So but these collectives is what I thought that it meant. Like let's say somebody wants to hire you to sign a bunch of stuff, you can get paid,
right?
Because your image and likeness, or if somebody hired you to endorse something, or if they wanted you to come to a camp,
right? All
these things. I didn't know that it was going to lead to these universities having funds that people just donate to. And we just hand checks and trucks out. That's just crazy. You guys think about the people who got in trouble for buying players and giving them cars and giving them, programs shut down over it. And now, no big deal.
Big deal.
Hey, here's your keys to your Ram.
Per Yahoo Sports, the price tag for the trucks is more than $6 million, and they've got an auto group there that can that's part of this deal.
Sure.
But they can sell the trucks, and I know you're familiar with this because you're a Hendrick driver.
That's right.
They can sell the trucks to the general public after 1 year as part of the leasing agreement. They just turn them back in, and they can sell them as a used vehicle, I guess.
Yeah, exactly.
So they'll probably end up getting a lot more money, but it's part of the United Fleet Management deal there. But
I'm just amazed.
That's a big announcement.
It is. I get. Well, obviously, it's legal now. There's anything goes because there are no, any rules set forward about the NIL. We basically, once the Supreme Court ruled that you could do that. But again, these collectives, I mean, I didn't think you could just pay people just for being on the team. I thought you had to get something in return, like an endorsement or something like that. But I guess not.
Yeah, and wow,
because Johnny Manziel on that thing that we saw the documentary on him, he made a great point. Not saying that Johnny was a great person, but he was signing balls and getting money for doing it. He's like, well, look at all the money I brought to this university or was a part of, and he really was. I mean, what was their donation went up to over $700 million or something they got, and they rebuilt the stadium.
Yeah,
all that money came from while he was there, and he's like, I wasn't getting anything, so I was signing those footballs and getting paid to do it.
Right.
So.
Let me ask you a question here because I know that this is a big deal for them, but let me ask you a question when it comes to that age, their driving record. Okay, I've got boys that are that age right now, and even though they're responsible drivers, that comes with a little bit of worry.
Yeah, but the premiums are
insurance costs and all that. Yeah. So what happens when on the liability side when it comes to Utah? And this automotive group, let's say, God forbid, something happened, a tragic accident. Are they, when it comes to the lease, I guess they're going to put it in that player's name, and it takes Utah out of it.
And who's going to pay for their insurance?
For being latched on
Who's
going
to pay for their insurance? Because you got to get insurance on the vehicle.
Right.
I'm sure they got all that worked out in that $6 million price
And I'm
tag.
not being a pessimistic type of person here, but I'm just asking those type questions when it comes to the legal side, because somebody somebody had to sign off on this and understand the,
Yeah, I'm sure they got
the
all that
consequences
covered,
if
but you're
something terrible happens, which I hope and pray it doesn't. You got to be ready for that, right? You can't be surprised if something happens. You're like, oh crap, boy, I didn't think about that.
Surely they ran the scenario.
Oh yeah, they did. And I don't know. I guess I'm assuming if they give the fund is paying for their insurance.
Yeah.
I would think.
I guess so.
Because if not, you got players that might go, well, I appreciate the gift, but I can't afford the insurance.
That's true. But then again, a lot of them are getting paid probably for something else.
Yeah.
The whole thing is just bizarre.
I'm sure they set it up to where the individuals are responsible, but
especially in this situation, what makes it so funny is, again, the old image of, hey, we got a guy we're recruiting. You saw some of the documentaries. Was it Eric Dickerson talking about that they gave him a car?
Yeah.
And they're like, well, what are they going to do? Just keep the car, even though you're not going there. Remember, he was questioning, if I got to give the car back. He goes, what are they going to do? Are they going to come out and say, give us our car back publicly? They can't do that. Just keep the car.
Yeah.
And then now we just openly give people vehicles. It's just funny because you remember it used to be, under the rug here. We're going to give a little money here. We're going to give you a vehicle, and we're going to pay your mama's house off and all that. Not today.
Well, and one thing this does also is, there was a lot of animosity within the rosters of maybe some that are getting bigger NIL deals than others. At least this one, they're all scholarship players are getting them. So, everybody's, I guess, sharing the love.
Well, when it first came out, the guy in Miami, remember, he paid all of the scholarship players, put them on payroll.
Was it $500?
Something like that. I mean, I guess you can do anything you want to do. Right now, there's no rules. So
this one here surprises me, though, with all the.
But I didn't realize when it came out that you would just get paid for doing nothing. I thought you had to endorse something or something like that.
I will tell you this:
go work at a camp.
Having a vehicle like this, especially when some of them probably were on campus without one, or this will make you want to do well to keep your scholarship.
I'm anxious to see how well they get taken care of.
Yeah,
that's a lot of guys in new vehicles.
How about the seniors who are like, man, I appreciate this, but I only get it for a couple more months.
I know. What about the guys who graduated last year?
Yeah, come on. All right, we'll take a break. We'll be right back. 29 minutes past the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's official. Fall is here. With the kids at school and spare time filled with seasonal activities, your home may be sitting empty and defenseless. That's why we recommend Simply Safe Home Security and their revolutionary home monitoring innovation. 24/7 Live Guard protection. It's designed to help stop a crime in real time. Now, if an intruder breaks into your home, Simply Safe professional monitoring agents can actually see, speak to, and deter them through Simply Safe's new Smart Alarm wireless indoor camera. 24/7 Live Guard protection is made possible by the new Smart Alarm wireless indoor camera, available with a Fast Protect monitoring plan. You can install it yourself in about 30 minutes or have a Simply Safe expert set it up for you. And for a limited time, get 20% off your new system when you sign up for Fast Protect monitoring. Visit simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com, or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors for a link. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Folks, we've been talking about Relief Factor on our show for quite some time now. Do we guarantee Relief Factor is going to lower or eliminate your occasional aches and pains? No, we never make a claim like that. But what I can tell you is that the majority of folks who order the 3-week quick start pack for only $19.95 go on to order more. Now, what we really like about Relief Factor is it's 100% drug-free. It's a supplement that's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. For a lot of us, that's very important. Getting older, working outside in the warm weather, even exercising can cause frustrating aches and pains, or maybe it's the occasional back, shoulder, or hip pain that's bothering you. Relief Factor has helped us and so many of our friends, so when you think of it this way, is $1 a day too much to see if you can get out of some of that frustrating pain? To order this 3-week quick start pack for $19.95 plus shipping and handling, just go to relieffactor.com. That's relieffactor.com. Let's see if we can get you out of some of that pain. Also, you can go to rickandbubba.com. Look under the sponsors button for a link. Are you driving an out-of-warranty car? It's only a matter of time before your vehicle is in the shop costing thousands.
That's true, and auto repair costs are up nearly 20% from last year.
If an unexpected breakdown happened today, would you be ready?
If you had carshield.com/Bubba, you would be.
If your car is just over 3 years old, it's still prone to expensive costs. We all know our daily drives are more than just getting from point A to point B. Traveling by car is a way of life.
When you enroll in a protection plan through carshield.com/Bubba, you'll be locking in your price as it will never go up.
That means for as long as you own the vehicle and the mileage increases or how many claims you file.
They offer plans starting at just $100 a month with no long-term contracts and options to fit every budget.
Now, we appreciate their administrators handling all the paperwork, choosing the mechanic that we want. They even offer 24/7 roadside assistance, complimentary towing, and rental car options. Get coverage today and save 20% at carshield.com/Bubba. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. Attention, all you coffee drinkers. There's a brand new brew that you definitely want to make part of your daily ritual. If you enjoy delicious, good coffee like us, My Coffee needs to be your new drink. It's organic, which is so important because if not, then it contains chemicals banned in this country decades ago. You've heard us talk about MyPillow for years on this show, and now they've got My Coffee direct from the mystore.com website. Go to mystore.com, enter the code Bubba to save 25% off your order of My Coffee, or find a link at rickandbubba.com. Have you tried the Innovatives Helix Sleep Mattress yet? Well, nothing beats a great night's sleep, the kind you get with Helix. So we love them, and Helix has over 12,000 five-star reviews with customized mattresses that fit your sleep needs because they know everyone is unique. They even have big and tall mattresses and mattresses for the kids. But how do you know which mattress is right for you? Well, Helix has you covered. Just take the Helix Sleep Quiz and find the perfect mattress in under 2 minutes. Place your order and your mattress will be delivered right to the door free of charge. And the best part, Helix knows there's no better way to try a mattress than by sleeping on it in your own home. That's why they offer a 100-night trial for you and a 10 to 15-year warranty. Right now, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. Best offer yet, by the way, and it won't last long. So if you've been waiting to try a Helix mattress, here it is. Now's the time. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for 20% off your mattress order.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Let's see here. I know we don't really care because the prime games on Thursday night with the NFL, they bug you, Greg, with Al Michaels. I get it.
Nothing wrong with Al, but I just can't watch Thursday night NFL game.
Yeah.
I've tried.
But buddy, I'm sorry, but
especially on prime.
Yeah. Well, tonight in the NFL on the prime game, we have the winless Bears playing the Commanders, who are 2-2. If that
ought to be
interests you at all, 7:15 Central.
For even more reason not to watch on Thursday.
Right.
We're going to have a Thursday game. We're going to put them two on it.
Yeah.
That would be great.
So, two quick updates. Yesterday we talked about Commander, the president's German Shepherd. The 2-year-old German Shepherd has been removed now from the White House. I think his latest victim was a groundskeeper that had been there, and I can't remember how long, but it's been.
He's bit Secret Service people.
Oh, yeah.
He's
11, and we documented incidences, which we talked about yesterday.
11's a big number.
But now
for him biting people. You heard your dog bit somebody. I've never heard somebody go, my dog bit 11 people.
Yeah.
My God.
But he's officially, the White House said, okay, he's officially been removed, and he is not gonna be on the grounds anymore.
Where does he live now?
I don't know. I'm sure he's going back to Delaware. You know it. This is a bizarre story.
Good night.
A Texas man officiating a wedding in Nebraska, ended up shooting his 12-year-old grandson in the shoulder while trying to fire a blank to get everyone's attention at the ceremony.
Evidently, what, he pull a Alec Baldwin?
Yeah, I think he did, sadly. He is, he's in trouble. He shot his grandson on accident during the ceremony. He's 62, was officiating the festivities in Denton Saturday when he attempted to shoot his revolver loaded with a blank into the air to gain the attention of all the wedding guests because he couldn't get their attention. Boy, let me tell you something. When he decided to cock back the hammer of his revolver, it slipped and it shot his grandson in the shoulder, causing an injury. The .45 Colt ammunition was a blank, but Gardner put black powder into the casing and then glued it. And they say that's what they believe. The glue is what injured the child. So it's not like it was a real bullet, but it did slip. The child the boy has non-life-threatening injuries at a local hospital, and he was transferred over to Omaha for further treatment. But you talking about shutting down a ceremony?
Yeah, that'll do it. You accidentally shoot your grandson.
Think about that.
Goodness gracious, my!
Have you ever done? And I'm not talking about that, but have you ever done anything that just like shut down an event or been a part of anything where you're like, man, I am so sorry, or something bad goes wrong, or somebody's injured, and hey, we got to stop this.
I'm sure there's.
When we've done,
there's been so many.
We've done so many Rick and Bubba events. We had someone, and we were very detailed, and people had to sign releases. But we've had falls at turkey toss.
Yes.
And we had one. We had one fall at turkey toss we did at a local mall, and I want to say it might have been one of the years that Zach Brown was with us. And there was a larger gentleman, and he slipped with a frozen turkey in his hands, and he got up and shook it off because as a man you have to get up quick on your feet. But I want to say the first thing that hit was the back of his shoulders, and that was a big moment. It did shut things down for a while, but we picked it back up.
Yeah. The event was put on pause.
The Marvin's Roadshow, Traveling Todd, God rest his soul, his dancing and that
got out of control.
That running fall that he did. We didn't stop. We just laughed and kept going. I'm just trying to think of things
you naked running across the field. That stopped everything for a second.
Right.
That'll do that.
Yeah. I'm just trying, but this will shut down a ceremony. I actually shot my grandson.
I remember us, after the show on going to ticket seats, we getting pictures made, meeting people, and that elderly lady fell right in the middle of it. Fell hard too.
Yeah,
I was really, I kind of.
You needed to care.
Busted
more.
The crowd up a little.
Yeah,
I mean, she went down hard.
Yeah, she sure did.
She did.
You just gotta watch your step. We had signs and everything.
Yeah. Oh well, yeah.
Yeah. How about the time, and we've brought this up before, wow,
she fell hard.
Do you remember the time when we were walking back from going to the nutrition store and the lady fell?
She was okay.
Over the parking spot curve.
She hit that, yeah. And you ran over there and scared her.
I didn't run over there, but I didn't run away like you.
I didn't run away, but I stayed at a distance and made sure she was okay because she was embarrassed.
You elbowed me. Let's go.
No, I did not. I may have. But no, I didn't want to embarrass. She was embarrassed, and I thought,
she was an elderly woman on the ground.
She was up.
No,
I made sure she got up.
She had her.
You were over there.
You know when you fell when you were younger, and the inside of your palms were all
scratched. She was so embarrassed.
Up.
I didn't want to run up and go, "Ooh, you fell."
Greg, you got to go make sure the woman is okay.
Yeah, but you caught her before she hit the ground. You were there
I was on the others. I was with you.
You dove and caught her right as she was about to hit the pavement.
I did jog over because I wanted to make sure she was okay.
I was within. I went towards her and I checked. Are you okay? And
at one time you were pulling at me. Let's go. Let's go.
Not true. Don't look. Don't look.
Forget her.
Look away. She fell hard too. That was another one. We went slap.
Golly, we've seen some falls.
Yeah, we have.
We sure have. I think the most embarrassing fall I've ever had, was I was at the a WWE event, and I went and got some beverages.
Oh,
all right, and large drinks.
Yeah,
and you know how you're trying to hold them all in your hand.
Oh no.
and I hit one of the steps, and I was like,
You
it was
fell.
on my butt.
Did you spill the drink?
Well, maybe the little top quarter of it.
Could have been real bad.
Yeah, it could have been. Pants were a little wet, and that whole section was like, ooh. And I was like, man, I'm so embarrassed. And I still had to, because we were down at the floor, I still had to walk all the way down those steps to my seat, and everybody was watching me. I was so embarrassed.
I was at a Little League game one time, the old typical bleachers, and instead of walking through everybody, I just jumped off the back. And when I hit, my feet shot out from under me. No crowd saw me. It was bad. Wise up quick, though. When you're embarrassed, you're up. You're kind of hurting, but you don't want to admit it. You get out of there.
Yeah.
And it made noise. I was like, that's great.
But then you got to finish the walk in front of everybody.
Yeah.
You can't just disappear.
No faces ring.
Right. And I tried to make it.
I went over and stood in the concession line like I wasn't like I wasn't embarrassed.
And you know me, I hate moments like so I'm loud. Oh yeah, I'm trying to make up for it.
Yeah. Oh, well, I fell.
The whole time everybody's like, "You idiot."
I don't want people hurt, but
No.
people falling is really fun.
I don't know what it is. People falling.
Like
is
you
great.
laughed at that lady that day, the one you talked about earlier.
No, I was trying to help her. How about the time a lady fell in the breezeway back at our old studio outside, and we didn't know it until people that the tubers said, "Hey, a lady just fell behind
And
y'all."
played it back.
And we played it back, and
she fell hard.
She did.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
I fell out there.
Yeah.
Remember, my shoes were wet, and I was trying. They were a pair of shoes I shouldn't have been wearing. They were worn out, and I hit that concrete out there, and it would get wet under there.
It would. It would.
I'm talking about. My feet shot out above my head, rattled the building.
Oh man. But out of all those cases, we kept moving on. It just didn't shut the event down.
Any major injury. Thank goodness.
Yeah, really. All right, we'll take a break. We'll be right back. 866 We Be
Major
Big.
injury.
Yeah, major. We appreciate you tuning in today. Don't forget, scheduled to appear this morning if you're listening live, Brian Kilmeade with Fox and Friends. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Feeling boxed in by cable? Now's the time to break free from that overpriced TV bill and switch to Philo. With Philo, you'll get shows, movies, and more than 70 live channels, all for just $25 a month. You'll get the same networks you love like AMC, Discovery, Hallmark Channel, MTV, and more, all for a fraction of the cost of cable. And Philo's unlimited DVR lets you save all your favorite movies and shows for a year, so you can catch up on your own schedule. That's endless entertainment at your fingertips. Best of all, when you make the switch to Philo, you could be saving hundreds of dollars a year on your cable bill. Who doesn't want more money in their pocket? And with Philo's free trial, there's no risk to check it out for yourself. So think outside the box and stay inside your budget. Signing up for Philo takes seconds and will never make you listen to hours of cable company hold music. Before you know it, you'll be on the couch channeling comfort with all your favorite shows. Visit philo.tv/cutthecord to get started today. That's philo.tv/cutthecord.
At SimpliSafe, we've designed award-winning home security with advanced sensors, HD cameras, and now this 24/7 LiveGuard protection, only from SimpliSafe. Now, monitoring agents can see and speak to intruders through our new indoor camera to help stop crime in real time and for fast police response. Get 20% off any new system with Fast Protect monitoring at simplisafe.com/radio. Advanced home security, 24/7 professional monitoring for less than $1 a day. There's no safe like SimpliSafe.
On job sites, few things are more important than a solid work boot. At Boot Barn Work, we pride ourselves on knowing that no matter your trade, when there's hard work to be done, your boot should be built for non-stop protection and mobility. Thorogood checks all the boxes. Their Wear Anywhere boots are time-tested and crafted with the highest quality materials for relentless support. For job-fitted boots, Thorogood at Boot Barn Work.
What makes Taco Bell's rolled chicken tacos so good? Is it the shredded marinated all-white meat chicken? Well, yeah, obviously. But it's also the 3 amazing dipping sauces to choose from. Spicy ranch, warm nacho cheese sauce, and house-made daily guacamole. Now, if you need a third reason, their white corn tortillas are fried to golden perfection, which everyone knows is the best kind of perfection. Order rolled chicken tacos on the Taco Bell app. Get 1 dip for 2-pack or 2 dips for 4-pack at participating Taco Bell stores for a limited time only while supplies last.
Hey everyone, gather round. It's time for corny jokes about passing the torch.
The team at Kirian's Welding was fused together solid.
Thanks for all the late nights and early shifts.
But double retirements mean the crew must bond with some certified new hires.
You've both gone the extra millimeter.
Indeed can help them hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Our hiring platform instantly connects you with quality candidates, and you can schedule and conduct virtual interviews right from the Indeed dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
A busy fall schedule doesn't mean you have to compromise when it comes to meal times. Great taste, quality ingredients, convenient doorstep delivery. So yes, you can have it all with HelloFresh. HelloFresh knows you got a lot on your plate, so they deliver pre-portioned ingredients and foolproof recipes to your door. From fit and wholesome options to family faves, they handle the meal planning and grocery shopping, so all you have to do is receive your box, cook, and dig in. And HelloFresh is not just for dinner. You can stock your fridge with quick breakfast, 10-minute lunches, and fresh snacks delivered along with your weekly order. And probably the best part, HelloFresh is actually cheaper than grocery shopping and 25% less expensive than takeout. Right now, you can save even more when you join America's #1 meal kit today and get 50% off plus 15% off the next 2 months with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. This fall, take premium audio with you wherever you go. Raycon's everyday earbuds. They look, they feel, and sound better than ever with 3 sound profiles to match whatever I'm listening to. They feature noise isolation, awareness mode, so I can choose to be immersed in sound or I can tune out my surroundings when I need to. With optimized gel tips for the perfect in-ear fit, these earbuds are comfortable enough for all-day wear, and they do not budge. 8 hours of playtime, 32 hours of total battery life, and I love this. Raycon's everyday earbuds, here we go, start at half the price of the other premium audio brands. Over 78,000 5-star reviews and a 30-day happiness guarantee. There's no reason not to check them out. And now that back to school is in session, Raycon is having their annual back to school sale. For a limited time, get 20% off site-wide plus free shipping at buyraycon.com/Bubba. Buyraycon.com/Bubba for 20% off or rickandbubba.com.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without
11 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the kickoff hour. I am Speedy. There is Greg. We are the Good Time Gang today. Helmsy off till Monday. We have got Brian Kilmeade scheduled to appear today. He has got his book coming out. Teddy Roosevelt, Booker T. Washington, and the Path to Racial Equality is coming out on November the 7th. But he's got the tour that's going to be hitting.
Tour.
Yeah, tour. It's the Brian Kilmeade live book tour. When you buy tickets to the tour, comes with a copy of the book. And the only 2 stops in Alabama, really there's one in Florida, it looks like. But besides that, that's about the only time he's coming south. We got in Huntsville, it's November the 18th, and then Montgomery's November 19th. And those tickets are on sale now, BrianKilmeade.com. And we're scheduled to hop on with him when he's with Fox and Friends today at some point. I think in one of his breaks or as he's wrapping up, he's going to run and jump on Zoom with us. So that's scheduled to appear today. Also, don't forget RBU this week, managing editor Joel Berry of Babylon Bee. Their latest book, The Babylon Bee Guide to Gender. That's their latest installment of their guide series.
Series.
They break down gender, and so that's going to be a great conversation, RBU. There's been times in sports where, if a live mic is put into a sporting event that is at the highest level,
very emotional,
very, very emotional, a lot of trash talking,
a lot of
competition, hot dogging, all this kind of stuff.
A lot of that.
If you get a live mic in that, you could pick something up that
Oh boy, that can you?
And Baker Mayfield said something.
He was really excited about the play or a certain player and the way he was playing, and he expressed it.
And
Boy, did he ever.
I guess we have to stop there and just say he was really excited.
Did that get on television, or it was just? I mean, you know what I'm saying?
It says the
I know
story
someone started showing it on like social media. Or
correct. Yeah, and he was getting a lot of backlash.
Well, they're recording
for
of
that.
it somewhere for them to have that. But
boy,
was he very graphic?
I mean, very graphic and very excited.
Yes. Oh.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, he was very excited, according to him, according to his statement.
Right, yeah.
He really loves football.
Yeah, he does.
You know,
Go Bucks.
Go Bucks. How about he's doing pretty well? They're doing, you know,
He's not bad.
Baker's had a
Could
rough,
be worse up to this point.
I mean, they're looking pretty decent. I mean, they'll fade, I'm sure, but he you got to watch that hot mic. We've all been guilty of that.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
How horrible is it when you realize that the mic's hot and you just said something you shouldn't have said? It's a bad feeling.
It is. It is. Well, you should know.
I know. Yeah.
I try to warn that of you every day.
Bad feeling. Yeah. That's a bad feeling. Especially when they come in and go, "Hey, I can hear you." You're like, oh, and it's the person you were talking about.
Are you going to trash talk Saturday night when you jog?
No. Why? Who? Who would I trash?
I don't know.
I'm gonna be the guy in the back sucking air.
Maybe an elderly lady that you pass.
No. I'm not. It's gonna be bad.
The response.
No, I mean the event's
great.
going to be great. I'm talking about my performance is going to be bad. I tested it out a little bit yesterday. I'm not happy with my performance at all.
Really?
This time last year, I was sitting a little better.
But the night of, you'll have adrenaline. It's going to be cool.
Nah.
It's going to feel good. You know.
That ain't gonna make it no shorter for me.
Yeah.
I know the point. I can see it in my mind. I know exactly where I'm gonna run out of gas.
You do?
I can see it.
I was talking to a Hobie. He's a runner, former D1 track star.
That's right. Everybody knows about
and he said it is essential for Greg to have an idea of where he is in the race when it comes to time.
If you're out of gas, I need to run faster. Well, yeah, I need to.
And he did say it's pretty cool. Venice's Foundation is putting on the crap run for those of you who do not know in Piedmont, Alabama. You might see some Piedmontsters. You don't know. But you entered the town on the last leg downhill.
Yeah, you come right through.
And he said it's a pretty cool run because he's come and run it with you before. And
it's at night, and then like part of it's part of the Ladaga Trail, which has little bridges, and they decorate them up with lights, and it's really cool.
Yeah. And he said that, once you get to that point and you can kind of see, it's just an easy run because it's downhill.
For him, yeah.
Right. But he said, but if Greg doesn't know what his time is until he turns the corner and then sees the clock count, he goes, then he might go, well, man, I had more in the tank. I could have beat the 34 mark because the over-under is 34 minutes.
I'm going to go ahead and say there will not be more in the tank. I can tell you that.
Well, he
never has been. At the point he's talking about, whenever I've made the turn before, there's never more in the tank.
Well, he said that you could have, when y'all were together, he said you had more, but you didn't know where you were. So that's all I'm saying. Now, Jason Benefield, thank you, Jason. He says he's going to be so much video from him.
He's like a runner. You know, it ain't fair. Military guy, I'm not going to beat him.
Well, I don't say you got to beat him. He just said he's going to provide a lot of the video. I know Philip Webb and the Greg Minion group, they're coming. And it's a great spot. And I know that at the end of the day, all seriousness, you want money raised for the foundation.
Absolutely.
They do great work.
Shows out. This is a big fundraiser for them. So
and awesome. Venice's Foundation, if you do not know and you want to come alongside them, you can just search that on Facebook. Yes. But they really do great work. And that is they have baskets and goodies that they provide to those of you that are going through those long days of cancer treatment. Radiation, chemo days, those are long days, man.
Things to help you get through it.
Yeah. You just sit
there. They just show up and give them out, no cost to anybody.
Right. So it's
really good.
That's what everybody's supporting when they go and sign up for this run.
Because we've all been touched by this disease.
Yes, of course. So I'm saying that's where you need to focus.
Well, no, I am that, but we're having fun about me. Right. And I would because I've been doing this for years. I've never been good at it ever.
Well, Greg, you're running that 5K.
Well, that's the joke.
That's
to
a
people
good
that
thing,
actually
though,
run.
buddy.
But I would never finish well. I
Right.
never really finish well.
Well, you're not a competitive runner, but you're just an everyday guy that's going to go run a 5K for a great cause, and people are going to come behind you and treat you like Rocky on the last leg.
They'll be so far ahead of me, nobody's going to be waiting. They'll have to wait on that last turn.
I need to lower my expectations, okay? Because I've envisioned that Monday when we come back, we have footage of you rounding the last turn,
not,
and there's there's a sea of people behind you.
You know, have you ever seen a deer when dogs have been running it and it's just out of gas? That's what I'm going to look like. Like dogs have been running it.
Yeah.
And But it's going to be fun. I'm looking forward to it. The weather's going to be good. It's going to be a little nip, and I like that. When you run, you'd rather it be a little nippy.
I did see that. It highs only in the upper 60s where we live. Lows are in the 40s.
That's going to feel great.
Yes, it is.
I
Yes,
love
it
that.
is.
Let's say it won't be in the 40s by the time we start. But when it is a little cold. And you get out there and you got like long pants on, and then about halfway through, you're like, I wish I'd just toughed it out in my shorts till I got rolling because now I'm hot.
Yeah.
But
are you gonna put Band-Aids on your guys?
It's not that far of a race.
Well, no, but I mean, I'm just saying you might be a little
I've never
cold.
had a problem with that.
You haven't?
No.
Okay, I'm just asking.
I don't.
While you're doing that, I wish I could be there, Greg.
No, you don't.
I do. So I could video.
You don't want nothing to do.
I would video the whole thing.
I know. I'm just kidding.
But I'll be at
right
Protective
there.
Stadium.
But you'd have to wait on me because you'd smoke me.
Blazers, they host USF.
The Bulls. You gonna get the crowd fired up, or have you got the
gonna try.
flame going?
I'm gonna try.
I wanted you breathing fire this year.
Yeah, I know. It's Children's Harbor. The Children's Harbor game too.
They always do.
This is where each player matches up with a patient, and they have their name on the back of their jersey. Trent Dilfer, unfortunately lost his son, and in the early 2000s, and he was talking about that yesterday. About how much more of this means to especially his family, but to all the families and the parents and everything. He got pretty emotional talking about that, saying that he wishes he could have had a Children's Harbor, take care of the family because the family was living at the hospital.
Exactly.
And Children's Harbor does amazing work when it comes along families that are, having to tough it out in the hospital with a major illness. It's a bad situation. But you know what? We're shining light on the good side of things, and that is we're celebrating these families with the players wearing.
It's pretty cool. They got
the patient's name on the back.
They've been doing that about 4 or 5 years.
Yeah. And so it's a special day. It's a special day. 3:00 kick on ESPN2, and I'm not gonna get ahead of the show tomorrow, but when it comes to I'll tease something. When it comes to the announcing, I've got terrible news.
Oh, no. Okay.
But I'll just leave it at that.
I think I figured it out.
All right, we'll take a break. We'll come right back.
Can't have everything.
Yeah, right. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. Rick, Bubba, Adler, all join us right after top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Why you gonna do that, Rick?
Right. No, I like to make it. I like to make it from scratch.
Little bullseye don't hurt nobody.
And he did make up banana pudding.
That's good.
Good gracious.
That's
number
good.
one.
Yeah, me.
Now I'm gonna make a little bit of nanner pudding if y'all want some. Sherry's like, well, I can't. Gary, don't. No, I mean you got to try it, Sherry. I want you to try just a little bit of nanner pudding.
Does he have nervous voice when he talks to her?
How long did he cook?
Because I know he's scared.
He cooked for days.
So he cooked a feast.
Yeah, and it wasn't. But I mean, I was only bringing down 4 people.
See, with my dad, it wasn't the wideness of the spread; it was the depth, because he was used to cooking for 400 and 500 people at a time. So we made everything in a 50-gallon drum.
Yeah. Yes, that's it. Well, there's plenty of it. My favorite Gary moment is how he does Gwen. Of course, Gwen, his wife, don't pay attention to him. So we go by in the boat. He's taking Sherry out for a boat ride, and we go by. She's and Gwen's sitting out on the pier, and he goes, "You better get up that hill and get that food started." Look like that, and then Gwen just rolls her eyes, and just sits there. Get up that hill, get like that. Yeah. We're getting hungry. Yeah, she makes a good tater salad. How about Gwen's potato salad was number one too, by the way. The food was great, and he's a great host. But all over the lake, it's everybody knows Gary.
Yeah. Sure they do.
Yeah.
Sure
I mean, you don't. No, that's a buddy of mine. Like that, and then he shows me all the houses, all who's behind that, and who's this. He's the legend there on the lake.
Yeah.
Gary's a legend everywhere he is. Right?
Buddy, I got to tell you what. You think he didn't have his sleeveless Rick and Bubba University shirt on? Just
rocking.
I mean, just absolutely blazing. So, but we had a good time and spent some quality time. He's got a great view. I like his view. Looking out over the lake, it looks real good.
And he showed Sherry how he fixed it up inside. What I did is I got these over there in these 2x4s.
You know how yes, funny. And of course, he has his TV in there that all it ever has on its westerns.
Yeah. Now, I like the good western.
Oh, he loves a good one.
Top of the hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, so Bubba, as we come back, we were asking this question. We talked about this weekend the sad story of Bart Starr passing away at 85. We talked about, for those of you that are SEC sports fans, and especially if you're an Auburn fan, Rod Bramlett and his wife, the horrific car crash that took their lives, and there's a 16-year-old that's still, I don't know an update on this person, but I know that they're hurt badly as well. And one that we left out from over the weekend, too, that really is somewhat of a controversial figure for Red Sox fans is Bill Buckner passed away at 69. Now, this Bill Buckner thing, I was asking all of you, look, the man's passed away, and we're talking about a game here, but you can't ignore that name is famous, even though he had a great career. He had a not-so-wonderful moment that cost the Red Sox.
It may be the worst time you could have him.
At that time, they had not won one and thought they were cursed.
Yeah.
And Buckner missing this, what many think was a routine play, has that now been lightened a little bit since the Sox have gone on to win World Series?
I think it would. You know, if they still had never won one, and it was just because a lot of it may have had to do with that play.
Right.
But now.
It's better, but I think he kind of lived in the infamy of missing this easy roller.
Is this bad that we're playing this after the man's passed away?
Well, it's what he was known for.
Little roller up along first, behind the bag. It gets through Buckner.
Let me say, that movie, Fever Pitch, and this was before the Red Sox won the World Series. Jimmy Fallon, when they find him in his apartment watching the Buckner thing over and over again, and they said they thought they'd got every copy, and he had stashed some.
Golly, y'all.
So
the man played in the league 22 years.
Yeah, had over 2,715 hits.
I want to say throughout his entire career, I saw some crazy stat last night. I think he only struck out like 4% of all of his at-bats.
That's unbelievable.
And it was like 4
point
something percent was his strikeout.
We give him nothing. Why? This was a phenomenal baseball player.
Yeah. Rick, I think according to last night, they said I think the Red Sox were hosting the Cleveland Indians last night, and in the broadcast when they were talking about it, I think he said he had to move his family to Idaho or something.
Well, it was bad.
And get away from Boston.
Yeah, they didn't take it well.
Yeah. Well, at that time, they were so frustrated, and they thought they had
Guys,
it.
I mean, that's
it looked like, did it hit the lip or something? And it didn't
it was
bounce
so
the
close
way it was?
to the bag. That could be distracting.
Well, but, I mean.
He was a great player.
You just told me he was a great player, then you say that this play was one he shouldn't have made. I mean, if you're a great player, this is routine.
I remember this. I was watching. I remember.
A ball bouncing that close to the bag is very distracting.
Yeah.
And it could have took a little kick or something.
Let's look at it again. Why are we doing this? The man.
I don't know, Rick. I have no idea.
How about that?
Coming up.
Keep in mind, Rick, there were 3 outs from winning the whole thing.
I know. Look, Bubba, right here.
That's the same high bouncer like that, too.
I don't know.
Bubba.
Looks like it's settled down. I understand what you're saying if it had kept going like that, but it's settled down there for an easy scoop.
He's looking up,
Bless
and he
his
lifted
heart.
his glove off the ground. He was looking up.
Anybody can miss a ground ball.
No, sure they can. You just don't want to miss that one.
Yeah, I mean,
Not
you're talking
3
about
outs
force a
from-
game 7 that they end up losing? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
No,
They would have won it.
Yeah.
Rick and Bubba.
Hello and welcome to another hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. We sure are fired up and ready to go. As we come to you from the No Name Studio, living out on the bleeding edge of technology, from Sweet Home Alabama to the world. Here's a national anthem getting us started. minutes past the hour. Everybody ready? Let's go. Let's go. We unpack another day. Speedy and the real Greg Burgess have been banging out a kickoff hour for you. They are still with us as we go forward. Eddie Van Adler joined us for the YouTube experience. If you're watching us on YouTube, hello. Whether that be live or archived, he's got that for you every day. A best of hours on Blaze TV that you can catch. Yesterday's Bible study archive is available. We'll discuss that a little bit today. The Revelation chapter 21, verses 1 through 3, and that's available for you. So we got Brian Kilmeade coming up on the program today. He's got a brand new book, Teddy Roosevelt, Booker T. Washington, and the Path to Racial Equality. His latest book, and Kilmeade, he'll put out a historic book. So we'll chat with him from Fox News on the program today. A brand new Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, will be recorded today. Man, we love those people. If I could have, apparently if I could pick up one more job, I think I'd work at Babylon Bee. I would love to be part of that, sitting around. I wish I could at least be maybe somebody. Maybe I could be a contributor. But anyway, we will talk with one of the folks at Babylon Bee. They have a new book coming out that's taking on this bizarre fake world when it comes to gender. And of course, as usual, they make some pretty solid points through comedy. We're missing one. There he is, the silver-tongued one. The man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, and associates everywhere. Welcome to the little show we call Rick and Bubba. 30 years in the making. 3 decades.
Yep.
Good night.
Jolene, I ain't about to go straight. Somebody says to
Oh, that's a good one.
Zach Brown's version of Jolene.
That was a good one.
Oh, buddy, we've talked about that before, but the writer of that song, boy, he paints a vivid picture with words. And, it's one of those things I kind of hate that Adler, in the YouTube world has to panic and cover licensed music the whole time, and he can't enjoy that opening song that brings you in every day.
I still can't believe we can't somehow get that worked out.
Well, the thing I hate is
we ain't got our button yet.
Yeah, when we're all singing and we're singing for fun, I've even had people say, Rick, is there any way you can't sing with the song? And I said, no.
I know, because when I've been laid up at home, and you're sitting there and you're singing by yourself, it's tough.
I just want to. I enjoy it, so I'm not going to stop doing it. I will even say that it's self-indulgent, but I won't stop because I enjoy it, and I refuse to have that taken from me. But what I would like is, Adler is so talented musically. like right then, there were opportunities for him to harmonize with me, and it would have been so much fun.
I actually was.
You know, we could have had
funny.
We could have had so much fun.
I was doing the falsetto.
I know. I could feel you where you would be,
but we couldn't hear you.
But I couldn't hear it,
Yeah.
and I wanted you and I to sing together so bad on that.
When I know the song, and most of the time I do, when I know the song on the YouTube experience will be like ding 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 ding. You know, I'm playing copyright free music, and then it'll be like ding ding ding. Jolie.
So you're in.
So people at least get the hook.
Yeah.
So people at least get the hook.
Oh, that's good. There you go. So we got a lot to unpack today. Bus, I understand you. There's this bizarre thing going on at drive-thrus. We got that today.
I mean, what are the odds? I'll
Right,
share it with
right.
you. Just very, very odd. You know, of course, it doesn't take a lot to entertain me every day. But.
No. I've got I got an update on a topic that was brought up on the program that I think can be beneficial. A couple of updates on things that I've gotten a lot of email on, and we've gotten a few calls on. One of them continues to be perplexing, but at least I can tell you something on it. So we'll hit that today too. We mentioned that Kilmeade is coming up a little bit later on. He's going to hit a couple of Rick and Bubba markets on his book tour. We'll talk to him. He's been on the show many times, and we're excited about the fun we're going to have with the Babylon Bee guys today. So that they're just a fun bunch, and they are having a ball.
Yeah, they don't miss a beat. And I mean, I'd love to be in the bullpen when they come up with ideas, because they are right and spot on so many days, and we get to laughing here at the office about some of the things they say and put out. It's funny.
You do realize that this is not a made-up thing. We were saying it for a while, but they actually had to do it. We are now living in a world that is so fake, and so it's such unsure footing every day, the things you read, the things you hear, and that they had to develop not the Babylon Bee. Mm-hmm. So they put headlines there letting you know we're not joking now.
Right.
But they had to do that because you couldn't tell the difference between their comedy headlines and stories and the real ones.
Right.
And when you look at not Babylon Bee and Babylon Bee, there's not a lot of difference. Yeah. But they had to create a place where you could go and know which stories were real. So, and this gender thing, they've done a whole book on helping all of us figure out what gender we are, which just that idea alone is hilarious. And, buddy, they have a ball with it. So we'll talk to them about that. I heard the kickoff hour mention the story that came out yesterday. The NIL has once again kind of gotten away from even the letters that it represents, name, image, and likeness. It's now turned into just pay for play, which everybody knew that was going to happen. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Bad company gives you a great message there. You're a shooting star.
Company.
Hey, look, and the world will love you as long as you are.
That's right.
Well, you fall a little bit world golf and leave you.
Well, we've often said it's a very small step from the penthouse to the outhouse.
Yes, sir. Yes,
especially if it's an elevator shaft.
Oh, yeah. Isn't that true? So we start unpacking.
One small step for a man, one giant leap for an act.
Yeah. Bubba, nice snake boots today.
Yeah,
good to see
you.
that.
Glad to have them on.
Yeah, I certainly thought after we got to rolling yesterday, I said, "Well, Bubba wears snake boots now, 24/7, just 24/7."
Some tragedy. Good gracious.
Yeah, I'm serious. You know, we talk about this a lot. You know, and what we're talking about, and we'll do the story if sadly there's someone has lost their life by something that normally, I mean, you don't want it, but normally, if you're bitten by the poisonous snake called copperhead, that is very, very prominent where we live, the success rate on the copperhead bite is very high that you will survive it. But sadly, a man was bitten by a copperhead, and of course what Bubba always doesn't want, really where one should not have been. It's not like the guy was out looking for trouble.
Well, I've heard different reports. I heard one, it was on the porch. You know, when he came out to walk the puppy or something.
Yeah, well, Copperhead.
And what a tragedy for him and his family too. And we certainly feel for those guys. They're real close to our area here where we broadcast.
So I guess from what I've gathered that you never know, the man had some sort of allergic reaction to the poison, the snake, the venom, and it killed him sadly.
And you don't know. There's no telling how many other people have that too. You're not tested for that kind of thing.
You don't know.
Same thing with bees.
Yep.
A lot of times you don't know.
Right, that's true.
Yeah.
So anyway, that's sad. And copperheads, the problem with them, Bubba, which really I'm surprised that you don't wage war on them more, is they love the residential areas.
Boy,
they like to be around people.
Well,
they do.
I've killed a few of them in our area too, so I'm very sensitive to the old copperhead.
Yeah,
it was.
We see more of them than we do anything.
Yeah,
I had one of those can't have nothing moments yesterday, right after we had this conversation, and we were all texting about it, and I was put in a precarious situation like right after, and it was all real fresh on my mind.
Yeah,
and it was. I'll tell you, when we come back, it's one of those things where you start thinking to yourself, as we get older, and I know this about myself, and it's made me more efficient because I've understood my weaknesses. You have to understand your weaknesses if you ever want to defeat them.
Yes.
Like I know that if I don't do things a certain way, I will lose things, I'll misplace things, I won't be able to find them, and I know that if I go to bed at night, I literally have to take every single thing that I need for today and put it in the same place.
Yeah, well, I have to be a creature of habit to pull this off day in, day out. Yeah.
And so I try to stay on top of it, but I pulled one of those moves yesterday that when you go back and try to figure out how this happened, you can't even wrap your mind around it. You know what I mean? And it's like scary. Like you ever had those things that scare you? You know how sometimes we'll say on the air, "Hey, guy, that sometimes this stuff is funny, but that right there was scary."
Yeah.
Things like you can't. I mean, how did that happen? Kind of like that time, I heard the replay of this. I guess it was Friday on the replays. Listen to it on the podcast. The time that you couldn't really enjoy the deer you'd killed because where it was and you not be able to see, you scared you so bad it made you feel so weird.
Yeah,
it was you can't. I mean, you can't understand how that happened.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. And you just start going, well, I can't even wrap my mind around that. No, you could see going, oh, there was an obstruction.
Yeah,
but in this case,
we're talking about the one that Greg couldn't find.
Yeah, and it's
Speedy couldn't find.
Well, I got to laughing to the replay, and that was so hard when Greg claimed at one point he wished he had never even shot.
Yeah.
The funniest part, there's no way I can fully and we've told the story. It's been on the best of CD.
It's a legend.
But the fact that Greg didn't think he'd shot anything and Speedy wanted to go look.
Right.
And Big Play Ray was with us.
Yes.
And
where's Big Play Ray these days?
Oh, he's hanging out. Yeah. And they almost got into a fight because Speedy wanted to go look and Greg didn't want to. Mm-hmm. And then
He's frustrated, wasn't you?
Speedy started, oh, well, did you shoot something you didn't want to shoot and you don't want to see it?
Well,
20 minutes now to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us as we work our way back. So let's talk EAS. So that was the big thing yesterday. I did not see anyone turn into zombies.
How about that?
Most of the people I knew, Greg being one, that have been vaccinated, or at least took one of the vaccines.
Yeah.
I kept checking with our vaccinated friends and family, and none of them turned into zombies. So that's good. If any of your family members or friends or coworkers turned into zombies, let us know. But I did not see any zombie activity in people that I knew that had a vaccine
Yeah, I watched. I was kind of on guard for that.
Yeah, now
people were putting their phones out in the yard. People were putting them. The way people acted about it.
Right.
Yeah, I know.
I did see somebody that has taken all the boosters eating a dead body. But other than that, I really saw nothing.
So I'm driving along. I'm out in the country, driving along yesterday, and my phone goes off, making this crazy noise.
Yeah, I had that
too. You don't hear much. Yeah. And I thought, oh, well, it's the EAS test, and it was 118. Mm-hmm. And I thought, well, I'm going to tune over, and I wanted to hear all the radio stations, what they were doing.
Yep.
So I literally pulled over on the side of the road, and I didn't hear any of them doing the test. And then just a minute or two after that, they did.
Same.
And I started hitting the scan button just to hear them. And you know, some of them are delayed a little bit, some of them are not, depending on, you know, how they're set up. But they all were in it in some form or fashion. And it sounded so weird just to keep hitting the seek button and going down and hearing all of them doing the same thing. I thought, well, that's, you know, it's kind of cool that works.
We were talking as a family, a group text. Can you imagine a major city like New York?
Yeah.
Times Square, where there's just thousands of people on the sidewalks, and then them all going off at the same time.
Yeah. Or like on the
all
stock
phones.
exchange floor, you know, they all went off. Or if you were at a ball game, everybody's phone going off at one time, making that noise.
You know, I tell you what, it was kind of unfortunate, even though it was close. So those of you that don't know this, when we talk about the Wednesday Bible study, what time it's live from noon to 1 Central Time. Okay, so the EAS test for us was going to be 1:20, 1:18, which is what happened our time. So that means that we are literally sitting in here talking about what? The end of the world.
Yeah.
We're talking about the Revelation. We're in chapter 21, the new heaven and the new earth. We just finished the great white throne judgment, Battle of Armageddon, all that. And if that thing could have gone off like at 1:05, I mean, it still, I think, had some impact because it was so soon after. But if somehow that could have happened, or even during the Bible study, can you imagine? And of course, you know, our guys, most of them haven't learned how to turn their phones off. God love them. We worked so hard at it.
Did it blow through even if you had it on silent yesterday?
I don't know. I don't know because it did. It did, Adler.
Yeah, my phone was on vibrate, silent mode. It went at 1:18 as well. My wife is a teacher. She said most of the students' phones went off at 1:18, and then hers went off at 1:20. So it was kind of varied there.
Yeah, I had an emailer that was wondering. They said their phone didn't go off yesterday. So I said, I don't know. I'd check with the carrier on that. So
Are they a zombie?
Have you been eating human flesh today?
Did they finish their email with brains?
Yeah, I was surprised too. You know that we all did pretty well since the entire grid went down.
Yeah, we made it.
So we made it through the controversial EAS test, and everybody seems to be okay. You know, it's funny you mentioned like this the whole culture of places like New York City. You know, having a son that lives there. So when you have a family member that lives in New York City, you know, you can turn on the news at any time, and you think that they're just that their whole world has fallen apart.
Try Washington D.C.
Same thing. So, but this happens with especially I cut on one day and it says the streets of New York City are flooding, pandemonium, end of time, and I thought, oh man, I got to check on my son. Hey buddy, you all right? Yeah. What's going on? I said, wait, your city's flooding. No, not where I am.
Not where I am.
He goes,
Long Island.
You know what he said? We have much better gutter system in Washington Heights than they have in Brooklyn. I said, so are you fine? He goes, not impacting me at all. Yeah. And I'm like, oh, okay. It's kind of like that time I was in France and everybody thought, oh, he's in the middle of it.
Oh yeah.
I couldn't find one person even knew what was going on.
You were in South France.
But that also shows you how news. And y'all talk about that guy on ABC. They just everything just has to be end of time.
You can't overemphasize the movie Scrooge, how they did that to scare everybody, and ABC does it every afternoon.
My gosh.
It doesn't matter. It can be the sun shining, not a cloud in the sky over most of the country, and the opening line is always disaster.
I tell you the one I've noticed lately.
I mean, not bad news. I mean, it is disaster. Never before.
Oh, yeah.
It sounds kind of like Trump describing something. The greatest ever, never before, never done, never seen this again.
End of time.
Yeah.
They're so frustrated. They've tried so hard to get a pandemic type thing going with all the latest variants of COVID. And when another variant kind of peters out, they almost seem disappointed.
Hey,
a new variant. Remember everybody? And now, have you noticed lately that's kind of faded again because it didn't really kick off the way they wanted to. They thought, doggone it, people are just getting sick like they get with anything, and they're getting better. Doggone it.
Well, a lot of the as it mutates, it's mutating away from the human part that is so dangerous. So, and that's good. I mean, it could have gone either way.
Yeah, and it's no fun.
But
I mean, you won't feel well.
But you remember too. It seems like every one they would tell you, oh, this one is so I mean, this one is going to get everybody.
This
You're
is
talking
it.
about, hey,
It's
everybody. This one is even more, and you can't be any more than somebody walks in the room 60 foot away and you get it. I mean, that we've already had that. I mean, you can't get any more than that.
And they're also, it's not true because even in my own house, my wife didn't get any of the variants, and she just got the latest one. We didn't even know she had it till I had been sleeping in the same room with her, because we're husband and wife. And we think, well, the way everybody's talking, Rick, you might as well go ahead. You're going to get it. And I didn't even get it. And I'm in the same house with her, in the same bed with her, and didn't get it. So this thing of it's highly contagious and everybody, if it's anywhere around you, everybody's going to get it, that's just not true. Can you get it? Yes. Can you feel bad? Yeah. But also not. Mm-hmm. And just like here at the show, like I told you, I told the guys, and they're like, well, we're not going to fall for that again. We're not sending you home for 7 days. Why don't we just see if you start feeling bad, and if you do, don't come back to work. And I never did start feeling bad, and I never got it, and we moved on.
Yeah.
So it's all just
But you can only be so contagious,
right?
And they'd already spent all the contagious they could do on the first two variants, and now trying to convince you it's more contagious than Omicron.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, what level do you go?
Well, there's so many variables. I mean, you go back.
Can you get it through the TV? I mean, what else could there be?
There's so many variables.
It's kind of like they already played their trump card. No pun intended.
Pun intended. Yeah.
Yeah. And they don't have anywhere to go now.
Right.
We need it. We need one more card to turn it up a little more.
Right. Yeah. I mean, it's
so sorry about that.
Yeah, and it's not a fun thing, but I mean, it just feels like we're at the point now, and nobody likes that because it doesn't sell pharmaceuticals. Is that I hate to break it to everybody, but COVID has kind of turned into just another version of the flu. They're like, yeah, but Rick, flu season's not enough. We need something scarier than that.
Yeah, flu's bad enough.
It sure it is. And how about
you
COVID?
ever really had it?
How about any virus? When I have it, it's not pleasant.
No.
And this one definitely has a sordid past and does some things that we wish it wouldn't do, but you gotta keep living. I mean, there's nothing you can do.
Well, Rick, I tell you, that old engineer in me, when I hit the seek button, I heard all those stations doing it. I tell you, I just got a warm glow.
I bet you did.
I did.
EAS. I bet that was a big day for you, wasn't it?
Rick and Bubba.
But you got to put it. You got to put it the way.
so hard.
And you know this being his brother, Rick.
Greg, if it was laying right there, would that be more open than it
I
was?
can't explain it.
Okay.
Like
Rick, when I can spot
jumped
it through big play Ray's pipe smoke, standing in the field. Speedy's working up through the bushes, and Greg's going up.
Well, I mean, you didn't even really have to go through the bushes. All you had to do is walk to the end of the green field.
Right.
It's right there in the creek on the right. But I think what got me was his, and you know where he's at. He gets frustrated.
Why are we reliving
All right. When I said,
point?
"Hey, did you get it?" Well, yeah. Well, did you look? Yeah, kinda. That was when I said, "Well, let's go look a little bit better than that."
Let's look harder than that, yeah.
Nah, I don't want to fool with it. Well, Greg, you didn't really look.
Well, that was that little boy inside of him that everything's always broke. You know, that little boy's still in there.
Yeah, Rick, it's kind of your fault for the way you treated Greg growing up. You made him that way. He's kind of like got that thing going, you know.
Sure. All right, we'll be back. I'll tell you what happened. It was right after we had this conversation too, which I'm like, you know. More Rick and Bubba right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, so, and it is a very, very sad story, and likely, I mean, we're even looking at the man's picture who has passed away because of an allergic reaction to a copperhead bite while he just simply went out to walk his dog from Tuscaloosa. Has a wife and 2 sons, so we certainly understand that for them this is just awful, just terrible. And so be sure and remember the family today in your prayers. Again, those that have a loved one. And to go in such a way that's so shocking and unexpected. You know, it's not like someone's been really, even though it's all bad, but there's these shocking moments in your life when you're not expecting someone, you think nobody's sick, nothing's going on, and then something like this happens. And then, of course, as Greg has said, if you want snake stories, we are the show for every snake story.
Mm-hmm.
And now we got a Florida man who has been bitten, which is one, for some reason it bothers me the most, is when people get bit on the toilet. It just seems to be you're so exposed it's such a private moment. You think you're safe, and a snake comes up through the toilet and gets you. It just, I don't want to live in a world where snakes come up through toilets.
Rick, I don't either. No. To me, that's a little too close to hell. You know what I mean?
It is,
right. It's just as close as you can get here on Earth, I think.
So it was over this past weekend in Coral Springs, Florida. And is this
that and shopping for curtains?
Right. Ooh. Is this?
They're hand in hand.
So it's not telling us what kind of snake this is. Is this
python?
Oh,
it was a python.
Ball
yeah.
python.
So they're all over Florida.
But I was gonna thank you. I was gonna say that's somebody's pet that got loose.
Well, probably
because in the story it goes, we don't know how it got there.
They're on a sewer system. It went down. Somebody's got in the sewer, come back out another
one. How in the world, even with it all connected together? I mean, can they just swim and all that?
I don't know.
Hold their breath?
They don't care. Well, but they're snakes, buddy. They're Satan's hand.
They're used to being on the pit of hell anyway.
Right, yeah.
So I mean,
I
guess a sewer line is like an apartment to them.
And of course, because of exotic pet owners, Florida is just overrun with these things.
Oh yeah.
And
you got that bunch that's trying to kill them in the Everglades, but and they're killing a lot. But you're never going to get.
Well, it's destroyed the ecosystem there.
Yeah.
The small mammals are just disappearing.
So we're talking about yesterday. We're all on the phone. We're talking about the tragedy of this man in our state and copperheads.
I feel like we know him, Rick. He just looks very familiar to me.
And copperheads are so you can encounter a copperhead in this state without even trying. And so I'm sitting in the safety of my home, I think, and then all of a sudden I start trying to get my stuff together for today. Now, we had a great Memorial Day weekend, but it was a lot of moving parts. And at one point, we were at church on Sunday, which meant I had everything with me that I used for the weekly Bible study. And I was trying to make a point of making sure that got back home because I need it for today. Today, the Wednesday Bible study is back. So I start, getting home. First of all, I thought I'd left it in the truck yesterday here at the office, and then I meant to get out of the truck, and then I didn't. I forgot again. I went to lunch. I went home, ran some errands, and I'm like, well, I need to get that notebook and the what we're studying and the Bible that I used. I need to get that out of the truck. Went to the truck, couldn't find it, and then I was like, well, if it's in the house, did I bring it in the house? And I'm looking. Now we just had this conversation, and Suddenly, I'm talking to my wife on the phone, and she says, "Rick, it's not in my car. You may have left it at the farm." Mm-mm. And I'm like, and I'm sitting here. We're getting post 5.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the great
35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. So, Field of Greens, nice timing on this being our sponsor for this hour on the show. Like we just mentioned, the best thing that all of us can do is be as healthy as we possibly can be. But that's kind of been the case, because we've had a flu season long before we ever heard of COVID. But COVID certainly, and the latest variant, all that's part of it too. And one of the things that you can do is to make sure that, part of being healthy, there's a lot of benefits to it. But the one that we think of a lot is your immune system. Those that have healthy immune systems, they just don't seem to have as tough a time out there as those that don't. And we know that because what's one of the things we know if you've been really sick and God forbid you had some sort of treatment, what's the biggest concern? Well, we've compromised your immune system. So now you got to be careful about what's out there. So Field of Greens, there's many benefits from it, but one of them is boosting of the immune system. And with flu season here and the latest variant of whatever, all that's out there, it'll help you stay healthy. Why? Well, because it provides the fuel that the body is designed to run on. It's really not overly complicated. Now you go, well, Rick, what about there's some other supplements out there? And it's true, but here's the difference. Field of Greens, any vegetable or fruit that is part of the Field of Greens formula has scientifically been researched to make sure that it actually does the job. They're organic. This is not produce that you find like in the grocery store. And these have been researched. The Mayo Clinic says if you want to help prevent heart disease as well as lower blood pressure and cholesterol, 5 servings of fruits and vegetables every day get it done. And I don't do that in my diet without the help of Field of Greens. But now that I've been taking Field of Greens, and many of you have got the same experience, I cannot tell you how the impact it is making on my life, and I love it, and I don't miss it. Twice a day. So go to fieldofgreens.com. Use the promo code Bubba. We'll save you 15%. You also can find the link at rickandbubba.com right there under the sponsors button. Now, Bubba, when you walked into the office today, you could not. I couldn't believe you said, and you almost said it like sheepishly. I got another drive-through story. And I'm like, what's happening with you and drive-thrus?
There's just so many bizarre things going on right now in the world.
So many drive-thrus.
And so many drive-thrus, so many cars out there. So I told the story last week, if you missed it, about going to a drive-thru, and this young lady had recognized me from the show, and I thought that was very nice. I tried to buy her meal, but she was ahead of me in line.
Not trying to bring attention to myself. That's
so
just what happened.
She said, no, I'm buying your meal, and she did, and then we passed it along to the car behind us and so on. So I'm in line yesterday, happens to be at the same drive-thru, okay?
What world's going on there?
I'm a regular.
Yeah.
I ain't bought a meal yet.
Sadly.
Yeah.
And so I'm there, and I pull up to the window, and the girl in the window says, "Someone has already bought your meal."
Not again. Not again.
And it was Leah, which was the girl that bought it the first time.
Same girl
I thought, where is she at?
Are y'all on like
I didn't see her in line.
A schedule to eat.
I didn't see her in. What are the odds of being at the same drive-thru?
Easy.
Same. I assume it was the same.
So Leah just follows you around buying you
the same
dinners.
girl, right? I mean, same lady.
What did
Leah,
she
if
say?
it was you, let us know.
Or even if they just had the same name, that's kind of ironic.
Yeah, I mean, that's even stranger, too.
is.
Does this person set up like a state trooper watches for a speeder, knowing that you're going to come by?
I don't know.
I mean, what
are the odds, though, of that? Because I didn't see her. I didn't recognize the car. I don't even really remember what the car was, so... But I was, fooling with some things in the truck, not paying attention.
Let me tell Leah something. Bubba can afford dinner. He's fine.
So, but I got it for the car behind me.
Here we go. You feel pressured. Let's quit all this.
No, I thought it was cool though. I thought, but I was kind of shocked. What are the odds?
Yeah.
Of it being the same name or even the same young lady? Again,
how does she even know? I mean, and now this does explain why Speedy keeps following you everywhere.
Yeah, what's that all about? Okay. Bubba's turning in eat.
So, Leah, if that was the same Leah,
that is so
let me know. That was just very bizarre.
Yeah, she reached out to us after that. She emailed me. I think she emailed you as well, and just talked about how cool it was to be able to go back and say that she had bought something for you in line. So maybe she'll email us again and confirm that was actually her.
Was it the same Leah? I mean, what are the odds of that, though? You talking about, I mean, of all the drive-thrus, of all the cars, of all the days, and hey, there's a few cars go through this particular drive-thru, okay?
There is something, because it came up again, I got to talk to you guys about this. There's a show, a comedy show. It's a very silly, stupid comedy show called I Think You Should Leave. There's an episode that's kind of popular that is being memed right now. And in the whole premise of this little quick, it's a bunch of short comedy bits. It's very stupid, but it's sometimes funny. In the show, I Think You Should Leave, in this one comedy bit, the guy goes to the drive-thru and he says, "Hey, you know what? I'm going to pay for mine and I'm going to pay for the person's behind me." And so he does that. And then in the comedy bit, he drives around and gets behind the person that he just paid for their meal. And if you guys want to see it, this is just a quick clip of what he tries to order, hoping that the person in front of him
so he loads up on
also
this.
pay it forward.
Yeah. That's a good one.
55 burgers, 55 fries, 55 tacos, 55 pies, 55 cokes, 100 tater tots, 100 pizzas, 100 tenders.
So you get the idea.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
So, and he's hoping that if the person feels like a move that he needs to do it too, he'll buy it. He'll end up getting more food on the end.
Yeah.
That's funny.
So 55 pizzas, 55 fries.
Yeah.
That's the bit.
That felt a little silly.
It's very silly.
Right, yeah.
Incredibly silly.
Did you watch Greg's face right then? Because that is, boy, that's almost slapstick.
It is very silly.
Right there at it.
Right, yeah.
Speeding it up.
But the concept, their idea is actually quite funny.
Yes.
That the guy would buy one, then circle around, see if he could get it back.
He drives as fast as he can.
The idea is
that part went.
Well, Bubba did.
Well, thank you, Leah. whichever Leah that was. Thank you. It was
Bubba's
very
getting
nice.
fed by Leah's now.
All right, so we come up with all these different
Some of
names.
that.
And by the way, we did get an update today from the Bathroom Prophet. By the way,
Did we?
We did. Bubba.
Okay.
I forwarded it on
I'd like to
Bubba,
hear
but
that.
it's good. It's actually all good.
Yeah,
but
I've reached back out.
but is this another character that's developing, the fast food stalker?
Yeah, we
Well,
gotta get to
the drive-through
Rick,
stalker.
I don't think anybody that's being that nice should have the term stalker.
Well, I
applied
thought, Bubba, you were the one that brought to the table that stalkers are not necessarily bad.
Has Leah left
Remember,
the
we
running?
got a lot of work out of stalkers. I mean,
Still do.
You
Still
said,
do.
You said put him to work.
Right.
You know,
Well,
has Leah left like a running tab every time Bubba? She just told him, "Let me know when
I
Bubba
don't-
comes.
how-
I'll come by and set up."
That is what's odd to me, because how in the world, what are the odds of, because my schedule's so crazy and I'm going and coming all kind of crazy hours, the chances of you twice in a row being in line with the same person in front of you. Well, I mean, the odds of that have to be less than hitting the lottery.
You're right.
Now, did she set a rule? Like, hey, last time she was here, if he ever orders again and you scan it, I've got it. I'm going to buy it.
I don't know. Can you do that?
I don't know.
I don't even know if that's a
Left
thing.
a tab.
So we maybe we'll hear from her later on and find out. So I don't know, but it was just I got to laughing just thinking about what are the odds of that,
right?
You know, as I was eating chicken sandwich.
And now I'm wondering, is it just you, or would it be, Greg? There's me in the late '90s on 4. How about this?
Boy.
How about this? If you, I mean, would it be any show member, or is it just some locking in on Bubba? I mean, it's.
But Rick, again, the odds.
I know
of
the odds
all the cars
Well-
that go through all the drive-throughs on all the days that you would line up in line again with the same person.
The only way that could happen, in my opinion, is that somehow she's hangs around that area, and I'm telling you, back to my state trooper setup, she almost has to be still hunting. And a ladder stand waiting on you to come to the food plot.
The first,
I mean,
the first
that's
Leah
how it feels.
has a baby. I mean, you can't be sitting around, stalking a drive-through with a baby.
No,
you never know.
I mean, that seems like that would be impossible.
Maybe it's
but that was just
maybe
very
she's riding around
kind, and
trying to make the
I
baby go
appreciate it. I thought that was very.
All right, I went back and found her for the email that she sent, and it was back on September the 28th. And I just emailed her and said, "Did you buy Bubba's lunch again?"
Okay, there you
funny.
go.
All right, so we'll see.
Well, how about this? We'll know.
So if it was the same
If it's
person,
two
those
Leahs that wanna
odds,
feed Bubba this,
those
yeah.
odds are
it's
I mean,
bizarre.
very slim.
Yeah.
If it's just another Leah, that's even odd.
It's all odd either way. We
Yeah.
we either have multiple Leahs who like to buy Bubba lunch, or we have one that somehow knows when you're in that area.
Yeah,
Both of them are wild.
I mean, the only person that's ever tracked me that good was Gary.
Oh, I don't know how Gary knows when we're in this area, but he does.
I think he.
I think he does still hunt.
He has put something on y'all's phone. He knows.
By the way, I got to the bottom of one way he's monitoring at least me. Now, that doesn't explain how he can monitor
Okay.
all of us, and I figured something out.
Okay,
but it would only apply to me though. 15 minutes to the top of the hour. 866 We Be Big is the number. We'll come back and we have more to discuss on the program today, including some of your questions. I'll tell you what my number one email is lately. We'll update that a little bit today too. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And I'm like, so am I about to get in the truck and have to drive down in the farm if there's no traffic is a half hour from the house and a half hour back, maybe 32 minutes somewhere
That's
in
a
there.
perfect situation.
And so I check my Google and I realized that it's not it's showing about a 45-minute trip, meaning it's showing me a little bit of a bog down. So I'm like, okay, may have to go an alternate route, but I'm like, you know how you don't want you're so settled into the I'm done for the day.
Yeah.
And then you realize I may not be.
Yeah.
And I mean I have to go and get this because the message that I need to teach today is wherever this stuff is.
Mm-hmm.
And because I did that over the weekend. And so I finally just realized, okay, I have to go. I mean, I have to. I've ruled out every other option. And we had just talked about these snakes and just talked about this. And suddenly I'm going down to an area that it just feels like I'm more susceptible. You know what I mean? I'm like, I'm like, and let me tell you what's funny about that. You talk about goofy. I'll pull up to the farmhouse, and it is a beautiful afternoon, and I look on the porch, on a table on the porch is all my stuff. I had left it on the porch. Outside.
Oh my goodness!
There it sits.
What was interesting is you had my Bible, my notebook, the book by Jerry Bridges, the study guide by Jerry Bridges, and for some reason a bag of hamburger buns and a bottle of water.
I bet the buns, Rick, were toasted by the temperature you had last year.
Just awesome.
Well, you got a bag of buns.
Then I started figuring out, what was I doing?
Let me get my Bible. Oh, let me get my buns.
Hey, baby, let me get my buns.
Let me get my buns, my Bible, my study guide.
What am I doing?
I don't
Rick,
know.
and a bottle of water.
Yeah, and then it hit me because I'm like, then I got to make something happen.
Yeah.
And I see this beautiful late afternoon. It's like 6 now, and I see that it's just so beautiful out there. And I think, well, I'm gonna fish. If I'm here, I'm gonna fish a little bit. And then I start seeing those kind of weeds around the bank, and all I can hear is us. I look back at our text and the thread. And matter of fact, when you hit me with the Ozark thing, I was literally sitting in my truck about to get out and see if I was going to fish or not. And I was
Ozark,
like,
ooh, a little rough.
I tell you, it's rough. Did you ever see him get hit?
No.
Yeah,
we didn't get that far.
So did you end up going all in?
And see, do you have a pair of snake boots?
Did you fight through it?
I did fish. I had to.
Yeah.
I realized that I would rather fish
boots?
than be afraid of snakes.
Yeah, you just take your rod and do this on the grass before you walk up to it.
I did.
There you go.
Yeah, and of course we try to keep it weed eated around the pond, but
do you have snake boots just in case you make a mistake?
I don't.
Well, it doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt to have snake boots on.
Yeah.
How about this? I caught 2 pretty good bass.
There you go.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's how you justify the trip.
Well, I had to. That made it all work. And then I'll show you some pictures too. I got a really good sunset down there.
Yeah.
Once I got over my morbid fear the snake was going to get me because of what we've just been talking about. Bottom of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Tim Tebow's on the rain.
Hey, this is Tim Tebow, and you're listening to Rick and Bubba Show. Just 2 amazing guys.
All right, so the headline, it doesn't look good. Then the first line, Tim Tebow's first season when Class AAA Syracuse Mets hasn't been a great one, and he may have hit rock bottom last night.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Rick, he's not having a season he's wanting to have. He's hitting a team worst 156 after 40 games. He did hit his first home run a few weeks ago. But Tuesday, during a 16-2 rout of the Buffalo Bison, Tebow stepped to the plate to face Jordan Peterson, Jordan Peterson, isn't that name in the news for something else, who usually plays first base and outfield, but came in to pitch because they were in a blowout, and he got called out on a 3-2 pitch.
That's a pretty good pitcher.
Yeah, he ain't lobbing it.
It was a good pitch. This guy could pitch. Was it a strike too? By the way.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. He struck
Caught
out
looking.
Yeah.
He got caught looking, but was it in there? I couldn't really see.
It was an 88-mile-per-hour fastball that painted the black on the outside corner. But you could tell this kid.
He thought he was walking. He was already stepping out.
You could tell this kid has pitched before because it's not like this is his first time on the
He thinks
mound.
he's about to throw the bat and head to first base.
Wait a minute,
and he even looks at the umpire, gives him a little stink eye.
Pass the gravy, please.
10 minutes to the top of the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. We thank you for being with us today. Coming up this weekend, Vanisa's Foundation, the Crap Run, Piedmont, Alabama. Gregory will be there. And I know people are coming from all over to cheer Greg on to his new personal record.
It's going to take a lot of cheering, I'll tell you that.
And when I
ain't looking good.
When I see you at the wedding on Sunday, I bet them little legs are going to be a little bit sore.
They are.
A little bit sore legs. Got my dress slacks on. So that'll be coming up.
And uncomfortable shoes.
But the good news is it's only going to be 68 degrees. It's going to be awesome. I got my tux yesterday. No way I can wear those shoes. Going to go with my own dress shoes.
Oh, boy.
Those old Rent-A-Tux shoes, they'll break you. They'll break your foot down.
It's like a board and a piece of box.
Also, Speedy at UAB this weekend. If you're coming to the South Florida UAB game in Birmingham, Speedy doing that. And then tomorrow during lunchtime, 11 to 1 in Birmingham, Alabama, Greg will be there at Hendrick Hoover Auto Mall. He'll have a delicious pizza and lunch for you, a little grip it and grin with Greg, and you can encourage him about the run that'll be coming up the next day.
Yeah.
So catch all that. All right. So I have to take on, and this, I know y'all are with me, and it is the number one email that I'm getting right now, and it has to do with the volume level of bed music on podcast archives.
Yeah.
Okay.
Boy.
I know a lot of you are giving us a report, and I appreciate those reports. I do. I want to emphasize again, and it will be no more complicated than this. I want to emphasize this again, and I appreciate the feedback. I do. From what we can gather, and I'm going to say this again, it has nothing to do with here. And the reason why I know that, and then we have another person that's even confirming that, is because I listen to the same archives, and I do use Apple Podcasts because people keep saying it seems to be happening more with that, more than I do any other podcast platform. And I hear the bed music and I hear our archive just about every day. And I don't hear it at all, the variation you are talking about. And then we have people that are saying, I hear the variation sometimes, but not all the time. So I've had different people with different theories, and some have said it could be a variation in your Bluetooth experience. That, like Bubba, you've said before about commercials and audio that would be voice audio. There's a variation in that on purpose in the world, and some of it you think it's a variation, but in reality it really isn't. It's your ears playing tricks on you. But here's what I would say overall: this is a talk show, okay? The bed music is such a small part of the experience.
Yeah, it really is.
Because it gets us out of the commercial breaks, and then we start talking, and it goes away. So there's nothing that can be done from this studio about the variation of bed music levels in your archive listening experience. Nothing. I mean, it just. I appreciate the feedback, but the fact that it isn't a problem that is there all the time, and the fact that the problem varies, and the fact that the problem can't be resolved by what we're doing, because there's just nothing, and nobody's even now at this point saying they're complaining about it. They're just like, just want to make you aware that I experienced it the other day. I didn't experience it on that, but I went back to September 18th. That's what I got right now. Mm-hmm. Somebody finally experienced it on the September 18th archive, but not in yesterday's archive. So, I mean...
Well, then,
so
that ain't bad.
Here's the thing, though, Rick. You can't change what you're mixing, and we hear it as you do it.
No.
But there obviously is a perception of something going on out there.
Yep.
And I have forwarded some of these to Super Tom, and I think, we need to look at it and try to figure out exactly what's happening with some of this, because there's so much of it.
Right.
I do think that something is going on, but I don't know where it is occurring at. And like you say, we have a lot of different ways the audio goes out.
Right.
At least when it's actually mixed here initially, I think it's fine, and I think it's fine over the radio.
All right. So here, if you want to hear the most comprehensive email we've had here,
yeah, we got a good one.
Hey,
I sent it on to Tom just a minute ago.
It's the most comprehensive of all. Okay, and it shows you there's nothing we can do about it. Nothing.
Mm-hmm.
So the person, and if y'all want to spend time on this, if you got this kind of time, that's great. But he says, I sit down and listen to shows I flagged in my notes as having the anomaly. I'd listen to the show in its entirety on Spotify, iTunes, YouTube. Like Adler said, YouTube is completely different. And about 3 shows, and after about 3 shows, I stopped including that. After listening to the shows on Spotify and iTunes, I noticed no difference in the audio levels. I thought I was losing my mind. Then I went through and listened to the same shows in my car again, but this time just through Bluetooth, and I think this may be the key. But again, no difference in levels. In conclusion, it's Apple CarPlay that seems to be monkeying with the audio levels, as that's the variable that produces the fluctuations. And that's what somebody was saying yesterday. It's all got to do with your Bluetooth. It has nothing to do with
and
the
that's
actual
very possible.
Yeah.
That's very possible. But there is so much of it out there. I think it's worthy to try to track it down. And, Super Tom, he's on the case, so I wanted to pick his brain on it and kind of see what he thought.
I think what, and of course, I'm going to say this again. Bed music it's not a big part of the show, but
we want people to be able
sure.
to listen to it and not be uncomfortable with the volume levels.
Yeah, right.
And
but I don't.
But and it doesn't hurt to go back and just check and reevaluate it all and be sure everything is where it's supposed to be.
I think what they're going to notice, because I've been paying attention since people said it. I've even looked at the meters, and that's all I have to go on, and there is no variation. But and certainly you're going to have music when someone's talking over it. I'm going to be adjusting it so you can hear what they're saying. Is the music, because I don't mix like some of the Bubba and I've talked about the youngsters do. I cannot stand for the music and the voice to be exactly the same. That's maddening to me.
Well, you can't hear.
I'm going to lift the voice above the music.
The voice should be able to be clearly heard with bed music up under it. That's the key. It's a bed. It's not programmed. It's not supposed to be the same level as what you're listening to.
But my technological genius, and I know all of you are incredibly impressed by. I honestly think, based on all this and what we're going to find out, is this archiving world and podcast and all these different platforms, it's relatively new technology. And what you're going to discover, like most of it, it probably is going to smooth itself out, and the variations will leave over time as they figure it out. But what we're doing, no one can come to a conclusion, and Tom's going to look at it again based on some of these emails, especially the fact that we have people that hear the archives and have no variation. Well, that's kind of the end of it, because if the variation was coming from here, it would be on all experiences, and it's not. I listen to the podcast, like I say, just about every day, at least about 45 minutes to an hour of it, no variation at all, and it's on Apple usually, sometimes Spotify. So the variation probably is going to be found in everyone's Bluetooth experience and not on the actual archive that's out there. Because
I would say it's the leading suspect right now.
If the archive has this flaw, everybody would hear it all the time.
Like when there was popping. The popping came from us.
Yeah,
and
the
we
popping
knew
was ours. Yeah,
and we knew that.
Because everybody heard the popping.
Right.
But some people do not experience this. Bed music is louder coming out of the breaks, and you have to turn your volume down, then you turn it back up. And like somebody said, well, it's really controlled very simply by me just simply going to my volume knob, and then I turn it down if it's too loud, and I turn it back up if I need more volume. It's not like it's the end of the world, but just so you know, it's not coming from here. And it's likely having to do with the Bluetooth variations. Top of the hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Has he got audio with it?
Yeah.
Okay, well, let's see.
Patterson wastes no time. 3-2 pitch. Called strike 3 on the outside corner. 88 with some cut.
Tebow didn't like it. He liked that call.
He didn't like it.
That's
He's
about
competitive, Bubba.
That's about as
Unleash.
as uncontrolled Tim gets right there.
Patterson wastes no time. 3-2 pitch.
Boy, is there any better sound than that? Look
Boy,
at
it
that.
pops.
3-2 pitch.
That's it.
3-2 pitch.
Down.
Give him a chair.
Give him a chair.
If I'm pitching, I like it.
That's one of those kinds. It's so.
Look, when I'm on the hill, I like that umpire. You got to have the corners. It looked like a good call.
Well, doesn't the plate have a
good
corner
call?
on it?
That was a
The
good
plate's
call.
got corners on it.
Well, they don't always.
I know, but I'm just talking about if you go by the rules, it should.
Yeah.
That's a strike.
All right. It should. It looked like a strike. It was close. It was
was a
close.
good
It was
pitch.
outside. It was a great pitch. Good location.
It looked like that was pretty.
Yeah, this guy's
that's pretty
pitch.
over the plate there. It's in the frame of the catcher.
See, look at him. I know he's a
He's on that
position guy.
outside
This
knee.
guy's a pitcher.
Yeah.
Look at that guy up there that's giving up on the Bisons.
But things like this are what motivate Tebow anyway. This may be what he needs to really.
He
figure
may
out.
get it up to
Unleash.
160.
Well, at 156, he needs to get motivated.
Yeah.
Let's talk about this pitch. Chicago White Sox staffer. People are saying throws worst and then I don't understand this, or maybe best first pitch ever.
Because it's worse if you look at where it went, but it's gold for us. So could it be absolutely the best
Guys,
pitch
it's no
ever?
fire. It's no Jordan fired in there. I mean that to me.
Y'all, 50 cents was
50
the
cent.
worst ever.
You talking about 50?
50
Well,
cent?
that's what I call it.
All right, Jordan, fire it in there.
Because
because he wanted to throw a good one.
All right.
And I don't know if he's ever thrown a baseball. It looked like he'd never thrown one.
50 looked like that, like he was being introduced to a new game.
Yeah, or he had a spitball in his hand or something. I mean, good night.
Bubba, look at that.
Look, I mean, Rick ain't even his motion, and he first of all he's in front of the mound. It ain't even close. I mean, even close.
I hate to say this, 50 don't even look athletic.
No,
I mean, he
really
doesn't like he's ever even played a sport.
No, he doesn't.
You know how people can make a bad pitch? You go, I can see they're athletic.
No, they were celebrating the anniversary of this pitch, Rick, which also lends to some speculation. She did this on purpose.
Right. I'm sorry. I was playing Jordan. I was setting it up for you. My bad.
Look, the Jordan pitch, though, I know it wasn't as bad a pitch, but where it hit this guy, guys, you're not going to beat that. You're not going to beat that.
No, that's pretty bad, too. Let's hear it. Can we hear it live?
High school pitcher. So that pitch should have been right down the middle.
Good night. Look at
that.
All right, but
All right, Jordan, fire it in there.
Yeah. Oh, that makes it so much better.
Oh, yeah.
But the one we're talking about is a staffer for the White Sox. She was picked to throw out the first pitch.
Leads the league in walks, and that's carried over to the ceremonial first pitch, which I can't decide whether that's the worst first pitch in baseball history or the best first pitch in baseball history.
She held on the ball a little long.
That's hysterical.
Her motion
That's
is not
carried
going
over to
toward
the
him.
ceremonial first
The
pitch,
ball sticks in her hand.
Yeah.
which I can't.
I don't think you
decide
could
whether
make
that's
yourself
the
do
worst
that.
I don't think that's planned. I mean, I'm watching her, everything about her. I think she's literally just can't throw the ball. You know?
And the cameraman definitely wasn't in on it.
I love the photographer, but I love the catcher too. The player, he wants to run away.
Yeah, you don't want to say something like that.
I have studied. I've played this about 100 times.
Yeah.
I also love the guy that is on the front row that has no reaction.
I mean,
Okay.
he doesn't react at all.
No, look, watch right above the camera guy.
Yeah.
Which I
He
can't.
just sits there. He just sits there. He can't
Wait a
believe
minute.
it.
I hate to bring this up. That looks like the exact same crowd at the Tebow game.
It does.
There's one guy up there. What in the world? Hello.
Rick, I also love.
She also struck Tim Tebow out.
Why am I hearing
That's so good.
That's really good.
They have fireworks. There's
Yeah, why
something
am I
going
hearing
on.
fireworks?
There's some kind of celebration or something going on. Look too. You can't see their face, but all the other staff guys that are there, and when that happens, they all turn. They all
Is
they
that
are all
them over here? Is that them back
No,
there behind?
behind home plate. Watch their bodies. They can't believe it. Watch.
Decide whether that's the worst
They don't know what to do.
I got to know.
I'm embarrassed for that one.
Did the photographer? Did he have enough savviness to get a few clicks in?
He did.
I'm sure.
He's got I saw a picture.
Really? You
today.
can see the ball coming at
It's
him?
It's coming out. It's in her hand.
Okay,
Yeah.
but yeah, it looks like she got her feet all out of whack and just
She
the ball
couldn't
stuck
let
in
the
her
ball
hand.
go.
Yeah. Do we have to have a ceremonial pitch for every game?
Yeah,
It
what about
is
when you line
funny.
20 people out there and do it? I love
It is
that.
funny
Oh, I hate
that they were celebrating the anniversary of 50 cents. I mean, that's funny.
He keeps going 50 cents.
Well, I mean,
That's his name, 50 cents.
right? Isn't that what it really is?
No S.
Yeah, I know. I know that, but I mean,
That's
50
not proper
Rick, if
English.
you're going to do it right.
50 cents. That's how Hilly Boy says it.
Whatever. I'm not sure why he goes by that. Let's just, whatever that's all about.
Yeah, if
Well, I
if
know-
I was gonna go by money, I'm gonna go by bigger currency than 50 cents.
Yeah.
I mean, I'd be known.
I'm sure there's a
I'd be
story
known as
behind it.
$100.
I'm just not really up in the hip hop history.
It is 6 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us as we come to you from Sweet Home, Alabama. on all sorts of platforms, whether they be live and or archived, to the rest of the world. Everybody say, yeah, I'm bad. Come on, boys. Speedy Greg Adler here. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for letting us do what we do.
Heard Coach Saban say this a couple of press conferences ago, and many coaches are saying this in college football. They're saying, you know, the NIL, we were told, was supposed to be what the letters stand for: name, image, likeness. College football players, when people want to use their name, their image, and their likeness, they can be compensated for that. But as Coach Saban pointed out, but unfortunately, we didn't go and put any rules together. And so it now has turned into, we will pay you to play college football no matter who you are. And he said, and there's nothing I can do about that. That's what's happening now. And until that is monitored or something is done, I better learn to win football games under the new system. Well, this is not exactly what was intended. The Utah Utes made a huge announcement yesterday for all 85 scholarship players.
Wow.
All 85 of them get a Dodge Ram 1500.
That's a $61,000 truck.
Yeah.
And it's set up as a lease, meaning that's kind of like what we do. We drive them for Hendrick. And what they're doing is saying, as long as you play for the Utes and you're a scholarship player, you got a Dodge Ram 1500 to drive, and then when your time is over, of course, you don't have the truck anymore, but it is a perk for being a scholarship player at Utah.
You know, it's great they can do that for the kids, but like you were pointing out, I don't think this was the spirit of NIL to begin with, where someone could go out and maybe do a commercial for a car lot or something and get paid for it.
Yeah.
Maybe the whole team is going to do maybe a whole team is going to do a commercial for them. I don't know.
Well, these
Adams?
collectives they have, I don't think that was ever intended for us to just have a fund of people donating money so we can just pay.
Well, that's just kind of a way to organize it, and so people can pay in and maybe get a tax deduction for it. I understand that, but it's like you said, you were supposed to decide where you want to go to college, and you play football. And then you had a chance to make money on the side, but it's turned into, we'll give you money if you come to our school. Yeah. Wasn't it? Was it Arkansas that had if you were on the offensive line, you got like $60,000 or something, Texas was it Texas? So you see this happening more and more, and I mean, I'm not saying it's right or wrong, but it was not the way NIL was designed to be. My understanding.
I was just thinking about the football parking lot. You got 85 cars now.
It'd be hard to find yours.
Imagine all the tickets.
Like a Ram dealership.
Well, the point about right or wrong, you're right, Bubba. We can say this: it's not wrong because it's allowed. Now, if you want to say this is not what was intended, then you should have put some barriers.
You should have dealt with it.
You should have dealt and had some rules. If I'm able to do it, by golly, I'm going to do it.
Well, the NCAA is afraid to mess with it because it went to the Supreme Court and they gutted it, what they were doing already. So they're I think timid about coming back in and trying to regulate it. Because if you remember, one of the justices even applied or he even implied in his narrative on it that the NCAA was overstepping their bounds in other areas and that they could be called on that. Yeah. So I don't know how you do it at that point after you've had your hand slapped like that.
I will say that this NIL stuff and the transfer portal, I believe, and I'm really sensitive to this about the comparing records and stuff to eras because you really can't. No. If I played under different rules than you, then that's not apples to apples. And I really think you have to look at coaches' wins, championships. I think you have to look at them differently in the transfer portal NIL era then when the coaches were like, if they gave somebody around 1,500, their whole program would be shut down.
Yeah, you almost have to look at everything different from 2020
Absolutely.
on.
What was funny is that used to be the thing, Hey, I heard they gave him a car.
Yeah. And now the university's openly giving them a car. See, this is the
if
thing.
you're able to get players in a way that I wasn't able to get them, then our record comparison is not apples to apples.
No.
See, this is the part I don't understand about this either. This is the university doing it. I didn't think the university could do it. I thought
that's what these collectives are.
Yeah,
it's the same thing.
Well, no, they're independent. They're independent.
Yeah, but the point is, you can pay in. Well, they're technically independent.
I mean, they're not controlled by the university in their budget, but this is.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Now they're obviously going to be working together on the players they want to get.
Well, you know firsthand, Bubba, as do any of us. The coaches now are saying these collectives, raising money for them is more important than new facilities.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, we've had several coaches bypass facilities and say, give your money to the collective so we can get the players in here. Because used to, kids would come to a place that had facilities. That was a big selling point. Now it's not.
Yeah.
And I think you're going to see some of the money drift out of coaching over into the NIL too.
Yeah. The group, I guess that the university, they named it. What is it? The Crimson. I don't know what they named it. But they've raised about $3.5 million. They think $6 million by December. But the automotive group and organization, they say this is about a $6 million deal to have 85 trucks for 85 scholarship athletes. And so, but they think they can sell them after they turn them back in, so they'll end up.
I tell you, one place you don't want to give vehicles out to players apparently is Georgia.
No, and that's another thing. The liability side. I know insurance.
They need to have some driving tests there or something.
Yeah, you hope nothing.
I hate to say that.
Drivers.
No, you're right. You hope nothing happens, but boy, that's the liability side. I mean, what do you? Because some players, let's just be honest. If you said, okay, here's your truck, but now you've got to provide insurance, they're like, well, I appreciate the truck, but I can't afford insurance for the truck. So do they have a fund set up for that too, that they pull from to pay for each insurance?
But see, this is the university doing it. That's so strange. I mean, it's not funny. Even. I mean, I don't see how they're doing.
So you're saying the what's it called? The what's the group?
Crimson Collective?
Oh, so they're doing it. It is independent.
Yeah,
sort of.
Yeah,
but you're doing a blanket thing.
But you're buying. They're not going to give anybody that's not playing football any money.
So many gray areas there.
This was not what NIL was designed for.
No.
NIL was designed for, you got this kid's jersey. Everybody knows it's his jersey. You're making tons of money off of him. He's not getting a dime. He can't even go sign autographs and get paid for that. He can't be in a commercial.
Can't work a camp.
He can't use his name. He can't use his image, and he can't use his likeness. Now we're just doing pay for play.
Yeah.
We're not using none of that. We're just giving you money to come.
We have gone from the $100 handshake could get you put on probation to now we're giving the entire team cars and proud of it.
SMU never really recovered from what happened to them.
No.
And now you can legally do what they were doing.
What SMU did,
they ought to flourish under this.
What they got the death penalty for, you could do now with no penalty whatsoever.
Yeah. The lease agreements, Bubba, are with United Fleet Management and through Ken Garf Automotive. Okay. And they can sell the trucks once the lease expires.
Yeah, actually, the universities, if you remember, they can't interfere with these deals at all. They've all asked to be notified and get a copy of their contract, but they can't interfere with it or negotiate.
No.
So I don't know. Crazy.
Anybody know what team Henry pulls for? We need to see if we can.
My truck's blue.
I know what Dickie would say.
Hey, when you come down there for the road tide. All right, we'll come back. Phone calls are next. Greg goes to the phones. We'll chat with you at 866-WE-BE-BIG.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
But, so the real reason I'm here today and what everybody's excited for is not only do you make us alumni proud, but you make this community proud. And so on behalf of the Crimson Collective and the collective donors and this community, they wanted to grant each and every one of you guys a brand new 2004 Dodge Ram truck. Let's go check it out. Let's go.
Order, something.
$25 something.
Dollar Rick.
I mean, why am I going to be 50 cents?
But think about this: how much time over the past 25 years we've got to talk about bad first pitches or national anthems.
A lot.
I mean, that's been a big part of the show.
Pre-game provides a lot of radio gold.
It does.
I
It
saw
really
a
does.
national anthem the other night. He sang well, but boy, he was a big one.
How big?
I was scared he was going to have a heart attack before he got through.
Do I Google big and sings
It's for the NHL game, the Bruins and whoever they're playing.
All right, so wait a minute. So you
He had a good voice, but boy, he was huge.
But for you to bring that up, this must not be minor.
No, he had
I
big
mean,
old,
there's people that are husky.
Yeah, no, he's big.
Okay, you're talking about, and you said unhealthy looking like.
Yeah, I was afraid.
It seemed like they wouldn't let him out on the
And of course,
ice.
he's saying like this. It's one of those.
Well, opera type.
Did you
right?
say it's so funny they let him out on the ice?
Well, I mean, you think they have to take care of the ice. I mean, you don't want something too heavy out.
Wait, is that him or is this some wildlife footage of Walrus?
Well, as being able to
You
sing.
can't be a bartender and a probation officer. I don't know if two things go together. You can go to your promotion officer. He goes, "No, you're drinking because I saw you in the bar where I was bartending."
Guys, time out. Do you understand? This is the championship, and they get a bartender to go. That's who they got to sing.
No, that's a good point.
By the
Greg.
way, he does sing pretty good.
He
I
does,
know,
but you're missing my point.
What city are
this
they
isn't
in?
just a regular season
Bruins.
game, guys.
Are they the home team?
Yeah, I think apparently so.
And this is the finals, Rick.
He was singing before the game against Toronto.
Finals.
Yeah, it was.
Well, I'm wondering though.
He's the anthem singer at Boston Bruins home game, so he does this all throughout the season.
He's the go-to. He's the go-to.
He's apparently taken over for a legendary singer that had retired and been there for over 40 years.
Okay, so if they play there, he sings.
Yeah.
I got you.
He's big one.
He is. Well, we're trying to point out issues that have to be addressed, and we have an update. This is one we've been talking about.
It's a Rick and Bubba
We're talking about this.
It's not only in Plains, Rick.
I know.
It's everywhere.
It's a Rick and Bubba news update.
You remember this happening? We're getting to the point now, and I think this lawsuit is going to deal with what we've been talking about. I understand that there really are people in our society. I do not think it is a large number of people, but there are people in our society that have issues, that they have animals that are able to help them. And if that is your case or your loved one's case, we're not speaking to you. However,
so listen to what Rick said.
Yep.
If that is really you, this does not apply to you. So save your email.
Right.
You're only wasting your time.
Right. And if you really do need the animal, you're part of that small percentage. You're not one of these people that are just trying to be sharp.
And it's not a peacock.
And you really do need it. We like to keep it in the dog genre if we can. I know there's some monkeys that can do some incredible things, but boy, the rest of us. But you do have a responsibility if you are an animal owner, and this doesn't seem unreasonable. You have a responsibility to have your animal under control, so that your animal is not a detriment to people that you're going to encounter. That is going to be the heart of this lawsuit, because it's 20 minutes past the hour. Brian Kilmeade scheduled to be with us next segment. We'll talk about his new book that is coming out. He's on a book tour. You get a chance to go see him. All right, so phone calls right now, though. This is your turn, America. You've heard a lot already on the show today. You can chime in at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Greg Burgess on the phones. Not a time to chat with Gregory. Time for you to call up, say, here's what I want to talk about. I want to be on the show, and lines are available now. So if you move now, you should get in. Let's start with Courtney out of Sweet Home, Alabama. Courtney, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey.
So when I was an intern in a Division I athletic department, and back then, this was in probably 2002, there was a program where football players, different athletes could turn in receipts for up to $500 to get reimbursed. And my job was to review those itemized receipts to make sure they were valid. And then the school would cut them a check, and it was a part of an NCAA program. Anyway, they would turn in their receipts, and there would be things like women's bras on there. And I would have to reject the receipts. And because they would just get receipts from different people and try to turn them in. And now I feel like they just stand at the door and just hand out cash like Jim Carrey in Dumb and Dumber when the maitre d's are walking by and they're just going, here you go, here you go. You know, it's just.
Oh, there's no doubt. I mean, that's what's happening because we threw this NIL thing out there. Bubba made the point earlier. They won a big case, which kind of spooked the NCAA because they don't want to lose their power. But we kind of threw something out there and didn't put any real borders on it, any boundaries, and we're seeing it's just turned into.
It is the wild west right now. Yeah. You know what should have happened? The NCAA should have been more sympathetic to these issues. They should have dealt with it. They should have rolled this in, knowing that this would happen if they didn't. And they, frankly, they were a little arrogant about it and didn't address it and said, you know, we're the lawmakers. Everybody get in line.
How dare you question us?
They took them to court, and I mean, hey, it's kind of like that meme. You know, of Foghorn Leghorn holding the dog up and wearing him out. They won big.
No question. The NCAA, you just said it, Bubba, right on. They were arrogant, they were prideful, and they paid a price for it, and now they look foolish.
And they can't get the genie back in the bottle.
Nope, they can't. Let's go to Richard in Sweet Home, Alabama. Richard, go ahead.
Yes, sir. I got in the house the other afternoon and was watching TV, and I flipped over trying to watch the Kevin McCarthy thing, and the first channel I came to was CNN, and they had him listed as a Democrat. I paused it on my hopper and backed it up. And what? They got him listed as a Democrat? I took a picture of it, and about the time I started it back up, about 2 minutes later, they switched it back over to Republican. I just wondering if anybody else had seen that.
No, I didn't. I could barely understand you, but I didn't see that at all. By the way, that has nothing to do with the archive. That was the guy's phone. You're going to hear a lot of those jokes from me now. You know, I get on something. But I didn't see that. I mean, it may have happened and somebody just messed up on the CG. I mean, it's possible. Or it was a funny joke. I don't know. Let's go to Seth in Milton. Seth, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Green Acres.
Thanks for the call. What's on your mind? Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just thinking, Bubba, if you would go ahead on the back glass of your truck, put your Venmo, PayPal, and Cash App. No telling what these viewers would send you throughout the week.
That's good.
Carl in Florence, WLAY. Carl, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, Biggins.
Hey, buddy.
The key to the insurance deal, and insurance varies state to state, but the key to that is the word fleet. Those vehicles will probably all be covered under one policy, liability and everything as a fleet. And the catch, though, will be each individual driver will have to submit their driving record.
Ooh.
And that could disqualify them.
Yeah, I didn't know that. So, we used to call those, what were they called? And you drive them, it wasn't fleet, but it was, remember?
I'm sure
they let businesses use them. There was a name for that. And then they'd come in, they'd sell them and say this was being used by a business. It has low miles on it. There was a name for
I don't know, but he's right.
Yeah.
I'm sure they've researched this and they have some kind of blanket coverage for all this. Now, if like you say, if the driver has a bad record, that may be something else. That may be where they're learning an important lesson in college.
You're right. By the way, Alabama just announced everyone's getting a Mercedes. Where'd they get that? Darren, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead. Darren?
Hello, Darren.
Darren is out. Let's go to Sammy in Huntsville. Sammy, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just wondering if they gave the 80-something trucks to the football players. I was just wondering if they were the same color, the same kind, and how funny that would be in the parking lot after practice.
Yeah, I might be you. But there's only so much variety you can do with 85 players.
Yeah, I mean, there's only maybe 3 colors.
Right.
You could probably get
the
that
footage
truck
we
in.
were showing, there were a few colors, but there were only 3 trucks they drove onto the field, so we don't know.
Well, if I'm the Utes, and apparently their main color is crimson as well, since it's called the Crimson Collective.
Mm-hmm.
I think I'd have them all crimson.
You know the word collective, though, I don't like. I mean, that sounds like something that you battled in Star Trek.
It really, really does.
The Borg Collective.
Absolutely, it does.
I saw a dark gray one, a white one, and a crimson-colored one.
Yeah,
probably that they had as far as
their
displays.
colors, maybe.
Right. Let's go to Robert in Tennessee. Robert, go ahead.
Robert.
So I had an idea for the Biden speeches. You know how he wears his aviators.
Yeah.
Why don't they put like a Google Glasses screen in his aviators, and then he don't have to read a prompter. He just has it right there in front of his eyes.
You know, we got another story about that today. I think at one time that might have helped, but at this point, I don't think it's going to help.
You still got to be able to read.
Yeah. Tracy, Grove Hill. Tracy, go ahead.
Coach Tuberville was supposed to introduce some legislation about the NIL deals. Whatever happened to that?
I think they're still working on it. I know they had a bunch of coaches come up to Capitol Hill, and that's where they're going to have to do it. They're going to have to handle it at the congressional level. But, you know, getting a consensus on Capitol Hill right now might be tough.
Well, what about...
but it's got to, you know, that's the thing. You got to craft it, and you have to put it in the language that it'll work as a law, and I'm sure they're going through that process, and it does take a little time.
I want you to think about, though, as terrified as politicians are of their constituents, what about angering college football fans?
I know.
You have to be real careful. Let's go to Tim.
You know, they have people who actually write those bills up. That's all they do is kind of code them into the legal lingo that they need to.
Well, what they'll do, they'll lick their finger, they'll hold it up in the air and go, are college football fans mad about the NIL or do they love it? Tim in Alabama. Tim, go ahead.
Hey, what's up, fellas? How are y'all this
We're
morning?
good, Tim. Hope you're well.
Hey, I was going to tell a little story that about your dad that I heard from a guy named Larry down at Oxford.
Okay.
He's the athletic director at
Larry,
Oxford High School.
Larry Davidson, yeah.
We were down there at a tennis match last year, and I got to talking to him about the show and about your dad, and he said, I tell you what, these modern-day football players, they couldn't play for Coach Burgess.
No,
they just couldn't handle it.
No, and a lot and coaches that were like him in the same era. I use that joke a lot when I speak at men's events, and it gets a laugh every time, especially men in our age. I always say if my dad was coaching today, he would be in jail.
Larry said that Coach Burgess wouldn't put up with the baby and stuff like that.
No, he was not. If there was one thing that you wanted to get on the wrong side of Dad was for you to be soft. He was 0 fan of a soft player. And usually if you were soft and couldn't play through adversity or pain and difficulty, you didn't get to play for him. Yeah, you might get to stand on the sideline, but you didn't get to play. So yeah, and we've got it's coming up next weekend. As a matter of fact, they're going to be naming the new facility at Oxford High School by Coach Herring, who was another outstanding coach at Oxford High School, and Dad. They'll be naming after both of them next Sunday. I think.
Awesome.
Yeah, a week from this Sunday. So bottom of the hour, Brian Kilmeade scheduled to be with us next. We'll chat with him, Lord willing, when the Rick and Bubba show continues.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Happening is nobody wants to come across as being mean, so we're letting people just declare that they need an animal. We don't vet the animal, we don't vet the person, and then we're letting people who claim they need animals just come onto airplanes, which is what this lawsuit's about, and ride with the rest of us. And in this case, something bad happened.
Rick, well, look, there are service animals. I think everybody's fine with that.
Sure.
This comfort animal thing has got way out of control. This is not really people who need this for a medical condition. It's just somebody that wants to have something.
Right.
And these planes have turned on. It's turned into like you're sitting at a vet office. And that's crazy. And I don't want to fly with a bunch of dogs. I don't want to fly with cats. Love dogs, love cats. Don't want to fly with them. Mine's at home where theirs ought to be, being taken care of. So, but on this flight, this guy got hurt real bad because one of these quote-unquote comfort dogs attacked this guy, and he bled so bad that the entire row of the seats from that airplane had to be removed. And he required, 28 stitches?
28 stitches.
Yeah. The picture of his wound, wow. I mean, that's bad.
Now, according to the story, the dog was pulled away. It was growling at him and then broke free and began to maul his face, according to the lawsuit.
Ouch. All right. That's good.
Oh, my.
Oh, wow.
So there it is.
So
in the lawsuit, correct if I'm wrong, I read the story earlier, he's saying basically Delta Airlines or whoever it is should have vetted the animal, and they didn't.
Right? Yes. Well, I've run into this, and I spoke with a manager of a hotel this year about this, and he said that this thing has got out of control. People, again, not service dogs, not service animals, but just, hey, I want to have a comfort pet with me. and they will just bring them in the hotel when it clearly says no pets.
Right.
Okay. And bring it in and said, not only that, said the dog will tear the room up, chew the curtains up, pee all over the place, do whatever. And then they come back and the management says, well, you're going to have to pay for this. And I go, oh, but he's a service dog. It doesn't matter if he's a service dog or not. If he tears up something, you got to pay for it. What you think you get a free pass?
Yeah, I mean that's
because
like,
of that.
That's like saying if my kid tears stuff up, well, he's a good kid.
Yeah.
Well,
or he didn't know any better.
Yeah.
No, you still pay for it.
Right. I'm still responsible for it.
I mean, how crazy are some of you folks out there? I mean, what has happened to common sense? It had left the room.
Let's look at some other things that are showing you other parts of the story. 61% of flight attendants say emotional support animals have caused trouble mid-flight. Here's another lawsuit. Emotional support animal mauls 5-year-old at Portland Airport. So you see that this is a problem because, to Bubba's point, first of all, a service animal, hey, I cannot see, and I have a dog that helps me to get around. I bet you if we looked at the number of problems those dogs have caused, it's almost none.
Right.
But when you open up this quotations emotional support animals,
comfort animals.
Now you're in some kind of zone that is real gray, real murky, and hard to.
Well, that's anybody that just wants to bring their pet.
Well,
that's an all call.
You think of a service dog, it's been trained.
Yeah.
Probably.
Yeah.
Probably licensed.
Some of these
you
others,
got
it's just
papers
my
on
favorite
it.
dog. It would be like me bringing Mr. Buddy James on a plane. That would be a disaster.
Because it just makes you feel better.
Yeah, because I like him.
And that's what's weird about this story because the service animal was
emotional support animal. Big difference.
It was according to police reports, owned by a gentleman out of North Carolina, a Marine, who claimed the animal was issued to him for support.
Yeah, lot the PTSD.
But what I'm saying is, it seems like the animal, if it was issued to him, that it would have been trained.
Well, again, you don't know what.
It goes back to what Bubba just said. We can break this down because we can get in all this. Let me give you a story. Let me give you something. Let me pull at your heartstrings. Let's just get down to life in the public arena with other people. Your animal can't attack other people.
Yeah.
And if it does, you're going to be held accountable for it.
Right.
End of subject.
Yeah. And even emotional support dogs, I think they need to be licensed through whoever licensed service dogs, and then they should fall under service dog.
Yeah.
Then you have some. It's not an all call.
Mm-hmm.
You have to go through a process. I have no problem with it if it's legit. What I'm talking about is, hey, I just want my dog with me. That's all.
There's some
and
people
that's a
using
totally
this
different,
as
and that's the
excuse.
majority of it, by the way.
It goes back to the gender thing. Are there some people that are truly mentally confused about their gender? Yes. Do they need our compassion? Yes. But what the problem is, I don't know whether this person legitimately has this problem or it's just somebody who thinks it's sharp and are trying to get attention by declaring that they're identifying with another gender. You can't tell which one has a real problem, which one doesn't. So you got to. Thanks for being with us today. Things you need to know. I told you where all the boys were going to be this weekend. If you'd like to know where Team Man Church is going to be coming up next weekend, pretty active. First Baptist Church, Crestview, Florida. Andy Blanks will be there. On the 15th, Man Church kick an event going on with two of our speakers, Rich Wingo and Blake Prime, at Mangum Baptist Church in Mangum, Louisiana. So you want to be there for that. They'll also have the new 31-day devotional Transformed available for the guys there. And then Scott Dawson next Sunday night at Twickenham Church in Huntsville, Alabama. They'll be kicking off the men's discipleship strategy from themanchurch.com. Find out everything you could possibly ever need to know about what we provide for men's ministries all over the country by going to themanchurch.com. And if your group doesn't have their tickets to the Man Church conferences in 2024, one in Birmingham in February, Starkville, Mississippi in March, those tickets are on sale and moving now. So get yours at themanchurch.com. Brian Kilmeade is with us. You know, Kilmeade will put a book out and drop the hat. He is to history books what Max Lucado is to faith-based books. I mean, my goodness. And so Kilmeade has cranked out another.
I thought he was on the air right now.
Well, he was. I just saw him on TV. Brian, are you there testing for Brian?
I hear you loud and clear.
Brian, did you just walk off the?
Yeah, we did a quick moment.
Did you walk off the set in the middle of a story?
No, we tossed out to Lawrence out in Texas. So Lawrence has got it.
Yeah.
I got Dave Rubin in about 10 minutes.
Well, you know what you did? You said, Rick and Bubba need me. I must go, and we applaud you for that.
Absolutely. You guys are monsters. I appreciate checking in. I'm going to be coming your direction.
Yeah, I was looking, we have, now through all the different modern technology, you can get us pretty much anywhere, but we got 2 solid affiliates that have been with us forever.
Long-time affiliates.
In Huntsville, Alabama, 100.3, Montgomery, Alabama, I-92, WLWI. Get on the calendar, November the 18th and 19th. 18th is Huntsville, and the 19th is going to be Montgomery. And Brian Kilmeade will be coming to town, and he's toting his latest book, Teddy and Booker T. Brian Kilmeade, tell us about this book.
Well, I just love going to Tuskegee, checking it out, and finding out what Booker T. Washington did for this country, and then learning what Teddy Roosevelt did. Even though, his mom was from the South, his dad was from the North. Mom said, don't fight for the Union. My brothers are fighting for the Confederacy. He grew up at a time in which he watched Lincoln's body go down Broadway. So the Civil War was very real to him, and race relations took a huge step backwards, as everybody knows, with the compromise in 1877, with that very flawed election. That would never happen today. And then you see Booker T. Washington, born a slave, ends up being one of the premier educators in the country, one of the most respected people in the world, who built up Tuskegee literally from a shack and a broken down church. Teddy Roosevelt served on his board. Together, they moved race relations forward. And I thought, rather than talk about race and burning things down, why don't I talk about 2 people that built us up?
No question. And if you want to find out more about it, you can go to briankilmeade.com. You can find out about the book tour wherever it's going, not just those 2 markets we mentioned. And also the book, of course, available everywhere. And
Brian, why did you decide to write about these two phenomenal icons of history?
Well, what I do is, in the beginning, I liked history, and I hope people would be interested. Now I feel like I'm trying to fight the war on history. I mean, they just voted last week to take down they might be taking Washington's statue down. We got 7 of them in New York, and some other generals taking them down. They were some of our founding fathers and the people that fought to win the revolution. And now I feel as though I just got to go in there and talk about our country. Not that we're perfect, but what makes us great is that we try to be. And then they said, well, you don't want to tackle race. We're too divided. I go, no, you're wrong. We will move forward in race. We made great strides. We got to continue to make strides because of great people come out of nowhere to lead us. Well, and Teddy Roosevelt wasn't supposed to live past childhood. He had asthma. He couldn't breathe. He ends up being this robust president. And they both died before they're 60. And Booker T. Washington, born a slave, the guy never had shoes or pants. He ends up becoming this unbelievable educator who willed himself to success at Hampton. And I go, let's tell that story instead of the George Floyd story every day, which we all think is horrendous. But America has made great strides, and we need to see it through their eyes.
Well, I think you're exactly right. And Bubba and I even had a chance we interviewed Vince Ellison in our podcast last week, who has written a book as well. And he says what you said. If we really will get our history right on race relations, we will discover a much different narrative than what we're seeing now. You don't ignore the bad things, but
of course not.
But you also don't ignore the truth and the good things, and in order to see where we are. So I think now more than ever we have to get accurate history out there, because there's a revisionist attempt that's going on right now for political gain and power.
I do, and thanks for saying that, because I know there was separate places to sit on buses. I knew there were separate water fountains, and they knew it was separate bathrooms, separate but equal, and we knew about the step backwards we took. But you had a guy in the South in Tuskegee says, I'm going to change the perception of how people view African Americans. I'm going to teach them not only the books, reading and writing and academics, but a trade. And if they don't want to hire you yet, if America's not ready for that yet, you're going to be the perfect. Looks like I got to run, guys. But you're going to be the person. You're going to be the person that they shows everyone you're wrong about race relations or preconceptions.
Well, Brian, I know you got to get back on the set. Thank you for taking time to be with us.
Good to see you, man.
Excited about this book, and I know Alabama will give you a warm welcome as always.
Right, and just to finish up, I just know you want to talk about what happened yesterday.
Yeah.
With the Tennessee congressman.
Yeah.
I do have a minute. I just feel as though if you are friends with somebody, you don't throw him into the street. He's the same guy you were. And to join with Matt Gaetz and overthrow Kevin McCarthy, I think you need an explanation. And that's why I asked the Tennessee congressman. And that seems to be making a lot of news.
Yeah, well, people thought that because he said he was going to pray about it, that you were saying that, well, if you prayed about it, you wouldn't have gone to remove McCarthy. You questioned what he claimed God told him to do.
Well, he claimed what he said he told McCarthy.
Right.
McCarthy says, what do you have to pray about? We're friends.
Right.
So I said, what do you need to pray about?
I mean,
because Matt Gate wants you to.
You know, I understand what the congressman's saying, but I thought your questions were fair. I mean, if he's a congressman, he's got to be able to answer those questions. So I didn't have a problem with it, Brian, really.
All right, guys. Thanks so much. I look forward to seeing you and hopefully get you on stage. If you just go to briankilmeade.com, you can find out more about it.
Thank you, see us, man. Thanks for always including us. So,
all right, thank you. Absolutely.
So we have more time in the segment. So Adler's actually got the cut, and I'm glad, Brian. I want y'all to know we were going to respect and talk about his book. We didn't have a lot of time. And Brian, you heard, he said, no, I will talk about the thing with the Tennessee congressman. So I
mean, we had 6 minutes.
Yeah, we only had 6 minutes with him. But he told you where he was coming from. So let's hear the actual interaction, and then we'll unpack it a little more with the time left in this segment. Here we go.
Adler just needs one more.
I'm so sorry.
He had to come out of Zoom.
I'm sorry. I forgot about the Zoom component there.
Zoom to the Zoom.
Here it is now.
Great work in there, Maestro.
Following Matt Gaetz, is that your leader? I'm not following Matt Gaetz. I made my own decision. I didn't ask Matt.
But if Matt Gaetz didn't challenge, you weren't going to challenge.
Do what?
If Matt Gaetz didn't stand up, you weren't going to challenge. You know that.
I believe I would have.
Oh, come on.
Oh, well.
Please. You were praying about it 1 minute. The next minute, you're going to lead an insurgency?
So you don't think that praying about it's important? Is that what you're saying?
One minute you're praying about how you're going to vote with Matt Gaetz. And the next minute you're going to lead an insurgency?
Listen, you got a predetermined answer to everything. I
have an opinion about what's going on. Do you have an opinion too?
So you see what's happening here. Kilmeade, and he explained it. It would be like, and I don't know their relationship, and this is where I'm again not in the loop. He says that McCarthy, how you say his name, Burchett? Is that how you say Tim's last name?
Well, Adler, if you can find the original clip of him on, I guess it was on Twitter or Instagram, where he is explaining what's happening and what he's going to do. And then McCarthy comments on it. If you get the whole chain of events, it makes a little more sense, and so it's a little easier to see what's happening.
Who says what now?
Or we can just explain it since you know.
Yeah, well, you see where this, and this is what happens now in this mob mentality and the soundbite world.
Yeah.
You see that the congressman throws out, and I don't know Tim, and I'm sure we agree on 99% of the stuff. I'm not anti-Tim. But he throws out to America, oh, so you're questioning prayer. And you're saying that, and of course that's not what Brian's saying. Brian's saying, 1 minute you say you're praying about it, the next minute you're removing. I thought y'all were friends. What is there to pray about?
Mm-hmm.
If you've been loyal to him, and you weren't ready to get rid of him, and of course he said, well, you don't know that I wouldn't have done it anyway. And of course Brian disagrees with that. What he's saying is, if you know the man and you know him personally, what is there to pray about? And then the guy says, oh, so you're questioning prayer. Well, he really isn't. He really is saying, I don't understand what big decision you need to make if you know Kevin McCarthy personally. And then, so the prayer thing kind of got threw out there as something that people are going to say, hey, Brian Kilmeade's questioning why he would pray about it.
And I'm still getting email about it. I don't think that is, I think we're latching on to something that we shouldn't be latching on to. I didn't see it as that big a deal. He's a congressman. He's a big boy. Brian can ask him questions. Brian was being very rough with his interview, okay? But
no doubt about that.
That's what you have to do when you're a congressman. You have to deal with that. But if you saw the earlier ones, he says, and he points out that we're friends, but I may lose a friend over this because, and he lists a lot of the things that you heard Matt Gaetz list the other day. We're $33 trillion in debt. We're piling $2 more trillion on it every year. Nobody's doing anything to change it. We've been in recess for 6 weeks this summer. We've just done a continuing resolution, which is just going to kick the can on this whole thing that nobody wants to tackle down to Thanksgiving. Then we're going to have to deal with that again. And he just wants a different way of doing it in Congress and said, we're not getting it done. And look, I have to go back to McCarthy. He's the one that made the deal that they could bring up to have him kicked out and simplified in the rules to do that, where any one member could do it. You couldn't do that.
Mm-hmm.
And he made that deal to get in because there was a lot of resistance to him getting in to begin with.
15 votes.
His speakership was done the day he took office because you can't keep that many people happy.
Rick and Bubba.
Not to be caught in the middle of this.
Yeah, and I think as a passenger on an airplane, even though I love dogs and cats, I don't want to be on there with a bunch of them. A lot of people have allergies to certain types. I mean, you can have a dog at home you're not allergic to. You get around another dog and it get you all messed up. So I think the airlines ought to have some flights that are no pet flights, and some that you can bring whatever you got on.
Well, for instance, that's a good point.
Just like some of them have movies, some of them serve dinner, some of them don't.
It's just like my wife is allergic to cats.
Right.
So, so if she wants to travel and somebody has to have a cat, too bad?
Yeah. I mean, I don't think cat rights overrule your wife's rights,
Would you let me say to your daughter, I'm sorry she has a peanut allergy, but I'm going to throw peanuts all over her because I got to have peanuts?
Yeah, I mean,
don't I have a responsibility to her problem?
I think there's two sides to this that can be worked and
you
fix the problem for everybody.
I got to have peanuts.
Yeah.
Too bad for Caitlin.
I'm sorry.
And everybody's like, well, that's not fair to Caitlin. Well, I got to have my peanuts. If I don't have my peanuts, I melt down. Maybe, can I say this? It may be to the point that if you're having so much, and I'm talking about even if the problem is real,
I got you.
Is real, and this is something that you need, well, then maybe you get to the point where if this is something you need, your well-being is more important than you being able to get on an airplane. Maybe there's just certain things you don't get to do.
That's right.
Because
I'm with you 100% on that. Look, I've been on some flights with some people who shouldn't have been on there. Some of them are Rick and Bubba flights,
I remember that.
There ain't no need in all that screaming.
Right.
Business.
But it really is it's really no more complicated than this.
It was funny to me, but it wasn't everybody.
Everybody else was loving it.
If we're supposed to take your word for it, I'm with Bubba. I think you got to take the emotional support animals and you got to vet them at the same degree you would a service animal.
Yeah, I do too. And then license them, and then they're good to go or not.
Rick and Bubba.
Right now.
He's a man with a Mayweather plan. He's a mighty Jenks fan. He's a mighty good weatherman. He's the man, Rick and Bubba's biggest fan. He's a Mayweather man. He's a mighty Jenks fan.
I don't know if we call it an animal attack as much as it was an animal hitchhiker.
Well, that's true. And this woman does a pretty good job fending off the black bear.
This is in Rhode Island. A lady found herself in a very difficult position, Rick, Tuesday, of having to deny a ride to an over-friendly bear who appeared intent on getting in her car.
He's looking.
The curious black bear was spotted near Camp Varnum, a Rhode Island Army National Guard training facility. And the black bear tried entering the woman's car and actually opened the door with his paw. She had to fight the animal back, and that's a little too close for call there, isn't it? I mean,
or even comfort. Let me say this:
too comfort for call.
Call comfort.
It's just a matter of time. You are hearing us fade away before your very ears. Listen, I hate the way these kind of stories are presented. The over-friendly bear.
Rick,
over-friendly.
He wanted to say hello.
Over-friendly.
The bear wanted to eat her.
The bear is looking to eat. And if he'll eat what's in the car, including you. Look at him. He's just over friendly.
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
Careful. Watch it. We do have a story for you today for that.
Did we really?
Yeah,
Okay, so I don't waste it here.
Don't waste it here.
Okay, because I was about to have a breakthrough about bears. You mean the bears not friendly? Bubba, why?
I can't believe bears are not
Rick, look at
friendly.
that face. That's a friendly bear.
Yeah, Greg, let me tell you about that face. That face in a minute will be covered in your blood.
Yeah.
Okay.
As he's having lunch.
Yeah, as he's gnawing, beginning calf first for some reason.
Right.
Bear.
I know that look. That's how I look
Meaty,
at a
Rick.
hot dog.
Thank
Yeah,
you,
you
Bubba.
know.
Well said.
Or a pound cake.
Yeah, pound cake.
Several times.
The over-friendly bear. Nine minutes to the top of the hour, Rick and Bubba show. You can reach us now. Speedy's on the phones. Let's talk about it. And we can talk about the deal with Kilmeade if you want to. We played that. We talked to him. You can bring up any topic you'd like to. Yesterday's archive of the Bible study available today. And, you know, Bubba, one of the things that I've had read for years in the Revelation 21, when John says he sees the new heaven and the new earth and the new Jerusalem coming down, and then he makes the comment, and the sea was no more. So did a tremendous amount of research on that, and so it was a fascinating. It has been a fascinating journey. I mean, I've always kind of dabbled with the Revelation and been a little bit of intimidated by it and thought it was overly mysterious and all that. But I will tell you, this deep dive, this last 10 months studying it, it's really incredible. Fascinating stuff. So you can catch that archive from yesterday. It's now on our YouTube channel and also on our podcast channel. Join us right now, 866-WE-BE-BIG, your comments and questions on any topic you want to talk about. Richard is in Sweet Home, Alabama, and he will get us started. And if you move right now, we have so many lines, you ought to be able to get in yourself. Hey, Richard, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, thank you. Hey, love the show, but you know, now that Biden has decided that the border does need to be secured, is he going to go back to the yard sales where he sold the wall parts that Trump got
you
and
know,
buy them back at a discount?
I can't believe he was allowed to do that to begin with.
Right.
I feel like after that stuff was bought, it should have been installed and finished, that you can't cancel those deals midway. But isn't that funny today? Because if you haven't heard, the Biden administration has mysteriously decided we need a wall on the southern border, and they're going to build 20 miles of it in one of the places they're having the most problems with.
See,
which means that's a place that doesn't have a wall currently.
When I saw that headline yesterday, because I don't, my first instinct now
You're talking about a flip-flop.
Is anything I see on social media or anything I see in writing or anything I see on TV, I don't believe the first thing I see it. So people were like, "Hey, what do you think about this story?" The first thing I thought was, I don't believe it. The Biden administration now says our border situation is an emergency and we must build a wall. I couldn't believe what I was reading. And
I know,
you know, and it's like, well,
I support that decision, by the way.
I do too. So anyway,
I'm not against it just because Biden's doing it. I'm against it because they hadn't done it sooner.
Well,
and now I'm ready to do it. Let's go.
Well, also, I don't really like the fact that I've been lectured for wanting this for all the reasons they're now going to do it.
Yeah.
Do you guys want to hear 10 seconds of what Biden said in 2020 about the wall?
Yes.
There it is. This is Biden in 2020.
No, there will not be another foot of wall constructed on my administration. Number one.
Well, yeah, there is, because it sounds like you're about to do it right now.
But think about this. We've wasted money, supplies that were already bought, and then they sold them off probably for pennies on the dollar to get rid of them.
Yeah.
So that it could never be built. Now we got to go get those supplies again so we can build the wall.
And I hope America, listen, I hope you see this. Do you see how inefficient your government is with
They
your
are
money?
wasting your hard-earned money that you literally sweat and bleed for and send to them, and then they play with it like it's monopoly money.
Crystal in Alabama. Crystal, go ahead.
Hey, I just want to say I love you guys' show. Y'all are awesome.
Thank you.
Okay, first of all, I was wanting to see what y'all's opinion is about Nancy Pelosi being kicked out of that secret office in the Capitol building. How did she even have one of those? And second of all, with the Brian Kilmeade thing, I completely agree with him as far as like the George Floyd statue and stuff like that, you know. And the left is pushing for an agenda that they fought so hard to get rid of.
Yeah, the Nancy Pelosi thing, I look, that was just a taste of her own medicine. We all liked seeing her being removed from her office. Let's just call it.
Yeah, she had a special office that the Democrats had given her with the title Speaker Emeritus.
Yeah.
And they, you know, that didn't sit well with everybody, obviously.
Nope.
And this new speaker who came in, who is being temporary. He's temporary, by the way.
Yeah.
He's not going to even run for the final thing. Cleared her out of that office while she was gone to a funeral.
Yeah. So you have to kind of love that.
And it was more of a bonus office than a secret office. Just to clarify.
Well, they said it was in the Capitol building itself. Now, most of the offices, well, almost all of them are over in the office building. They're not in the Capitol anymore. And it just shows you how our government has grown.
Right.
And so it was something so she could not have to go as far. I mean, you literally have to take a subway train over to the office building or take a very long walk through a tunnel.
Leon in Nashville. Leon, go ahead.
Yeah, Leon.
Hey, guys. Love the show. Been listening to you guys since Turner South. Been to the Golden Ticket seats about 4 times.
Thank you.
But my wife actually calls y'all my best friends. I got a good question for you, Rick. You got a big wedding coming up, lots of pictures. Sherry going to make you wear makeup or no makeup on that scratch on your nose?
What scratch have I got?
You got a scratch? Yeah, it looks like it.
Where?
Across your nose.
Where?
Or maybe it's ink or something.
I don't know where the ball is.
Yeah,
across it a little bit.
Straight. You got a little thing. You got a little thing on your nose.
Right.
Straight on the end. It's no big deal.
I think it's probably off a Sharpie.
Yeah, I don't know.
We're men. It doesn't matter, right?
Yeah,
guys?
I don't know, but no, I won't be wearing makeup. you can that you will, Leon, will never have to be concerned about.
I'm good.
Yeah, I'm good. I didn't even wear makeup when I should have. When we were on Turner South, I just couldn't do it. Now I've had people put makeup on me when we were on talk shows and network shows, but I myself cannot do it. It's just not in me. So no, you won't have to worry about that. So whatever it is you see, if it's prominent on that day, it'll be forever captured in beautiful wedding pictures.
Yes.
Yeah. So we'll see.
I've got a shiny forehead. I mean, I can blind somebody. With
Right.
It, so
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
watch that.
Yeah.
Signal and airplane.
Yeah, but it's also one of those things. I fully understand why people do it in studios, and like I said, we've had people do it to us when we were on their shows, and it does look better on TV. But even if you're committed to it, because I think, Bubba, you were committed to it for a little while, we just can't keep doing that every day. No. You just get to the point where you're like, man, I just have a shiny forehead today. I just can't put the effort in on that again today.
Yeah, I'm just glad to have pants on and be here. Doing all I can do, folks.
Right. All right, we'll come back. More Rick and Bubba coming up. We got more updates on more stories. If you're leaving us now because your live option is not available, you can catch another live option on our TuneIn app, our YouTube channel, or just catch the archives today.
Rick and Bubba.
Y'all. He's a little bit too friendly.
Rick,
He just wants to get in the car with you.
Rick, this is
He's just curious.
I love this quote too. Wildlife experts urge anyone who comes in contact with a black bear to remain calm and, quote, secure yourself as quickly as possible.
Well, no kidding.
Why have I got to secure myself from an over-friendly bear?
Yeah.
He's just look close and there's like a guy in there. It's a suit.
Look at that right there.
He said, "I'm actually friendly."
Look at that paw up there on the window.
I'm a little hungry.
Look at that paw up there on the window. Why is she just not gouging it?
Yeah. Why? I mean, she's playing with it. Want to get a picture.
That's a sure enough good car.
Gouge it, driver.
She forgot she didn't have the doors locked and opened the door.
Put it to the flow.
Yeah, that'd even be a better case for flooring it.
Secure yourself. I'm with you, but what does that mean? I'm in a car. How much more can I do? Yeah. I mean, why does it say floor it? They have
an driver.
Yeah.
Hold it to the flow.
How about this? They have an excellent sense of smell. They may be attracted to bird feeders, trash cans, compost piles, and other sources of food. Don't miss the word food.
They like to eat
in your backyard.
Did you know that bears also bluff charge?
Yeah, I knew that.
How do you know
It's gonna
when
be
it's
tough to
running
hold your
at
ground,
you?
though, isn't it? It's
Yeah,
real tough.
when it's running though, how do you know if it's bluffing or it's the real deal?
That's when you get your arms out wide.
What
like
if I
this.
have the one bear who doesn't bluff? You know, he's
That's when I start
different than
doing the
everybody
story.
else.
Yeah.
I'm with you, Bubba. I don't know how you know the difference where he means business. I tell you what you don't do. If you're outside and you're not scared, you don't run.
And
Sorry.
if you see cubs, you might want to go.
Yeah.
That's when they get ugly.
I'd get me a rock quick.
What?
If Mama shows
Hang
up,
on just a second.
I'm gonna charge the bear.
All right, now come on.
I'll grab it on the way out.
I'm gonna charge the bear unless if I can get inside something, I'm not going to. But if I can't got no choice, I'm charging it because if the bear's coming after me, I can't outrun it. I can't outclimb it.
But if it knocks you down, if you had a big rock or stick, at least you could jam it in its throat before it bit your arm.
Yeah, I would have a rock and I would charge.
Open up.
Because if you charge
Like
them,
you get a cat to quit biting you.
I'd get him in
Choke
full
it.
naked.
Yeah.
Stick your finger down its throat, it'll quit.
because I want there to be a rumor throughout the forest. Man, there's this albino bear. And man, he is a handful. Man, he went after
He's
me.
got a funny smell to him.
He went after me like he meant business. Now he does smell like bacon.
Yep.
But I just over friendly bear.
Mm-hmm.
See, these are the kind of PR statements that get people killed.
Yeah, I don't know why they have to act like that too. I mean, it's bear. It's dangerous.
Why don't you say this? Woman nearly attacked by a bear that was trying to get in the car and kill her.
Yeah.
And you know what you do
Well,
then? You know what you do then? Then you see when you, hey, remember that story?
The woman almost got killed by a bear.
You don't want see what and you know our dad was always all over this, Greg. He claimed that Walt Disney's caused a lot of problems too.
Yeah, I
where
agree.
they animate these animals like everybody thinks we're
He
living.
blamed Bambi.
Yeah, they think we're living in some cartoon about bears. You know, oh look, it's just Baloo the bear. No,
Yeah.
it's not.
He'll give you a ride on his stomach down the river.
Right.
No, he doesn't.
Yeah, he'll teach you how to eat a prickly pear.
No,
he will not. Bear tried to get in woman's car to kill her. That's what the story should read.
Yeah.
That's it.
This is
Now
that.
you've gone to
this-
related links, haven't you?
No, this isn't me. This is Adler, but this
Okay.
is when the Linus opens up the back
Oh,
door.
yeah, I remember that.
This is I've watched this.
You
one.
talking about the over friendly Linus?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh gosh, I remember
How
this
about-
one. Look at her right there. What about she's messing around the car?
How about lock the door?
Why are we not leaving? And I'm talking about
Look at
leaving
that.
now.
Look at that.
Got the door
Open
open
it with her mouth.
Lord.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all, don't you? Shouldn't that be like the first thing you do before you do the drive-through part? Lock the door.
I think when they give you that tape recorder you used to carry with you through it, you remember we used to go to Line Country
Yeah.
Far? I think the first thing says lock all doors.
How about this? Let me go back to this again. If being in a pride of lines will not get you to lock your doors, you just won't lock your doors.
No, you won't.
To me,
No.
yeah, I might not even be a door locker.
No.
Yeah.
But I tell you one thing: when I'm in a pride of lines, my first instinct is lock all doors.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I know they don't have opposable thumb, but you saw she got that door open.
Right.
With her mouth.
With her mouth. What about that? And
You
I'm
remember every summer we'd go to Line Country Safari, and we thought it was awesome.
I loved Line Country Safari.
Yeah.
I
'Cause I remember when you first went in the gate, them ostriches would come and peck all over your windshield.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And then once you cleared them, the lions would be out there laying around the road.
Yeah.
Elephants.
Didn't realize that was just sitting up very dangerous to a lot of people in Georgia.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, how would you like to live near that?
No, I wouldn't.
No.
But we enjoyed it.
But no, Line Country Safari was fantastic because it was kind of an upgrade to a lot of those drive-throughs. It was kind of
it's awesome.
It was kind of super nice.
Remember they give you the zebra stripe tape recorder?
Oh yeah.
And it would tell you about everything as you went by.
I loved it. Loved every minute of it.
Yeah.
Unless you got off. Didn't the tape recorder got off with your location?
Yeah. What's happened, like we
Yeah.
stay too long in one location.
Right. Yeah. Top of the hour. If you're leaving us, have a great day. You got more Rick and Bubba. We'll do a top of the hour break, and then more of the Rick and Bubba show will continue.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Don't forget Wednesday Bible study back today live on YouTube at noon Central Time. It'll be archived not long after on all the Rick and Bubba social media platforms, our podcast, and of course YouTube as well. So catch it live or archived today as we continue Part 5, The Pursuit of Holiness today. Bubba, this one, boy, here comes a shocker today. I mean, here comes an absolute shocker. Bubba, studies are beginning to show that e-cigarettes may not be healthy.
Oh, come on,
Now, I know,
on,
I know this may be a shocker, but it says that the e-cigarettes, some of the problems with it, there's some flavors you can get. As you know, you can get fruit. If you like just good old tobacco flavor, sweet tobacco with caramel, vanilla, sweet butterscotch, cinnamon, menthol. Minutes past the hour. Thanks for being with us. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Adler here today. And we welcome back for a brand new hour. There's Mr. Bill Bubba Bussey. Hey, Bubba. Hey, buddy.
Hello. Check 1, 2. Hello. Glad to be here, and thank all of you for being part of the Rick and Bubba Experience.
All right, so we got other things that we'll talk about today, but I do want to kind of update you on one. I'm kind of taking care of my main emails that are going on. I'm gonna ask you to, and I think it's in show notes already. If not, it's gonna be there because I know Helms is working on location today, but he said he will get this in show notes today. So we were asked on the air last week, and then I'm getting a good bit of emails about it. And today I'm looking, people are putting stuff on social media about it too, and that is this ongoing thing with one of our country's largest churches. I think 40,000 members, 28 years, that Andy Stanley and the church. What is his church called? What is his church called? I forget what it's called. Northport, Northridge, North something. But anyway,
Richmond, North of Richmond,
and there's all kinds of campuses everywhere and all that. So. Andy has been at times a controversial character, and I think at times he has been unfairly attacked. And there's been times when people have said he said things that if you go back and look at the record, he really didn't say, or it was taken out of context. And I acknowledge all that. However, this latest drift, and it's not new, it's been going on with Andy for about 8 years, on the topic of the sin of homosexuality. The LGBTQ and the church's approach to that, and marriage, and so it all kind of came to a head this past weekend when the Unconventional conference was held, hosted by Andy Stanley. So I'm not going to revisit all of that because we talked about it, and I want to be as informed as possible. The reason why I'm giving an update today, just so you can understand, is after the conference took place, Andy Stanley did a message on Sunday morning where he tried to come and kind of clarify and set the record straight with his church, with his congregation. And he said some things that had some people going, "Oh, okay, it's all still good," and he's clarifying, but I'm getting a lot of emails from people say, well, my kids go to this church and have been there at one of the campuses, or hey, you're misunderstanding this. So there's a podcast that just came out. It came out on the 2nd of October this week. Dr. Michael Brown and his show, which I'm familiar with, but it's the latest episode called The Line of Fire. I will say, and I don't know everything about Dr. Michael Brown. I'm only going to judge how he handled this. Michael Brown, I think, is as fair and as balanced a report on this as that I have found. Now, I know that Al Mohler's come out with some articles, and I read those, and those are good too. So, but what I think makes Michael Brown a great resource for those of you that may have family that go to these churches, or you may be part of the church, and you're trying to figure out where Andy's shepherding you or your family. He's been conversing with Andy for 8 years, okay, and he has stepped up and defended Andy when he has been unfairly attacked. His approach is always, now he taught me a lesson, listen to this too, that helped me, because I've always struggled with Matthew 18 and how we approach that as talk show hosts. And Matthew 18 says if you have a problem with someone in the church, you go to them privately, and then if that problem can't be resolved, you bring 2 or 3 other people in the church and you discuss it, and then if it can't be resolved, you take it to church leadership, and then if that can't be resolved, you bring it before the whole church. And there's steps we're supposed to take, and I've always struggled with, well, how am I supposed to take those steps with people that I don't know and people that I don't know how to contact, but yet they have made public statements? Well, Dr. Michael Brown says when someone makes a public statement, then we have the right to comment on it. Now, if there's something you heard in private, then yes, you follow Matthew 18 the way it's set up. But if somebody goes out and declares to the world a public statement, you are not in sin as a follower of Christ to say, I take issue with that, or I disagree with that, and do that publicly. And that was something that I had been always kind of, how are we supposed to handle that? So all this is on the record. But what he has done is he has reached out to Andy Stanley, and he said, and Andy has reached back and forth to me. He lays out all the emails that they've had. He says, and Andy knows everything I'm going to talk about in this podcast. He is fully aware of it. I've even asked him, do you want me to use excerpts from your message Sunday or not? He said he was never told not to, so he uses those so we can hear exactly what Andy Stanley said. And he walks you down the road of here are the things that Andy Stanley maybe have been unfairly attacked about or questioned, but then there's things that we get to that Andy Stanley, what he's saying and doing, that really should concern us. And he's made that very clear. He's gone as far as to say to Andy, as my brother in Christ, you need to repent of this statement and this statement. And he lays out what all that is, and he'll tell you where he'll even tell you what Andy's, in my personal opinion, his opinion and others, flawed strategy is in all this. And I think he's headed the wrong direction with this, and he'll make that very clear. So if you're looking for, it's an hour long, it's extremely comprehensive. It will really help you make your own decisions about this, but you'll be able to make it with a tremendous amount of information and reliable.
How you need to make them.
Yeah, and so for those of you that are kind of, trying to figure this out, and you're kind of like me, you know some of it, but you don't know all of it, it's in show notes today, and I think Dr. Michael Brown did a magnificent job with it. It's not an attack piece, but it's also not a fluff piece of how dare us question Andy Stanley. It's the way it's supposed to be done. So there it is. And
that was this past week.
Yeah, it came out on October the 2nd, and then the Andy Stanley message to his church was Sunday. The conference was the Friday and Saturday before this past weekend. And three of the speakers that were brought into that, if it was held especially at the church, that alone should really, really bother you. Because their message is crystal clear. And another thing, really, honestly, and it's something we kind of need to understand, we keep saying something that scripturally doesn't seem to stand up when the word unconditional is used. There are conditions for God's approval. It's not unconditional. He actually says if we don't repent, which that's a condition, will you redeem me, Lord, if you repent? So what if I don't repent? No, I won't. We throw around this word unconditional about God sometimes. I'm not sure we throw it around correctly. Can all be redeemed? And I know some people don't believe that. I believe yes, and I believe the Bible teaches that. But it's not universalism. God has not forgiven everybody just cause. Jesus himself said, repent or perish. And when they cried out to Peter at Pentecost, what are we supposed to do? Peter didn't say, it's good. God takes care of it. He's so gracious and merciful. He's just going to forgive everybody. Peter says, repent. It's the first thing he said. So this unconditional thing that you can just keep on living in something that God calls sin and don't worry about it. He loves you right where you are. That's not biblically accurate. Now he will take you out from where you are and change you. No doubt. But this, God loves me just like I am, and I'm, and we got all kinds of versions of that in country songs and everything else. That really doesn't hold up biblically. And that's about any of us and all of us. So anyway, if you're looking for a good resource to try to figure out where you are on this, really good job by Dr. Michael Brown. And he's done his homework, and he's done it right. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Unfortunately, they're saying that these flavors may also increase your risk of cardiovascular disease.
Let me back up here. Why e-cigarettes was invented to begin with? Were they not supposed to be a vehicle for getting you off smoking?
Supposedly,
because you could put the little cartridges in, and you could,
Wean yourself.
taper off of nicotine. And they had some little fruity, colorful things you could do with them too, and all that. But I thought they were supposed to be just a way to get off of nicotine, not an electronic way of keeping up that habit.
I think that's what it is.
Bubba, it has not happened the way if that was the intention. You know what the studies also. So first of all, the flavors are increasing your
disease
issue with cardiovascular disease. It's causing problems. With cells, and it's messing up their ability to form new blood vessels, and it's also decreased cell viability, no matter whether it has nicotine or not. But then here's another problem on nicotine. Although some studies suggest that e-cigarettes, to your point, lower levels of the carcinogens than regular cigarettes, researchers are now realizing that vaping is causing issues with similar levels of nicotine in their blood after only 10 minutes of smoking.
Well, I mean, it's the same thing. You have to use the little cartridge to taper off. Not if you put the same thing in there and just smoke it.
But they're not
well
wanting to taper off. This is what I do now.
Wait a minute.
Uh-oh. Here we go.
Wait a minute. Wait just a minute.
Oh, no.
Are y'all telling me that if I'm just vaping something into my lungs and into my system, it's the same thing as smoking a cigarette? What? What kind of scam? This is shocking. What a breakthrough. I thought I was going to be able, Bubba, I thought I was going to be able to take smoke and vape it with a caramel taste and then not bother me like if I just smoking cigarettes.
Your eyes are going to get stuck that way.
Are you telling me inhaling smoke is bad?
This double swamp.
I know. It's the eyes, too.
That's semi-squat, dude. Don't forget it.
This is eye-opening.
So you can't believe it.
What? So anyway.
You know, the first time, I'm no scientist, okay, I'm going to go on record. The first time I saw that happening, I thought, that can't be good.
Yeah.
Right? You know? And
The first time you're around leaves that are burning and you get a mouthful of smoke and you go to cough and you go, that can't be good for you.
See, I'm walking around in a cloud of smoke, and I'm switched to something that has me walking around in a cloud of smoke.
Yeah.
It looks like somebody threw in special forces bombs to hide your identity.
But it tastes like cinnamon.
Yeah.
It tastes like cinnamon.
Or you think it's ninja smoke. They're about to vanish.
Right. Who's got the fog
I
machine?
will say this: the ones I have seen look like they put out more smoke than a cigarette.
It's
did.
incredible.
Oh, most definitely.
Oh, I thought somebody had set up a concert on the corner, and it was just a guy vaping.
Yeah. You remember that guy outside the window that day?
Oh, yeah.
All of a sudden, he would disappear, then he'd reappear.
Right, yeah.
Like, my goodness.
So smoke inhalation is bad.
What about the flavors, though, Rick?
Is that the bottom line?
That's the bottom line, sir. I'm afraid that's
Well,
the bottom line.
what if they're good flavors, though?
What about marijuana? Don't worry, Andy will be fine with it. 21 minutes past the hour. We're back. All right, so a couple of items. First of all, an update. So, Bubba, you have an email. If you were listening to the show earlier, this ongoing drive-through adventure that Bubba's been on where somebody keeps buying his meal, it is official that the exact same person has bought your meal again?
Yes, same person. What are the odds?
How did the person know you were there?
She said, it was me. I tried to wave at you, but the line was moving too fast. Next time, I guess I'll just wait around until you show up and pull in behind you. LOL.
Tell her I'm going to give a list of places where I ate, see if she wants to ride by there.
I'm telling you. Wow.
I'm telling you that the odds of that are just so
That's crazy.
It is. So anyway, Leah, thank you again.
Well, here we go again, and we've got the video. This is something again.
I'm gonna be really hungry next week.
Right. Again, I thought there's no way this could be real video, but apparently it is. Have you? And I know that there are some Cardinals that are not a fan of Pope Francis, and you know, it seems like we've got a theme today of people that seem to be losing their way that are in very important, influential positions in the faith. Would most of you have kind of some idea that if the Pope was there, that there would be certain presentations you would not present to the Pope? Have y'all seen this circus thing?
No, but I'm looking right now.
These scantily clad people with very little clothing on,
hanging out with the Pope.
Look what's going on. The Pope is sitting in the middle. It looks like he's at Mardi Gras.
Oh my
and
goodness.
He's sitting in the middle of it.
Yeah, look at this.
Y'all, this is the Pope. This is the Pope. What are we doing?
Look at everybody dance. Look at him.
Look, and he's sitting there with all this stuff going on all around him. It looks like a Brazilian
Cirque du Soleil
dance.
Carnival.
Carnival. That's what it looks like. Look right here. I mean, folks, this is for the Pope. She's doing that for the Pope.
A contortionist.
Hey then.
Good gracious.
Well,
Howdy.
Yeah, I mean,
Look beside the Pope right there.
Club La Vila? Where are we at?
What are we doing?
He just threw a ring around somebody's head.
What in the world are we doing?
Look how huge and ornate and beautiful the room is that they're in as well. It's just bizarre.
Why is this even? I mean, at first I thought this may be the Unconditional conference, but it looks like this is. I mean, thank you. I'm here all week, but
that is bizarre.
Does that seem right? It just doesn't. That doesn't seem.
No.
I mean, it doesn't seem appropriate that I would be sitting there with my family.
Look at the look on his face.
Look, what is the look?
Evidently, this is something that happens almost on a regular basis.
This kind of stuff?
For the Pope, yes. Evidently, Pope John Paul II set up a circus ministry.
Circus ministry.
Pope John Paul II formalized a Vatican ministry to circus performers.
That just looks odd. It just doesn't look like it belongs, does it?
Well, they want to reach.
You know what?
It looks like he's at Mardi Gras.
That reminds me of the story that Speedy told about his son that wanted to start a dirt bike ministry.
That's fantastic.
Sometimes, Speedy, I will be riding down the road by myself, and I will think of that and start laughing.
So good. All right, now, speaking of circuses.
Get it pushed right through then.
All because he wanted a dirt bike.
Right.
That was so good. Speaking of circuses, now we have a circus performer that falls off the wheel of death.
Oh,
Rick lands on the Pope.
No. This is a Hungarian circus.
I can't watch stuff like this.
The wheel of death.
Awesome.
The wheel of
I saw it
death
earlier.
goes bad. The wheel of death goes bad.
It's
I
named right.
All right. Is that him up top?
It actually, they go a lot longer than you would think. So
They get to going real fast, too.
yes.
Okay, so
He's trying to be cute and get
Now,
big
is
hair.
this in front of the Pope, too?
This is not.
No, for some reason, I guess there's just circus videos everywhere today.
I wish that was you and Lee Hubbard up there.
That's it. How much longer?
Look,
to-
when they go over the top, look
When did
how
they fall?
Look how the centrifugal force is pushing them up
Oh,
against
yeah.
the
Oh,
top.
finna
All right,
push
here we go. He's about to fall.
Oh no!
I think it's
Oh,
going to
no.
be on this next
Oh, we're
one.
doing cartwheels.
He's going
now.
to fall from the top. There it
Oh
is.
no!
Gummit.
Is he okay?
He's alive. He
Yeah.
lived.
I'm not sure how well he's getting around.
No, he landed on his shoulder.
He walks
did.
funny now, but he lived.
That's right. What was that say?
How many broke bones?
They
are you
estimate
talking
that he fell about 25
y'all.
feet. Is that right? About 25 feet?
Yes.
The landing.
Ooh.
about? It's called the Wheel of Death.
Yes, it is.
It is.
Which he didn't die,
How
so
do
they
they not
need to
get
change
dizzy?
the name of it.
It's the wheel of
That's
injury.
true. The
Yes.
wheel of
hurting.
the wheel of old.
And I know y'all going to think this is a mean transition on my part, but now we go to Sage Steele. We have the
Speaking
story.
of a circus.
That's what I'm going to say. Speaking of a circus. Sage Steele, which, she was run out of ESPN on the rail because she wouldn't take the vaccine.
Yeah.
How dare you. She's now sharing with Bill Maher about the cognitive decline of our president when she firsthand was trying to interact with him ahead of a taped interview, and she describes what it was like to try to interact with our president and his lack and actually his cognitive decline. Here we go.
I remember I did a speech at my alma mater. I went to Indiana University, probably 12 or 13 years ago.
Actually, this is the wrong clip. I remember
Okay.
that is Sage Steele, but I have the wrong
Sage Steele.
one.
Well, you know what?
Yeah,
I have the written story here if there's not video to accompany.
Yes, that was her just talking about how she got canceled, how ESPN and they came down on her pretty hard.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. That's I need to pull that from Daily Mail, and it takes about 30 seconds.
Sure,
for
yeah, the ad roll.
All right, well, the bottom line is she's saying that it was a Sunday installment that when she was on now with Bill Maher, but she talks about she had to tape an interview with him when she was an ESPN host, and she talked about how he kept nodding off and couldn't keep his attention, and she says it was a satellite interview. And so she said, I was trying to chit-chat with him because we kept having a hard time with a technical issue. And she talked about the inability for him to carry on a conversation with her. And
didn't they drape something over the camera? She couldn't even see him. She could just hear him.
Yeah, and said it was a rambling mess. So here we go.
Over here. So I could hear him, and I heard him, and he goes, what is this for? And I'm sitting there going, because my mic's on, everybody's listening in the control room.
Wow.
And he's like, who am I talking to?
Oh.
Wait, what's her name? And I was like, oh.
This is like a Naked Gun movie.
I was going, oh my God. And then he's like, he said, SportsCenter, ESPN. And they told me, he goes, oh, okay. And so I said, what do you say? Hi, Mr. President.
Right.
Nice to meet you. And so I'm trying to just fill time. And he said, I used to play football.
Oh, gosh. Here we go.
And I'm like, yes, I know that. And now I think it was Delaware, University of Delaware, I believe.
I didn't know that.
Hens, yes. And so he started to tell football stories of his greatness. And I just was, again, I can't see him. You can see the curtain moving.
And that was the theme of the stories, that he was great at football?
At football.
He was the hero in the story?
And then he said,
wow.
he goes, and I had the best hands.
That's not creepy at all, or weird, or sad.
Played a little ball.
Had the best hands. Just be glad that he didn't get close enough to sniff your hair.
Right.
Throw it to hairy leg. Throw it to me.
Wow. Okay.
Corn pop.
Corn pop.
I didn't need gloves.
We'll be back.
Look at these
866 We Be Big is our number.
Who are you?
Right. Wow.
I had hairy arms, too.
Bottom of the hour, more of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This, and I'm going to ask you this too, Bubba, because you're familiar with this song. I want y'all to listen just a minute, and I want you to think Black Crowes Remedy. Very hip in his musical taste. And I remember being kind of young and hearing that a member of Chicago had accidentally shot themselves. And I remember Dad having like a reaction to it.
I remember that.
But what I did not know.
Well, it was confusing because so many people are shot in Chicago.
Correct.
It's always kind of confusing what's
the word
actually
Chicago
going on.
and shooting usually.
And in the special, they clarified that it was not suicide. He was a gun enthusiast, and he had been sadly going a few days without any sleep, on a little bit of they were on a little bit of a party binge, and he took the clip out of the gun, and one of the guys kept saying,
Didn't clear the
Terry Kath's his name. You don't need to be messing with a gun, and the state were all in, and he was like, he took it out, took all the bullets out, was like, and then did this, and one was still in the chamber, and it killed him.
Yeah, don't do that.
No, don't do that. But anyway,
even when it's empty and it's open, don't.
Yeah,
do that
just don't feel.
But this special is that member of Chicago, original founding member, Terry Kath,
guitarist, really good.
Oh my gosh! And that his daughter,
sang a few songs.
The daughter that he never got to know because the daughter was just a little baby when he killed himself, is now searching for like the guitars, one of the guitars he used to play all the time in some of her dad's memorabilia. And they go back through, and she's meeting all the members of Chicago's, the ones who are still playing, ones who were with him. They interview like Joe Walsh about what an incredible guitar player he was, and she's interviewing Joe Walsh about, did you know my dad? Yeah, I did. And I did not understand how underestimated he was and is not celebrated like he should be as one of the greatest guitarists of all time. Because you don't think about Chicago as a guitar band.
No,
right?
But it's the horn band,
and of course Joe Walsh told that to the daughter. He said, the way he told you ever think about your dad, and he's got that Joe Walsh going. There was this constant rub of Chicago. Are they a guitar band who's led by a guitarist who happens to have some horns? Or are they a horn band that happens to have a guitarist?
Yeah.
And he said, but that's what made them great. He said, was you got those two worlds. And but they go through the run. He plays on some of the songs, and they showed video of him playing. Wow, and he was a big old guy.
Yeah, he was. I watched. I don't think it was that, but I think it was on Netflix. They had a whole story on it from the beginning where Chicago started, and it was really good.
I didn't really follow.
But he's really underestimated as a musician. I mean, he's unbelievable.
I really didn't follow Chicago early on, but I do remember, like in elementary school, and I was a little bitty kid. And, you had a lot of boring assembly programs, you just completely lost in it with a lot of, sing-along kind of music that really, didn't excite the crowd. But we had some band at our high school, and they were a bunch of horns, and it was kids, maybe from the high school or something. And they did a lot. They came down and did a thing and played a lot of Chicago, and I thought, man, that was the greatest thing ever.
Something you were actually interested in.
Oh, yeah.
And their stuff's pretty difficult to play.
Yeah, I mean, they were really good. I mean, if they were bad, I didn't know it. It was just, I was impressed with it.
You were like, hey, this is something I can actually...
I don't even remember their names or anything, but I remember going, wow, that's a different deal.
Well, they're one of
Who is Chicago?
Yeah, they were one of these bands, if you went through their catalog when they were all alive, and two of them still are, it's just that Cetera doesn't play with them anymore. But you had the guy who sang like Saturday in the Park.
Yeah.
Then you had, Peter Cetera that sang, we just heard the stuff. And then you had that guy, Terry Kath would sing for time to time Color My World, and I think Make Me Smile. I think he played that too. And they had three different voices that all sang a pretty good bit.
Mm-hmm.
So, you had three guys that sang lead. I wouldn't say equal, but close.
You remember they had their like you're talking about when Dad listened. Then the 80s, they had a huge run. Remember? They had all kinds of pop hits.
Yeah, when Cetera kind of took he became the forefront and became difficult to deal with.
Yeah.
but anyway, and they said, of course, classic, that Terry Kath was one of those kind when they started becoming very popular and had like the guy who sings Saturday in the Park, and I don't know his name.
I know.
But he said he went to him. He said, and I remember saying, I think this tour we need to play. "35 minutes past the hour." The Rick and Bubba show. We're back. Okay. It might have been. I think it was chocolate.
Are you serious?
What? All right. So
I need to taste it.
Yeah. As we work our way back. Somebody sing me. Carshield.com/Bubba. If you are out right now and you are driving an automobile that does not have warranty, what's wrong with you? I mean, really, you realize something goes wrong with that automobile, guess who's going to be paying that one? It's going to go directly out of your account. That's what's going to happen. Now, carshield.com, they offer protection plans starting as low as $100 a month, no long-term contracts, and options to fit every budget, providing repair coverage for up to 5,000 parts, from alternators to those big-ticket items like your transmission. Even if your car is only 3 years old, they can still have problems. Don't think they haven't worked those warranties out. They know about how long that they're good for. So get you a protection plan. How about 24/7 roadside assistance, coast to coast, towing, courtesy towing options, rental cars while yours is being repaired, so you are never out of your automobile. Why don't you put them to work for you now before it's too late? Carshield.com/Bubba. Also, you can go to rickandbubba.com and look under the sponsors button. Bubba, we do have an update on a story that we've already brought you, and you wondered how much longer this could go on.
It's a Rick and Bubba news. It's a Rick and Bubba news.
It's a Rick and Bubba news update.
Well, Rick, we said yesterday, how could this continue on?
How could it go on?
Commander, the president's dog, has been removed from the White House grounds after the 11th incident of biting somebody.
Right.
11 times.
So 11 was one too many.
And so
now we got.
I think the last victim, I believe, was a groundskeeper that would sometimes walk the dogs and has been there forever. Right. And I think he was the latest one bitten.
Oh, there's a picture of him clamping down on somebody right there.
Well, you have to once again. I mean, we have to thank Peter Ducey. I mean, Deuce was like, how many more people has this dog got to bite?
Yeah.
I mean, and so Commander has been removed from the White House. They did say the good news about the current cognitive setup of our president, that they just put another German Shepherd in there and he didn't even know it.
I would say, Rick,
he had no idea.
He probably
is that Commander? Yeah, it is.
He probably won't even miss it.
Yeah,
that's true.
Wow. Commander.
Now the sad part, they're going to have to put Commander down.
Right.
I'm just kidding.
Commander is,
start that room.
Well, you never know.
Well, you can't be biting people. That'll lose your opportunity
to
run around with the other dogs.
He only did it 11 times.
Only an 11 times.
They said though that what they're now going to do
like
is
a lot of the criminals now.
They're going to use him to attack anyone associated with January 6th.
He gets to bite them.
So there you go.
That picture right there.
Bubba, NASA Apollo 16 mission item hits the auction market. Did you bid on this?
What is it? I'm
so upset. Sometimes I'll print things for Bubba and he won't even look at them, and I get upset. Because I did this just for him.
It's a shovel that was used to scoop up over 200 pounds of moon samples.
Well, I tell you, that is pretty cool.
Or the one they used to shovel that BS, so you'd believe it.
Greg, no, don't, Greg, right now, come on. I mean, Bubba's got people buying his drive-through. He's living large.
That's true. That's true.
Look, you think that's the real shovel, Greg?
No.
Well, Greg, why would you question the
That
shovel?
don't even look like a shovel.
But they think, Bubba.
No, that's what they used.
It's a space shuttle.
Yep.
Shovel.
Shovel.
Bubba, they say they think it could fetch $750,000.
Ooh, it better be real.
What do you think? Huh?
Who currently owns it?
The highest bid currently is $60,000, so they think it's going to go a long way.
They got a long way to go.
Still, that's a lot of. I mean, that's a lot of jack. You know,
they got a long way to go.
It basically looks like a tin can somebody cut open and put on the end of a stick to scoop up. It had to have a little more containment to it because they probably were limited in their mobility, but that would be cool. That would be a cool thing to see. I mean,
that ain't $750,000 cool, is it?
How cool is that?
No, I doubt it.
You can go dig in the
mean,
sand
if you
with
had it to spare, maybe, I don't know.
It
but,
don't look very heavy duty.
I do like seeing the artifacts. I love going to the museums and seeing all that stuff.
Would you like that shovel to be laying in there?
You know, I'd like to have a shovel or something. I wouldn't be against it. You know, I'd probably have it hanging on the wall right next to the spatula.
Scooping up a moon rock.
I'll tell you something.
I wish some astronaut could carry the spatula to the moon,
man.
shovel some dirt up, and then bring it back.
Wouldn't that be unbelievable?
Oh, I'd put that thing in a shadow box so quick.
As soon as our relationship with Elon Musk moves forward, we may get something like that done.
Yeah. Speaking of Commander, that looks like a dog scoop.
Oh, it does.
It does.
It looks exactly like a dog scoop. I'm sorry.
You got to poop. Yeah, that's it.
It does.
Well, it would be a good one, by the way.
These little bags.
Yeah, good story.
What a terrible transition, horrible transition on.
What are you doing?
For me, is we actually discovered what Leon was calling about the wedding coming up and whether I was going to do anything about this cut on my nose.
Yeah. We all just sat there and stared at it.
Well, I didn't know what he was talking about,
Yeah.
and so we've done some research and we've discovered, again, terrible transition, that I have chocolate on my nose. And,
that was chocolate.
Yeah,
we're thinking it is.
I thought it might have been like a Sharpie accidentally.
No, I'll tell you what happened. And of course, Greg. It didn't take Greg long to say, "Well, that explains the raise you got." But the
brake light's not working.
Yeah, right. And so it
is leaving.
Yeah. What happened? I'll tell you exactly what happened. So you hear us talk about Field of Greens quite a bit. Okay. So, but in order for me to get Field of Greens like I like it, it takes a blender at home. Well,
so you've been toting that since you left.
Well, this particular no, just let me finish. So so this morning, and Sherry was sleeping really, really good, and she's been getting up with me, and but the wedding's coming up, and I said, you need to be concentrating on being fresh and getting sleep and all that. So if she's up, we'll go ahead and do it, but I'm not going to wake her up. And she was sleeping really, really soundly, and I thought that's good for her. She needs to sleep soundly.
Yeah.
And so I said, I'm going to minimize the noise. So what I decided to do is you also can get from the folks at Brickhouse Nutrition, who does Field of Greens, these shaker deals that have the ball in it, the shake up shakes.
Yeah.
So I said, I'll just use that and go to work, and I normally mix my Field of Greens with a protein shake. So I'm going to get one of the protein things we have from Fairlife, what's it called, Fairlife or whatever, from Coca-Cola. And I will take that mixer, I'll put my Field of Greens in it, I'll put a little bit of one of those protein shakes in it, shake it up, and drink it.
Then what?
Well, when I shook it up, the chocolate, of course, gets all over the shaker. And when I went to drink out of the shaker, I put a line of chocolate right across the front of my nose.
That's exactly what happened.
And didn't even know it. And I can't believe you let me get away with it.
I know.
I didn't
notice it until the guy brought it up, and I thought, well, he does have something on his nose.
Well, I didn't notice it either until he brought it up. And
that explains it. Yeah. So wedding pictures are safe.
Yeah, wedding pictures are safe.
Instead of makeup, we're just going to watch.
Well, let me say this: they're safe unless I decide to knock back a chocolate milkshake before I go out to officiate the wedding.
Yes,
but
that'd be
isn't
good.
that funny? Because everybody kept saying they're like, yeah, there is something on your nose. I'm like, really? And we went over here, and then Speedy took a picture of it, and I'm like, well, that doesn't look like a cut. That looks like a mark, like you said, like a Sharpie.
Yeah.
And so that's possible always here.
And Speedy
so
smelled of it.
when I investigated it, it hit me. I said, you know what? I brought back because it's got the wide mouth on it.
So it's so good they can see it on television.
It rests right
So you dig right in there.
How did y'all let this go? Nobody even noticed it for like 2 hours.
I can't see it from here.
I thought it was a pimple. I saw it on the camera. The first shot.
That's a big pimple.
I thought it was a cut.
What do you
or
think?
a
I'm
pimple.
going through puberty again?
I thought it was a cut or a pimple or something.
Okay, right. Yeah.
We're not big on mirrors around here.
No,
so everybody knows.
Well, who wants to look at it?
Apparently not very observant.
I know how bad it is. I don't want to look again.
I mean, take one look at me. It's obvious. I'm not big on mirrors.
Right. No. Well, you walked right into that. Thanks for taking that. So, and I went ahead and took the. Apparently Rick's trying to get a raise, so Greg wouldn't say that.
Somebody's brake lights didn't work.
Right. We'll come back. Phone calls are next. So, Leon, thanks for pointing that out. We got to the bottom of it. It's just so big and drinking a protein shake.
For every mystery out there somewhere, there's an answer.
There's an answer. All right, we'll be back. Phone calls are next. Speedy goes to the phones at 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'll chat with you, whatever's on your mind. A lot of topics out there, but you can talk about whatever you want to, and we'll do that when the Rick and Bubba show continues right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
But our hits. I'm talking about it. Just we got so many now. It needs to just be our whole set.
Hits
needs to be one hit after
Hit
another.
'em.
And of course, he hated that. He was like, "No, we still. When you come to the concert, we still need to do things that are other than that."
I'm anti the bands that won't play their hits because somehow they think it makes them sharp.
I know.
I know you're tired of it. I know
crazy.
you are, but as you know,
that's
as
kind of why we're here.
fans,
Though.
that's kind of what we want to hear.
That's kind of why we're here.
Yeah. I mean, we really don't want to hear any of it.
So anyway, it was a fact. If you haven't seen that one, I've seen the one you're talking about. But then there's one that is his daughter.
Yeah.
It's called the Terry Kath Adventure or Journey or something. And they go, like I used to have that old ranch they all lived on for a while.
Yeah, that was on the one of them.
15 minutes past. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and
On and on, a family tradition.
We would argue over the stereo at the field.
Oh, God. Greg, we got to get.
Shout out to Robbie.
Robbie Bussey.
Robert.
All right, so Bubba's cousin and our friend from high school, Robbie and I played a little ball, and Greg and I. So we try to point to these stories. You know, certainly there can be some entertainment, there can be some sadness, but I hope there's a public service announcement that drinking. I don't know. Why does anybody look at these kind of stories and say, I hope that happens to me?
Yeah.
Rick, Leanne Teague has been charged with second-degree domestic violence. The woman from South Carolina attacked her husband with a glass jar on Tuesday because he stopped her from driving to get an air-conditioned hotel room with their children while intoxicated.
Well, I think that while intoxicated is the problem. Now, I certainly understand being in the South Carolina heat and your air conditioner's not working, or wherever you are, there's no air conditioning, and you want to go to a place where there is air conditioning.
Because it has been hotter than Hades.
It has.
Here, right out of the gate, it's like we had an extended spring, and it was actually a little cooler than it had been, to the point we were all going, hey, when's summer going to get here?
It was cruelly cool.
Yeah, and it went like from 72-degree days to 96, over one weekend.
Yep.
And it hit everybody a little hard. It did.
So she wants to leave because it's hot at their house.
Well, Rick, when police arrived at their home about 70 miles northwest of Columbia, they allegedly found the 28-year-old Leanne Teague passed out naked on the living room floor and her husband's head bleeding heavily. Police said Teague's speech was slurred and she smelled of alcohol. Yeah. They told her to put her clothes on multiple times, which means she didn't do it to begin with.
No.
It was hot there.
Man, please put your clothes on.
So is she going if there's anything, think about this. Now let's be the children.
Nice picture.
Yeah, nice picture.
Still crying.
Let's be the children for a minute, sadly. Can you imagine the trauma that is on you if your mama tries to load you up in the car drunk and naked?
Yeah. I wonder.
I want you to think about that.
If after she hit him in the head, and I guess he stopped her trying to go to the hotel, is that when she said, well, if I'm staying here, I'm getting naked because it's hot, and then passed?
I hope for that, because if her plan was to load the kids up while drunk and naked and drive to a hotel, those kids will never be the same.
No, Rick.
Nobody wants to see their mom drunk or naked, and you certainly don't want to see it at the same time.
And don't forget the statement. They asked her several times to get her clothes on.
Right.
Please. That's an important part of the story.
I know it's hot here, but you're going to have to get
put your clothes on.
Now, Teague's husband, as his head was bleeding, told police that she'd been drinking vodka and orange juice heavily after their home's air conditioner broke. When he stopped her from driving, which she obviously didn't need to do, to a Quality Inn with their children, she allegedly hit him in the head with the glass jar she'd been drinking with.
So she was drinking vodka and orange juice, the world-famous screwdriver, out of a mason jar. Is that what's happening?
That's what it looks like, a glass jar. I don't know what else would qualify for that.
And hot and mad.
That she then used as a weapon.
Yep.
Yeah. Well,
they're dangerous.
I do understand the part about being hot and mad.
I do.
That I got.
That would drive you to drinking.
But it's not. But we certainly don't need to be getting in vehicles.
No.
And driving the kids.
Rick, at that point, that old liquor was thinking.
It was.
Yeah.
And
now vodka.
Rick, she'd had enough of that heat. Which she had.
I can relate to that part of it.
No.
I can relate to that part.
Maybe call an Uber.
Yeah. Yeah. Well,
if you're gonna do that.
But
take us to the Quality Inn, please.
Right.
But 866 we be big. Phone calls coming in right now. Actually, Greg's on the phone. I thought it was Speedy this time, but they're rotating because Helmsley's not here today. So you got Greg back again. Any topic you want to talk about, 866 we be big. Don't forget that Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, is coming out again this weekend. We'll interview today Joel Berry, the managing editor of Babylon Bee, the latest book, The Babylon Bee Guide to Gender. It's the latest installment of its guide series, and it is hilarious and makes some incredible points while using humor. So we'll interview Joel, and that'll be out coming this weekend wherever you get podcasts. All right, so to the phones we go. Let's go to Lee in Hattiesburg, Mississippi. Lee, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
Hey, guys. Good morning, Biggins. How y'all doing?
We're good. Bring it in.
Really, really good. Hey, y'all probably talked about this early in the week, and I missed it. But that Representative Joel Bowman, the guy that was a former principal that accidentally pulled the fire alarm. Look, if one of us did that, we'd be arrested and fined. Does anybody really believe he didn't know that?
No.
Well, he was trying to circumvent democracy.
That's right.
I mean, he was trying to stop the will of the people.
Right. The only people that believe what he's saying is The View. No one else.
The only four people in the world that believes that.
And to your point, sir, to Bubba's point and others, why is he getting a pass when we just put a bunch of people in jail for doing something similar, using that same line Bubba just used, the same charge? We continue. It's a different justice system based on what political party's in control. Let's go to Bryce in Sweet Home, Alabama. Bryce, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
Good. How about y'all? Can you hear me?
Yep, got you loud and clear.
All right, Monkey Grass and Green Acres.
Thank you for the call, buddy. Appreciate that. What's on your mind today?
I just wanted to tell y'all I've been a long-time listener. Love listening to the show every morning. It's part of my routine every morning, and y'all keep doing what you're doing.
Thank you, man. That's very kind of you to call and just simply encourage. We'll take that all day long.
It is. We love encourage. What did we call? We used to have a name for them.
Encourage. What was it called?
Self-indulgence and encouraging phone calls, or what was it?
To help our fragile egos.
Yeah,
I can't remember.
That was it. Something like that.
It had that in the line. I don't remember. Let's go to Josh, Wisconsin. Josh, go ahead.
Good morning, Rick and Bubba. So, the big topic nowadays is just the welfare of our children. And I keep hearing this everywhere I go. It takes a village to raise a child. I never understood that. I hope you could shed some light on it. Why would it take a village to raise a child?
Yeah, that got started with Hillary Clinton, if I remember that. And
That was the
and
name of a book,
look,
wasn't it?
I understand the concept that we grew up in neighborhoods where all the adults in the neighborhoods, worked together to keep order in the neighborhood, and all the parents pretty much parented the same way. There was always some sad situations where people had some things going on in their home that was horrible and abusive and things like that. But for the most part, all the parents were on the same page. But where you got to watch what politicians mean by that is they want the government to be involved in your life, and the government to dictate how your kids are going to be raised, and they want to replace. There's nothing that is more healthy if you have these people all under the authority of God. God's design was that children would be raised by a father and a mother inside a family. The family unit, when it's healthy, is the most powerful force for raising children. Because we've said on the show many times, these roles are distinct, and they're beautifully distinct, and a child needs both of them. Now, that doesn't mean you can't overcome it if something happened beyond your control, and there's some wonderful single parents that have done outstanding work, but usually even they, try to find a grandparent or, an uncle or an aunt or somebody, grandmother, to come along and try to fill that void. But usually the family is going to be the most important thing, not the village.
Yeah.
And the village, I don't mind influencing my kid, but I need to know who that village is because I've sent my kids into certain villages that I wish I had not.
Yeah, we shouldn't advocate the role of the family to the village.
Correct.
And that's where I think a lot of people didn't like that term.
Exactly right. Let's go to Tom, Birmingham, Alabama, ZZK. Tom, go ahead.
Good morning, Biggins. More encouragement or exhortation, as they say. I've got one question and one statement. Where did the nick come from? And my statement is, y'all were talking about conditional and unconditional forgiveness or whatever that applies to. Is there's a term I learned a few years ago called transconditional, which, if you're a follower of Christ, can redeem any circumstance or reconcile any circumstance or condition you have beyond our comprehension. So I find transconditional is, as a follower of Christ, can bring sense to the nonsensical.
Yeah, and Tom, the point you're making is a good one. Have you noticed we're living a time right now, and we just mentioned an example of it at the top of this hour, where even the church is starting to buy in that there's certain circumstances that human beings find themselves in that are more powerful than the transformational power of the Holy Spirit. that God just somehow there's certain situations he can't change, and I just don't know where did that come from?
Well,
so you make a good point.
As predicted.
Yeah, but now the Mac.
Yeah, that is the Gila monster mating call.
Yeah.
Very plain and simple. We all saw a documentary one night and came in doing it the next day, and we've never quit.
Correct. And so if we need to get each other you find each other in a crowd, we don't know where we are, or we want to announce our arrival somewhere to the rest of the group, we'll do that. And
I've handed that down to my kids, my boys. If we're ever in public, they know it.
Now it's transition. Speaking of transitioning, it's not exactly like the original mating call. It's kind of took on its own its own life now.
Right. Yep. Yeah, and sometimes I even think that we're misremembering that it was actually a Komodo dragon, not a Gila monster.
Right.
And
I think that's right.
And that's possible, too.
But that's what we say, and we're sticking with it.
Michael, how does anybody listen to this show?
I don't.
Well, I mean, Michael in Alabama. Michael, go ahead.
Gentlemen, how are y'all?
We're good. We're good.
So, long-time listener back to the Mix 102.9 days in Gadsden.
Wow.
So, yeah. Been listening a long time. So y'all had talked a couple weeks ago about the Rome Braves wanting to change their name, and also I know that there is the fact that there aren't any Rhino teams. So I was thinking, what about the Rome Rhinos? That sounds like a pretty good minor league baseball team.
Yeah, the Rhino logo or mascot has just really been looked over, and I think somewhat discriminated against.
Yeah,
I don't know why. But.
I would prefer it to be a football team, Michael, because it really works with a football team. But I'm okay with a minor league baseball team. Somebody needs to embrace the Rhino, and the fact that you're right, it's an R city, Rome Rhinos.
It would go hand in hand.
It would really go well, and the merchandising. I mean, can't you see us on the stand with our baseball cap on, with a big horn coming out the forehead, like a rhino? Guys, my goodness! I mean, it would be
special.
Yeah, and man, the colors and how we coordinate that rhino. I see him on the scoreboard, and if you want to go with baseball, what if the horn became a bat?
Okay.
Like you had a rhino, dropping one in the
gap. You had a Louisville Slugger coming out where his horn was.
Wouldn't that be something?
I like it.
I mean, there just seems to be so much. Of course, I still have to go back to the original. When did we start getting upset about being called Brave and Braves? Look at that right there.
That's nice.
Yeah, who came up with that?
See there?
Where's that from, by the way?
I don't. Is that a real team, Adler, or is that one that our listeners put together one time?
It's just on the internet.
Yeah.
I just did like Rhino Sports logo.
But see, nobody's using it that I know of.
They need to.
Yep.
Let me tell you something. What you could do with it, and baseball would be fine, but boy, what you could do with it with football.
Yeah.
Here comes the Stampede.
I like the Rick and Bubba Rhinos, really.
I do too.
Ooh. I like that.
Can you see the Jumbotron, that rhino coming on the big screen?
It's just like running, dust.
And it just busts through the screen,
Yeah. The big horn on the side of our helmet. Yeah. We got the horn on the side of our helmet.
Mm-hmm.
At night, for some reason, we've picked the silver and black.
I could see Greg running the crap run in a hat that had that logo on it.
Oh yeah, right out front.
Yeah, here it is. He's demonstrating in there.
Right. Oh, have a T-shirt on. Are you a Rhinos fan? Or are you just glad to see me? I mean, there's just so much you could do with that. So much you could do.
Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah. What is AI creating those now? Top of the hour. If you leave us, don't forget you can get all the Rick and Bubba show in your own time on our podcast or YouTube archives. If you got more Rick and Bubba on the live show, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And I
hold my drink.
Undoubtedly,
let Mama dial the phone.
Undoubtedly, he didn't feel like that was going to be money well spent. I don't know what his big opposition to going to the hotel was, but it was clear.
Evidently, he
didn't
want her driver. He was going to make him ride it out.
Yeah.
The heat wave. There's nothing more miserable than your air not working.
Oh my God!
Oh, that's a bad day.
Is he drunk too?
I don't even want to talk about it because I feel like if I talk about it, I'm gonna somehow.
I know.
Rick, I feel like he probably may have been. The story doesn't say so, but who knows?
You think he's into sauce as well?
Yeah. I know we're talking about a house, but whenever I was interning over in Atlanta when I was in college, my Honda Prelude lost its air conditioning. And it was during the summer months.
Oh my goodness!
And I always remember, because you didn't have money then to like get it fixed. And I never forget, I had about a 20-minute drive into downtown Atlanta from like Marietta or so. It might have been longer than that. I can't remember. And I always had to have the windows down. And I had to dress like in a T-shirt and gym shorts because I would be sweating so bad by the time I got there, and then change when I got to CNN.
Now that's when you were cutting peaches for Larry?
Nah, I didn't cut peaches for Larry.
Dealing with Larry's
but
peaches?
But I remember being so hot sometimes. I got so mad and so frustrated
it drive
in
you
the
up the wall.
traffic, and there was no way out.
And
of
that
it.
old
Speaking of
loudness
that,
with
did
the
you ever
windows
meet?
down.
Oh yeah, everything's just.
Did you ever get to meet Angie Dickinson?
That's so good.
that'd be fun.
Tonight we talked to Angie Dickinson on Larry King Live.
You may remember her from Police Woman.
What was his obsession with Angie Dickinson?
Well, I think that's clear.
But I got so hot. I was so hot. I was sweating.
Sure.
Bad.
How about you? That kind of misery.
Oh, it was awful.
It's just,
it was awful.
No reason.
And you can't roll the windows down and get cool because it's just hot air blowing in like an oven door.
Well, that's another reason not to drink. You get yourself in condition where you're in a hot house, you can't leave.
Oh yeah, that's awful.
You don't need to hit anybody with a mason jar over it.
No, probably not.
We'll be back. All right, so we have a Trump update. Yesterday, the Mueller report. Here we
proud
go.
of myself.
You can't always get. Minutes yesterday said, "Look, I don't have to do this. I'm going to do this. I'm coming out here to tell you that I'm done. I'm going back to my private life." Here's an excerpt from what he said, but it was only 9 minutes. I mean, you could actually go listen to all of it. It was pretty straightforward. Here we go.
Let me begin where the appointment order begins, and that is interference in the 2016 presidential election. As alleged by the grand jury in an indictment, Russian intelligence officers who were part of the Russian military launched a concerted attack on our political system. The indictment alleges that they used sophisticated cyber techniques to hack into computers and networks used by the Clinton campaign. They stole private information and then released that information through fake online identities and through the organization WikiLeaks. The releases were designed and timed to interfere with our election and to damage a presidential candidate. And at the same time, as the grand jury alleged in a separate indictment, a private Russian entity engaged in a social media operation where Russian citizens posed as Americans in order to influence an election.
All right, hold the tape right there. No doubt that happened. It happens every election. The Russians are always meddling in our elections, trying to sow what I call hate and discontent, H&D. And in this particular case, they felt like they could create the most controversy by going after Trump or helping Trump and going after Hillary because he was the underdog to cause confusion. Okay, we all acknowledge that. Roll tape. Happens every election.
Yeah, but that's we know that. No matter who's running.
Be questioned. When a subject of an investigation obstructs that investigation or lies to investigators, it strikes at the core of their government's effort to find the truth and hold wrongdoers accountable. Let me say a word about the report. The report has two parts, addressing the two main issues we were asked to investigate. The first volume of the report details numerous efforts emanating from Russia to influence the election.
We got that.
Right.
This volume includes a discussion of the Trump campaign's response to this activity, as well as our conclusion that there was insufficient evidence to charge a broader conspiracy. And in the second volume, the report describes...
Hold it again. So, no conspiracy. Anybody running for office always listens to information about their opponent, and they decide if they're going to use it or not. Some of that came through Russian sources. The Trump administration did what everybody else does, what every other person running for office is. They listened to that stuff. They decided not to use it. There was no conspiracy. You heard him say that. All right, roll it.
Results and analysis of our obstruction of justice investigation involving the president. The order appointing me special counsel authorized us to investigate actions that could obstruct the investigation. We conducted that investigation, and we kept the Office of the Acting Attorney General apprised of the progress of our work. And as set forth in the report, after that investigation, if we had had confidence that the president clearly did not commit a crime, we would have said so. We did not, however, make a determination as to whether the president did commit a crime.
6 minutes past young Broderick. Daddy on a roll today. All right, from Sweet Home, Alabama to the world. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Adler here for another hour. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for being part of the little party we call Rick and Bubba.
Bubba, anybody bought your breakfast since we went to the break?
No, all good so far.
That is just, I'm following
the
that
odds
story.
of that are just.
Oh yeah.
But I believe I'm beginning to see why the odds are not as high.
Right.
Of her routine,
correct,
going to church.
Yep.
My routine of coming back,
right,
on a particular day at a particular time is running us together. But still, kind of highly.
Well, the bizarre thing,
it's
not that y'all are there on the same night. It's the fact that she's in front of you.
Yeah,
I
know. If I could drive a little faster, I might could buy one.
You couldn't organize that if y'all were texting each other and trying to meet.
You couldn't. You're right, exactly. Because we've all tried to do that.
Oh,
it never works.
Imagine meeting your wife there.
I know. Now Speedy's camping out down at that Chick-fil-A.
Hey, I do know the one he's talking about, though.
You do, don't you?
No, I know exactly what
Hey, did you I'm about to get another one up by the house.
Really?
Did you know about that?
Mm-mm.
About your house right now?
Mm-hmm. Really? It may pull a little pressure off that when it's always so packed out.
God, that one's tough.
Well, what they're doing is now there's one
corner?
There's one that's down that's not far from here.
Uh-huh.
And I never go. I don't know who bought that lot for a Chick-fil-A, but that's got to be one of the worst locations ever.
That's a tough one.
To get in and out of. So I want nothing to do with it. Now there's the other
You talking
one.
about right over here?
Yeah, that's one of the worst locations.
Trying to get in it.
I think I've ever. That's
You can
one of the
do it.
worst. That's
You
one of the
can
worst
do it.
setups ever.
You got to go down, turn around, come back.
So, but then there's one further up on that active highway.
Yep.
Well, now if you go down my road, okay, like you come off the busy, and you go down my road like you headed back to my neighborhood, there's now going to be one right there on the left.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Is that what that is? I saw where they're building.
Yep.
I know exactly where you're talking
Up at my mom and dad.
I nearly walked to it.
You can walk to it.
You know, I'm still distraught, and I have to.
I know what you're talking about now.
I have to say this.
Don't try to get
That's a Chick-fil-A.
I got it.
Don't try to get in.
Greg, I got it.
Are you worried about the fact that it's going to be in the parking lot of a bigger shopping
It
center?
is
I
that.
am.
Rick, you know, we were distraught when one of our favorite cheap Mexican places that's never cheap anymore.
Oh, you're not going to bring this up.
They closed. You know.
Oh,
and
kill
we couldn't
me.
believe
There we
it.
go.
Well, we have another place. That's
I
closing.
knew you were going to bring it up.
And
Iconic.
And it's the place I go to get fried chicken livers, and I'm very upset about it.
Do you think maybe
I can't? Matter of fact, I can't
years.
believe it. Yeah, 130 something. I mean, it's crazy.
Do you think?
And I drive by there sometimes when I leave here, and there is a line to get in, and I'm like, how is this closing? I don't get it. I just don't get it.
Oh, I knew this, by the way. I just got a text. You know who's building that one that I just talked about, don't you?
His group?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
Who? I don't know what.
Your
I don't know what that means.
Your body double.
I didn't know he was in that franchise.
Well, he's in anything.
No, he's
right?
in any developer.
He's a developer, baby.
Oh, yeah.
His group.
You know what he says? He says, "I take dirt and try to make it profitable."
He is there.
So
You know
anyway,
he's tearing up our forest.
well, in this case, he'd be tearing up a parking lot. So forest already been gone. But do you think this thing about you losing your fried chicken livers because? You know, you've lost a good bit of weight lately too. You've joined the weight loss
about
club.
20, yeah, but
do you think?
Can't tell it.
Do you think?
Too old.
Do you think?
That's what's sad about it. You can't even tell it.
Do you think that it's possible that God's taking it away? So you can't get to those fried chicken livers.
Well, Rick, those fried chicken livers saved my life one time, and you forgot about.
Well,
that.
no, I haven't. You've brought that up.
The
a lot.
chicken livers did,
but whatever.
Yeah, they really did.
But at the same time,
it was a time that I grayed out from losing some blood.
Hey.
And I went to the doc, and they said, we've got it stopped, but you're going to have to build your blood back up. And they gave me iron pills to do that and said, we're going to take about 6 weeks and build this back up. Well, I just went and ate chicken livers every day for a week. I never took any of the pills.
He found a medical reason to eat chicken livers.
I went back, and they said, my gosh, you're back to the full level.
Yeah,
How many of those pills did you take? I said, I didn't take one of them. I just eat chicken livers all week.
Granted, there's a lot of batter involved.
I was about to say, do you think the batter?
Your cholesterol could be 400?
Well, I'm afraid when you went down that road, it was the thing that is killing you, makes you feel so alive.
Well, you know what it makes?
The thing that kills
You know what it makes it though? A somewhat healthy.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Somewhat.
Bubba
healthy.
has found some way to make fried chicken livers a somewhat healthy snack.
Yeah.
That and mashed potatoes and some good old ketchup is hard to beat.
Ketchup on mashed potatoes?
Well, the chicken livers mainly.
Okay.
But I do put them in mashed potatoes if they're instant.
But I'm just saying, this place, though 130 years, it's been making people smile.
Oh, Greg, you act like that, and you're one of these people that there's ketchup snobs, okay? Because people don't like to see you put them in grits.
No.
Oh, if I was Cajun and did it, everybody think it was the greatest thing ever.
Well,
they give it a fancy name.
If it was Justin Wilson
with red in the title, and everybody would be going good.
You can't call it ketchup.
Yeah, you wouldn't. Yeah, it wouldn't be ketchup.
Ketchup doesn't belong on grits.
No,
I don't know how you say red in French, so
I don't either.
I can't say it. But
red,
baton, rouge.
So is it closed or is it closing?
Rouge.
It is closing.
Yeah.
I think.
When I went by the other day, the parking lot's packed. I guess everybody's loading up before they.
No,
shut
it's
it down.
always packed. That's what I don't.
Have
get.
you busted up in there?
No, but I'm going to.
Are you?
Better hurry.
You need to
Better
figure
hurry.
it
I
out.
didn't see the official date. Could probably find it.
I want to say 15th, but I'm not sure.
Maybe you're right.
Maybe,
Everything normally.
Maybe
happens on
Bubba
15th.
Inc. can get it. Have you thrown an offer to him?
Bubba Inc. don't want
Do you
it.
think possibly because it's so close to us now that maybe it's being taken away for your own good?
Well, I don't know because they have another location that just opened in lovely Sylacauga, Alabama.
Well, you ain't that far from it.
That ain't that far from it. Well, no, you sold that place, didn't you?
I can't keep up with him.
I don't get it. I mean, there's places that and like the other place we talked about, the Cheap Mexican, you couldn't find a parking spot. The place is full. How does that not work? You know what I mean? I know there's landlords and all that.
Yeah, that's what got
Jimmy
that
Jam.
They were.
But still, when you can't get a parking spot for a place to eat, that thing ought to stay open. There ought to be a way to work that out.
Well, the landlord, they said, but what they started charging to stay there, you couldn't make a profit without charging so much for the food. People stopped coming.
Well, how much are they making now that it's been vacant for a year?
Well, I'm talking about that's on the landlord, not the restaurant.
Right,
person. Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
But why not go down the street and do it again?
No, they might have had a life-changing offer.
Well,
but I tell you what.
Well, that's what I
what's
think
happened.
probably happened here.
Because this thing is 100 years. Put it this way, I'd like to see a picture of what the 0280 looked like when I was on it.
People who have lived here their whole life and hunted used to tell me about leasing property down this road. And they would hunt, and they would come out, and they would go to Lloyd's to eat, kind of like what we used to do with several of the other places.
You never gonna get in there now. You mentioned
I know it. Now look at it now.
How about this? I got in trouble.
Maybe somebody can tell me what's going on because I'm out of the loop. I admit it.
Us mentioning stuff on the show, and
I got. You remember the water I got dumped on me in there that day?
Oh yeah.
The whole platter. Have you, Greg?
I wished I'd have saw that.
When
they're walking like that,
and it had pictures of ice water,
and they dumped it on.
Oh yeah.
Right on my head.
Rick.
Well,
were you there?
Yes.
Yeah, he saw it all.
Solid gold.
I didn't even move. Did I?
He didn't even move.
I just act like nothing ever
just
happened.
kept eating them
and
chicken
the whole
liver.
restaurant's laughing. I'm just sitting there eating like normal.
You acted like that guy that lady dumped the water on his head the other week, the politician. He just ignored her.
No, Bubba sat there. You know what he thought, Greg? He thought, I deserve that. We just won.
Yeah. Hey, his livers are here. The livers are here.
It was one of those days. It was like 100 degrees outside. I really didn't mind it. It felt kind of good.
I bet that was a shock to the system.
Yeah.
Well, it was
all that ice.
It was shocking. All right.
You know what you're talking about?
I bet you could believe
it. It was a great day. When you talk
it was
about
so long ago, I don't think we had cameras on our phone. We couldn't even take a picture of it.
Offers you can't refuse. So apparently, I don't know if it was taped and they were re-showing it, but I was flipping around last night and I landed on what they were saying was at the time, whether it was last night or not, I don't know, a live version of Shark Tank. And it was a live studio audience.
Really?
And it was live. Now I might have been seeing the replay of when they did it live, but it was what I was watching. They recorded when it was being done. It was a live presentation, and it might have been last night. I don't know. And man, this guy had a thing everybody was after, and he was an inventor, and it had to do with pizza. and it was a. I mean, they were all of them but one was on fire for it, and they started bidding for him. And Mark Cuban, I felt so bad for the guy because you tell he got 2 blocks because he really didn't know, and he should have known. And Mark Cuban says, "Look, I understand all the offers they're giving you. You're an inventor, and I don't like doing business with inventors. I like inventors and I love the stuff y'all come up with, but y'all usually don't run businesses real well. So I don't want to partner with you. I'm gonna buy it straight up. We're going to commercial break. When we come back, you tell me how much you think it's worth. I'm gonna write you a check right now, and I'm gonna buy the entire thing." And the guy came back and he goes, he had
Cuban wants him to give it to him. Obviously,
he had valued it though. See where he messed up. What he was asked for, he'd kind of valued it at about $1 million. Which he says, I realize it's worth more than that when you think about what I can do with it. But the guy looked at him, he goes, I'll take $5 million. He goes, $5 million? He said, I ain't going to give you $5 million. And then he sat there and looked at him and said, I'll tell you what. And the guy could have got $2 million, by the way. He looked at him and he said, I'll write you checks for $1.5 million right now. And he said, they'll change your whole life. And he didn't do it. He went with the
partnering up with somebody.
What's the
Mr.
woman?
Wonderful?
No, Mr. Wonderful couldn't believe he got turned down.
Real estate.
No,
the lady.
I see her, Mama.
The lady with the short hair.
No, the woman who is always on the shopping network.
Yeah. She's extremely wealthy.
Yeah, and she said, I will make a ton with this, and we'll make more than what he was going to pay you.
She seems real nice.
Yeah. But how about that moment he's standing there, Mark Cuban said, I'll write you the check right now.
Do you trust Cuban or Mr. Wonderful?
No.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The introduction to the volume 2 of our report explains that decision. It explains that under long-standing department policy, a president cannot be charged with a federal crime while he is in office. That is unconstitutional. Even if the charge is kept under seal and hidden from public view, that too is prohibited.
Hold it again, Speedy. All right, so we are having an outline here, a little civics lesson in how this all plays out. We have a criminal justice system. We're all familiar with that. That's where the police are involved, and someone makes a charge, and they may make an arrest, and, then you go before a judge. You're told your charges. You can post bail. That system, our criminal justice system, has one exception. That is for a sitting president. Not that the president is above the law, but you can't go in and use the criminal justice system as a political sledgehammer against a sitting president, because people would, and we know that they would, and that's what he's explaining.
Republican or Democrat.
Right, either way, historically.
Special counsel's office is part of the Department of Justice, and by regulation, it was bound by that department policy. Charging the president with a crime was therefore not an option we could consider.
Stop it right there. That's key. This is really key. Yeah. Really key here. The Attorney General is the top law enforcement officer in the country, bar none, no pun intended, okay? He is number one. See, some people, I think, have this illusion that Mueller is above the AG. Mueller works for the AG. He is an investigator. He goes out. He did what he was charged to do. He hands them a report. Then Barr decides what he's going to do with it, like a district attorney would do when police go out and they gather evidence on somebody, they bring it, and a district attorney will go, well, we got a case here. We need to move forward with it. Or, something happened, but I don't think I can go before a jury and get a conviction in this, so I'm not going to pursue it because it's a waste of time. That is what the Attorney General does, just like an AG would do in a state, or a district attorney in a county or whatever. Go ahead, roll it.
The department's written opinion explaining the policy makes several important points that further informed our handling of the obstruction investigation. Those points are summarized in our report, and I will describe 2 of them for you. First, the opinion explicitly permits the investigation of a sitting president because it is important to preserve evidence while memories are fresh and documents available. Among other things, that evidence could be used if there were co-conspirators who could be charged now. And second, the opinion says that the Constitution requires a process other than the criminal justice system to formally accuse a sitting president of wrongdoing. And beyond department policy, we were guided by principles of fairness. It would be unfair to potentially it would be unfair to potentially accuse somebody of a crime when there can be no court resolution of the actual charge.
Hold it right there. Again, this carries over from what I just said with the criminal system. It's unfair to try to prosecute someone when you really don't have the evidence to do it, and you're basically just running them through the mud. And he was talking about that. And I think we can hold right there on several points of this. But some of the Democrats are taking this as, oh, he's giving us the green light to prosecute this. And that is the proper channel for the prosecution of high crimes and misdemeanors. Now, here's the problem. It was never meant to be a political lynching. And without clear evidence of a crime committed, that's all it is. And I think that's what you're seeing now. Because there was no collusion. So why would I obstruct an investigation into something I didn't do, other than Trump thought he was being politically assassinated by the investigation, and he took an offensive position to that, which I don't have a problem with, really.
We'll be back. Your phone calls coming in as well as we'll break it down further right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So we're doing the Mueller report wrapped up. 22 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show, thank you for being with us. All right, so we just got email on why your favorite meat and three is leaving. And you know what?
Don't blame me.
No. So people are saying $6 million for them to move on. Well, that's what it's not a secret.
It may have been.
Well, I mean, how do emailers know it then?
Well, they may have
somebody that knows somebody.
I'll tell you, if it's a secret, it ain't a very good one.
It's not in any stories.
Yeah,
I couldn't find it in
Rick. According to Rick.
How about this?
It's like what we all said. We all said the property got so valuable.
Yeah.
I mean,
you
get to be the make it offer.
According to emailer Jesse, here's a guy named Lloyd. So
he
anyway.
must know.
Yeah, so that may or may not be true, but that is what emailers are saying.
But is that not funny? No matter what it is, the value of it. At years and years ago, you had a bunch of timberland around here. It was out in the middle of the country, and you could probably lease 600 acres for $10 an acre or something.
Yep.
You know,
Didn't what's John Daly gonna do? Didn't he stick his RV over there when he was in town?
He would.
That and was it Hamburger Heaven?
Maybe it was.
Yeah.
Well, that's the things I keep doing, and I know, Bubba, you may have done it in the past. I get, all these people are wanting it on a song and what they're trying to do, and there's nothing wrong with this. It's how they make a living. They try to find property owners that are in a bind, and then they come in and get you for, nickels on the dollar, and then they'll sell it off for a bigger profit. So where we have land, and I'm sure, Bubba, you have the same thing, I get offered people to buy it all the time. And they'll even start being, real aggressive. Now, they want it on a song. I mean, for not what I would sell it for. And so what I'm starting to do now is I just go outrageous. I mean, they'll go, hey, well, what would it take for you?
You better be careful. One of them may take you up on
Well, Bubba, if they take me up on what I say I'll sell it for, I'll sell it.
I'm out.
And never look back. Because if they're gonna offer me that, sometimes there's a deal too good to pass up.
Yeah, and then when you do, you regret it because later on you're like, wow, so
I've
not selling it for near that amount.
Mm-hmm.
I've inquired about that story from the guy who knows all things.
Well,
up and down
if
280.
it's one of your inside guys.
Oh yeah, he'll know about it.
Mm-hmm. He'll find out.
Well, you better
He'll
hurry
have
up.
the
You got 10
word.
days, my friend.
Well, you're never going to get in now because you mentioned it. I got blamed yesterday because the power of the show. I told you, Sherry told me, stop talking about things on the show that we still want to do.
Yeah.
Or things that we still. And I told her, I said, Sherry, I have not mentioned this. Apparently, Sherry, the other day, we were in the grocery store and she found some pickles that she thought were the greatest pickles we've ever had. And so we go home.
Wasn't Wickles,
and
was it?
so last night she says, hey, when you go to the grocery store, I had to go pick stuff. She said, "Get us some more of them pickles." So I said, "Hey, baby, I went to the shelf. This particular pickle, they're not here." "Well, you've talked about it on the show." And I said, "I haven't mentioned our pickles on the show.
Yep.
I never mentioned
run on pickles.
There's no run on pickles. I don't even talk about pickles much." So, but I'll tell you that what you just said, you won't get in that restaurant. You won't even be close. Do you remember the last time there was one that was about to close and everybody found out about it and they just went in there? I mean, and of course, the one that I love, now this one's not in this situation, but we had another one that some buddies and I used to eat at a lot, and he was closing down because he said, we can't make it work anymore, the expenses versus what we're making and the cost of food and all that. So everybody heard it was closing. Well, then they packed it out. You know what he said? "Well, my gosh, if y'all been doing this, I could have stayed."
Yeah. We heard that story.
Bubba, you know what you need to do? You need to do DoorDash or Uber Eats it or something and have it delivered here.
I don't think they do that, probably.
You know,
I don't think.
I don't know, Speedy.
Can you carry out anything?
I don't think so.
No?
I don't know if this would fit the mode there, you know?
Oh, well, no. Just
you remember that was
make the order.
You remember that it made a best of CD that time I was sitting there, and I just said we're going all in now, and I was sitting there getting the food. Yeah, and I was watching everybody who was walking by, and I was like, I'm probably not, you know, and it was so good. But because it was one of those places where, you know, the waitresses have been in there for years, and they all call you sugar and honey and baby.
Yeah. So good.
Which always means a good place. But, you know, I single-handedly saved that one down near the farm.
Yeah, when you announced it can't close.
Yeah, because, you know, the pandemic on, I said, I can't lose this one.
We can't do it.
And I single-handedly saved it. I go in there, and I'm treated like a king. Every time I come in, they're like, here he is, the man that saved our restaurant. I just refused to let it die. I mean, I just went straight up and said, I'm telling everybody we can't let it die. I'm going to use the power of the show. We're going to save it. And I'll go in there, and they'll just, I mean, I'm treated like a king in there.
Yeah.
Thank you, Rick.
Well, Greg, we needed it.
Had to have it.
And, you know, because there's not a lot of restaurants close to where we hunt and hang out. We can't lose one.
True. And, you know, it's gonna really remind you that it is getting close to hunting season this fall. I mean, this weekend.
Oh, this weekend's going to be. Let me tell you.
I heard a high in the 60s. Is
68.
That right?
Yeah.
Between 68 and 70.
I mean, I heard it, but I couldn't believe it. You know.
Yeah, where we live. And the beauty for that is, you know, the wedding on Sunday is outdoors, and we're going to be in, you know, tux and all that.
Bring a jacket.
And so that's going to feel great. Oh, no, I won't. Not 68. But Big Papa in a tux at 68, that's perfect.
No, yeah.
I'll be dressed perfectly.
The only disadvantage is I know we're only a week or two away from flipping the clock again, and that's going to drive me crazy.
Well, thanks for taking
here we go.
Thanks for taking
When
the
does that happen? November? That's
November 5th. You think I don't know? November 5th, 6th, somewhere in there.
Yeah.
It's just dark all the time.
Terrible.
Kids getting out of school and it's dark almost.
And then we'll have some politician tell us we're going to change. We're going to do something about it.
We promise.
I'm going to vote. I'm going to be for removing I'm going to be for removing the next speaker if we don't get that fixed.
That's right. There you go.
I'm going to single issue them out on the time change
so
from now on.
It's just so unnecessary. It just what a pain in the butt. So, but you're right. That's we've only got one more month to enjoy daylight savings time.
Well, this is a great time.
Then we go. Oh, look, let me tell you.
I mean, it's still warm. Don't get me wrong. I mean, it was 88, 90, you know, this week, but it's not that 90, 95 we've been having.
And the humidity is gone down.
It just rain. That helped me.
The dust is a little out of control right now. I mean, it's like powder.
We might get a little bit today, but it's going to be next week if you don't get some today.
I spilled some water in the dirt, and it didn't even soak in. It just rolled. It just rolled away. I was like, what in the world?
We'll come back. Your phone calls are next. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Whatever is on your mind. It can be on the topics we discussed or whatever you want to talk about when the Rick and Bubba show continues right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Really, if you break it all down, he's saying, and I look at some stories here saying the same thing. He's going to look, my report says what it says.
Today, and what is contained in our written work, I do not believe it is appropriate for me to speak further about the investigation or to comment on the actions of the Justice Department or Congress. And it's for that reason I will not be taking questions today as well. Now, before I step away, I want to thank the attorneys, the FBI agents, the analysts, the professional staff who helped us conduct this investigation in a fair and independent manner. These individuals, who spent nearly 2 years with the special counsel's office, were of the highest integrity. And I will close by reiterating the central allegation of our indictments, that there were multiple, systematic efforts to interfere in our election. And that allegation deserves the attention of every American. Thank you. Thank you for being here today.
Well, right, but the Russians were doing that, which they always do. What you were supposed to tell us that would be new is if there's a sitting president who tried to, find another way other than the people in the Electoral College putting him in, that he tried to give himself an unfair advantage by destroying another candidate, colluding with a foreign power.
And a foreign power has access to the American people like they've never had before because of social media. They can go in, they can plant these things. They're experts in this. I mean, in the old days, we had 3 networks. The Russians couldn't get on the air with Walter Cronkite and do an interview and say, well, we feel that.
Is that how they would say
yeah,
it?
just like that.
that
Just like that,
right.
yeah. So, you see how that was doing. Give what may. I mean, I think when you have an unlimited budget, the very best investigators, everything else, really, I think, if anything, that I would be critical of Mueller on in this, who, by the way, looked more frail than I thought he was. And clearly he's done with this. He don't want to talk to Congress. He don't want to do interviews. He's out of there. He's wanting to go back to private life. He's had enough of it. I think this thing could have been wrapped up quicker. After about a year into this, it's kind of like when you investigate a crime. If you can't find the evidence, and at some point you have to go, we need to move on from this. I mean, if you're gonna charge and hand over evidence that would remove an elected president of the United States of America, you need to have a pretty clear-cut case and have some black and white evidence instead of all this. When you get into the obstruction thing, it's kind of a gray area anyway. I mean, did he say this? Did he do this? Did he tell somebody to do this? That's a hard one to sell. But the process is impeachment by the Congress, a trial by the Senate. So, that is the process for removing a president. The Constitution says high crimes and misdemeanor. If the Congress thinks that President Trump is guilty of that, they need to impeach him. He'll have a trial in the Senate. He will be found innocent. And all these things always go down party lines. And the Democrats have the votes to do it in the House, and the Republicans have the votes in the Senate to shut it down. That's probably what will happen. It'll be much like last time.
Karen out of Birmingham, 104.7 WZZK. Karen, go ahead.
Yes, I was listening to Thought Difference this morning, and Judge Napolitano was on there breaking it down a little bit. But he also said that Mueller said that a sitting president, what everyone says, a sitting president can't be, indicted. But he said a sitting president absolutely can be charged. He said President Clinton in his second term was charged with he pleaded guilty, and that led to his impeachment. But he said that. Go ahead.
I don't think from at the federal. Now he's talking federal level. That's what it was. Clinton had to go through some civil trials also. And some of that spilled over. It gets very complicated. Like I say, when you go from criminal justice to the president's a whole nother deal. We all understand that no president's above the law, but also he shouldn't spend his day in, day out trying to defend himself either. And I think that's kind of the balance we're looking for. He was charged. He was charged, and he lost his law license. But that may have been a state thing in Arkansas. I'm not. But you're right. He did get called for misleading federal prosecutors in that. But I don't know. It's kind of a gray area.
Well, here we go. 35 minutes past the hour. Phone calls coming in now, and there's a line available for you if you move quickly. BuyRaycon.com/Bubba. Love to hear you talking about those Raycon earbuds. All across Rick and Bubba land, people right now, as we speak, are listening to us with Raycon earbuds on. And they're loving them because, they feature the noise isolation option if you don't want any distractions around you. Also, you can do the awareness mode. I need to be aware of what's going on around me. You can do that too. Also, don't forget, they've got those customized, comfortable gel tips. They're optimized that fit in your ear to be snug but comfortable. They won't fall out even if you're working out or working in the yard or trying to do a little bit better. Also, they got 32 hours of total battery life, 8 hours of playtime, and they've got 78,000 five-star reviews. They're about half the price of the other premium audio brands. And because you are part of the Rick and Bubba family, if you go to buyraycon.com/Bubba, 20% off site-wide. So make the move now to get yours at buyraycon.com/Bubba. You're going to love them. Buyraycon.com/Bubba or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. To the phones we go. Let's get started with Deborah out of Birmingham, Alabama, listening to 104.7 WZZK. Deborah, go ahead.
Yes, good morning, fellas.
Hey,
Love
Deborah.
your show.
Thank you.
Long-time listener, first-time caller.
Thanks for the call. Appreciate that very much. What's on your mind?
All right, I called to say that with my husband and I have been patrons of Lloyd's for over 50 years. It's our go-to every Sunday after church. And in conversations with the people there, which, by the way, the staff is absolutely amazing.
Yes,
the food is great.
They are.
It came down to a point where when it passed on to the kids in the family, I think there's 3 or 4, they wanted nothing to do with running the business. And so when they opened Silicaga, that's when the old one became available on the market. So 2 of the kids live near Silicaga, and that's the reason they decided to keep that one and get rid of the big one. I'm sure the money made a big difference, but they just could not agree on how they wanted the restaurant to run. They wanted to start making it more friendly for other people other than just families. They wanted to start serving alcohol and just change up the environment of the whole business. So there was so much disagreement between the family. That's when they decided that this was going to be the end.
Those darn kids. Every time the kids take
I
over,
know.
I mean, doggone kids. So yeah, that we kind of figured that had something to do with it. But you helped us with the details on why the other location can stay open. That's where they live, and they just got to where. And the restaurant business is hard. It's difficult.
It is very. I'm impressed with anybody that can stay in business, much less 86 years. We were saying 100, but I mean we were just
86.
We were just saying a long time.
Well, and also just because Daddy, Mama have the savviness to run a successful restaurant, which it takes a skill set, buddy, doesn't mean that the kids can.
Yeah,
and so they did what they thought was best, and they certainly have the right to do that. Let's go to Huntsville, Alabama, 100.3 The River. Kelly standing by. Kelly, go ahead.
Hello?
Kelly, you're on the Rick and Bubba Show. Go ahead.
Kelly.
Hello?
All right. We're 866 We Be Big. Let's go to Joey in Meridian. Listen to 97.9. Joey, go ahead.
Good morning.
Hey, buddy.
Just wanted to talk about the daylight savings time. I don't know about Alabama, but Mississippi, when we roll back in November, that is the last time we have to change our clocks.
Is that are you kidding around?
Come on now.
Did y'all get that
straight
fixed?
up? Y'all got it done?
I'm not kidding around. I was just talking to my son-in-law Tuesday morning. He called me and asked me about it, and I researched it online. And this is the last time for Mississippi to have to to move their clocks.
But you're going to stay on standard time, not daylight time?
Yes, it's going to be standard time.
Yeah, no, you can do that. You can do that on the state level. I would take either. I would take either one at this point. But keep in mind, Bubba, they're further west.
Well, they said it went through Congress to be able to get it done. So I don't know, but
Congress
we're going to be staying straight time.
Congress passed it so the states could decide, right?
If you
did the state decide and we were waiting on Congress to okay it?
We were told that if you were going to stay on daylight savings time, Congress had to approve that, and it had to be across the country. If you wanted to stay on standard time, you can do that as a state. Now, I don't know if that's accurate, but that's what I thought.
Yeah, that's what I've heard.
But keep in mind, Bubba, they're further west than we are, so for them, it's not as big a deal to stay on standard. And I'm at the point now, I'd stay on either one. I really don't care anymore. I just want to stop all.
Yeah, I'm surrendering to this archaic thing that we keep doing from World War II.
I still get more light in the spring and summers than I do in the fall and winter. I don't care what we call it. Yeah. I'm just done with it. Okay. Let's continue. Let's go to JD out of Alabama. JD, go ahead.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey, buddy.
Green Acres, just don't tell my boss.
Okay. Got it. Go ahead.
Yeah. Who would y'all prefer, Jim Jordan or the other guy, House Speaker?
Jim Jordan.
I'm a Jim Jordan fan.
Jim Jordan.
I have been. Now, I don't know how we would line up on every particular issue, but
Right.
Jim Jordan, I think, would be a positive. He runs a pretty tight ship. But I mean, I may have an issue I don't agree with him on, but I like him. I think compared to what the choices are at this point.
Yeah, of the choices, Jim Jordan. For me too, no doubt.
Okay.
All right.
Okay. It's funny how he supported McCarthy, though.
Well,
I mean,
whatever.
Yeah.
Well, he did, but he's not there now. So what do you do?
Yeah,
Right.
Of the two of what's available, I think he probably runs the tightest ship. To Bubba's point. Yeah,
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree.
Thank you, buddy. Let's go to Eric in Alabama. Eric, go ahead.
Good morning, guys. How are y'all?
We're good, Eric. Hope you're okay.
Man, doing well. Enjoy the show. First time calling.
Thank you, buddy.
Hey, I want to get Rick and Bubba Nation together, and let's see if we can, the way that we help out businesses, let's see if we can help out the great state of Alabama by getting this time changed once and for all.
We tried, Eric. We
vote
tried.
out some politicians.
tried.
Let's vote them out. I think Rick and Bubba Nation's strong enough. We need to get it done.
You know, we've tried it. We're like the soldiers that have come back from the battlefield. We're beaten, we're bruised, we're bleeding. Bubba's got a snare drum, and my head is bleeding with a bandage on it.
And we're limping as we march.
And our flag is tattered. Y'all don't know how hard Bubba and I have fought on this issue, and we don't have a lot of fight left in us on it. But
I will say we have given more energy to have less done than anything we've ever dealt with.
Our campaign, It's Time for a Change, was so good.
No, it was great.
But we keep. Let me tell you where we're struggling. We're the people that they dangle it out in front of us, and we get so close. We get so. You know how sometimes you would say, "I'd rather my team got blown out because then I knew I didn't have a chance."
Right.
And then for your team to almost win and keep losing. And that's us. We almost win on this, and then we lose. And I just can't. It's like I almost can't put myself in that position again. And it almost has to be somebody else's fight now.
I just feel like we've done all we can do.
Yeah,
and we're not. I just. It's crazy. I just hate getting dark. I mean, pitch dark at 4:30.
When I moved from San Antonio to Birmingham, and it was in the same time zone.
Yeah.
I was like, "What is happening?" It took us
too far east.
It took us 3 days to drive here. What in the world? And it's crazy. I'm looking at this map right now. If they continue just straight down the Mississippi and had Mississippi, Tennessee wouldn't be split in half. I forgot half of Tennessee does the change and is on Eastern and Central.
Kentucky too.
It's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, when we're there, they refer to it as fast time and slow time.
Yeah.
Yep.
Let's go to Cody in New Mexico. Cody, go ahead.
How's it going, guys?
We're good, buddy.
Good. Hey, man, I was just going to comment. I've never heard anybody comment on this yet. Maybe I just missed it. But what do you think about Biden reading his notes with his arms on the podium? Rick, you're a public speaker. I'm a pastor. That's terrible stage presence. And then whenever he gets tripped up, he kind of looks to the side. And I was looking at some show notes the other day, and I was getting so cracked up at a president with such terrible stage presence, man.
Yeah, well, he doesn't know where he is.
He can't. He can't deliver the speech. He can't see it. He can't read it. He mumbles. He gets off script. I mean, it's just a total train wreck.
Well, think about like this thing we've noticed with the wireless handheld microphone. There's a microphone on the podium, and he could have a lavalier mic as well, and he still clutches that handheld wireless as if it's some sort of. It's supposed to center him or something. Yeah. It's all bad, Cody, and it's not a good presentation. And I'll tell you what it does not do. It does not breed confidence in a nation to see this person as its commander in chief. I mean, it just
it must. I mean, I can only imagine what our enemies think when they say it.
Oh. Can you even? Well, I'll tell you what you can. You know what they think about it. You've heard them making jokes about it.
Well, let's see. Maybe they'll invade countries that are around them. because I know we won't do much.
Right. We'll be back. We'll wrap up the hour when the Rick and Bubba show continues right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The way I took it, Karen, was, and certainly the judge knows more about it than we do, but what Mueller was saying is we're set up to where you can't send the out in the world, the criminal justice police have shown up at the White House, and they're going to handcuff a president and walk him out and put him in jail and say, now we're awaiting his trial. You can't do that. You can't do that to a president, and we certainly didn't do that to Bill Clinton. But what Mueller was saying is, we did what we're allowed to do. Anything beyond this is not our department constitutionally. So now the Democrats are going to say, well, what he said is for us to do it, and the Republicans are going to say, well, he's completely free. And so that's where we're going to be.
And again, an impeachment of a president should be based on legal and breaking the law, not politics. Not I don't like him, I don't like the way he does this, I don't like what he says.
High crimes and misdemeanors.
Right. And our Constitution tries to prevent that, but it can be done. But here's the problem, and a lot of the senators, when Clinton was brought up, knew this. While Clinton did lie to investigators, while he obviously had inappropriate behavior as a sitting president, they knew that removing a president, even though legally he did something wrong, that this would create a system where it starts to be used as a political football. And some of them even said that. You're talking about Trent Lott and some other Republicans even alluded to that. So, you have a lot of far-left folks in the Congress right now who are determined to put Clinton's or Trump's head on a stick, and they may be able to pull that off. Even crazy Nancy Pelosi knows this is a bad move.
Yeah.
Because if you do that, it's only going to result in the next Democratic president being investigated from day one. That's all it's going to do. And she also knows that there are people who voted for Donald Trump who may not be as fired up about him now as they were back then because they were unhappy with the direction of the country under President Obama. And this will only galvanize people to support Trump more. She knows that. These rookies who are coming in do not realize that. They see the bonfire. They want to put their torches. Yeah. They want to march in the street and go get the president. But they don't understand that in America as a whole, it's only going to galvanize support for Trump. And she knows that, even though she's crazy as an outhouse rat.
So there it is, and we'll see. But I do think if you look at what the reports are right now, the supporters of Donald Trump say he's clearly been cleared again, and the opponents will say, "Oh, so Mueller wants us to go get it."
Yeah. That's exactly it.
And that's how it's going. That's how it's going to lay out. Yep. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
What is it with this show and Arnold? We have so many Arnold moments on the Rick and Bubba show. And when I say Arnold, I speak of Arnold. I can never say his last name right. Hey, how do you say Arnold's last name correctly?
Schwarzenegger.
Careful.
You got to be very careful with it.
Schwarzenegger.
Right? Arnold Schwarzenegger. That's it. I got it. All right. So we've got some, like I say, radio gold and all that from the past. Now he's being featured in a rap song?
Yeah, we've got an Australian singer who wrote a really bad song, but it's getting pressed because Arnold Schwarzenegger actually is in it rapping. It's called Pump It Up, the motivation song, and Arnold himself raps in it. I've queued it up.
He speaks so well anyway.
Yes, of course. As we said, never seen somebody live in the United States that long and still be so bad at English.
Yeah.
I mean
his accent, I think it's actually gotten worse.
I know.
Yeah. It's a 4 minute and 30 second
mega movie star, too. Don't forget that.
Really bad song. But I've queued it up to a minute and 35 in it when Arnold breaks it down for us.
Good. I can't wait.
Hey, I'm Arnold Schwarzenegger. Listen carefully.
superhero. We just gave him a pass.
I know.
What is funny? I mean, we all like his movies. He's had some of them.
10 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, as we make our way back. And we thank you for being with us today. Wrapping up this hour, don't forget Rick and Bubba University, the podcast coming up this weekend. Joel Berry, managing editor of Babylon Bee, and we'll talk about their latest book, The Babylon Bee Guide to Gender. That'll be this weekend, so catch that wherever you get podcast. Also, yesterday's Wednesday Bible study from the Revelation, that archive is available to you now, too, on our podcast channel or our YouTube channel. So, Bubba,
let's address what the caller said real quick.
Okay.
Because he said Mississippi would not have to change again. I don't believe that's correct. I think they have voted that on the state level. They're waiting on the national level to approve that, like several other states.
Right. So they're
right.
Did I follow that? Emailers are saying that Mississippi guy is half right, half wrong.
Right.
Until Congress approves it, all the states that want to stay on a time and not change, they're in the ready-go mode, but it is not official because Congress have not voted on it, and they hadn't approved it. So there's been a couple of times where we thought it was done, and they haven't done it. So I'm afraid, Mississippi, you're in the same boat the rest of us are in. We want to stop doing this, but we haven't been allowed to stop. So we'll see. And I think if you stay on standard, you might be able to do it, because I know we had some states that don't do it, and some of them, is it Indiana or somebody doesn't do it?
I don't think Arizona does either.
Maybe it's Arizona too. So Bubba and I have been immersed in this, and all we've come out from it is frustrated. That's all we are. It's just frustrated.
Hawaii and Arizona don't do daylight savings time.
And there we go. So they just stay on standard.
It can be done.
Well, and I'm good with that. I'll stay on standard. I don't care anymore. I just want the madness to stop.
I know I just said this last segment, but when I was a kid, I could play outside in San Antonio until 8 o'clock. The sun was still out. I was still outside till 8 o'clock at night, and it was awesome. And then I moved here, and it gets dark at 4:50, and you're just like, what is happening? Anyways,
I know. And it brings you down. It's a downer.
It is.
We're too far east.
Family walks.
Yeah.
I love family walks.
Yeah. All right, so let's look at 4. So we keep talking about that now the Biden administration, we mentioned it earlier.
We really didn't give this enough
No, we
today.
didn't. That's why I wanted to give it a little more.
Yeah.
So we mentioned earlier, we have been lectured about this wall. We've been told we were evil, that we're wicked, that we don't love people. And then all of a sudden, all these federal laws that the Biden administration implemented to kill the wall, they're now overriding to build the wall. Do I have that right?
Rick, if we've got this information correct, it looks like now the Biden administration has done a 180-degree turn, and I commend them for headed in the right direction, okay, even though you're flip-flopping.
That's fine.
They're saying that there's an immediate need to build a border wall in Texas as immigration is surging. They're going to have to waive 26 independent federal laws to build this. This is in sharp contrast to the dismissals of the use of barriers in the early days of the administration.
Right.
The agency posted the announcement in the U.S. Federal Register that outlines construction in Starr County and the Rio Grande Valley sector, where the administration says there is high illegal entry. The agency said there has been over 245 immigrant encounters in that sector this year alone.
You mean 245,000?
Yeah, what did I say?
Just 245.
245,000. I'm sorry, 245,000. I didn't get to pre-read this. I know that's shocking.
You're right.
They said that Congress is going to have to waive 26 federal laws, including the Clean Air Act, Safe Drinking Water Act, and Endangered Species Act to do this.
Whatever. Look, I hope you see that why everybody said we must have a secure border. Do you see that though you demonized everybody and called us all evil, that it's just logical?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you finally see that?
But do you see why they're having to build the wall there because of so many people coming across? You know why? They're not coming across the places the wall's already at.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Duh, I could have had a V8.
Yeah, so they're hopefully that I just want the border secure. I don't care politically who gets credit for it. Just let's
Look,
do it because
I don't care that you flip flopped and you're going to catch grief for that. Do the right thing. Secure our border. However you have to do it.
By the way, Mark.
Hello, Greg.
Mark,
I hit the thing.
Yeah. Mark, listen. Mark just emailed us about our fight for daylight savings time that we take everybody and we go right to the edge and almost win, but don't. He said, you guys are the Atlanta Braves of daylight saving time.
Funny.
It looks like you've got it. You look like you got a good enough team to win, and then it falls a little short.
Then there we go.
So anyway, that hopefully the border thing is going to be resolved or at least helped. I mean, it's lunacy. All right, you've had 11 on the video sheet for days now.
Oh, the scooters?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. This is incredible.
So this is a gang of scooter riders?
Yes.
And they try to do a motorcycle game, but with scooters, but they can't even get out of the gate without crashing?
Yes, they try to do a ride out. And
Okay.
it is just incredible. I'm so glad you're finally showing it.
Yeah.
So here we go. These
Bubba?
guys are on these souped-up, gas-powered scooters, and they think they're so cool, but they're not. And within 10 seconds of them riding out,
Okay.
somebody crashes, bringing the whole gang to a screaming halt.
Well, that one guy's really...
I mean, they're hauling. These things are souped up, but it's about to go south right here. They're on the interstate, by the way.
What are they doing?
Oh, no!
Oh, no.
Scooter mania!
They thought they were so cool.
Everybody had a GoPro.
Yes.
Oh, limping.
Oh,
They're
limping. Yes, and now they're picking up their scooters off the side of the road.
Oh, we're a gang.
What an epic fail.
Yes.
Boy.
Why do you take that on the interstate?
That's
Well, you just saw why you can't.
You just don't have the weight and the gravity there.
It's
to
amazing
ride
that they're walking off.
Hey, guys, they had GoPros on their helmet.
By the way, did you
To
see?
capture it all.
Y'all are missing a funny moment. Do you see the guy with the broken scooter walking toward a sign that says "We buy junk"?
Yes,
No.
yes.
Look, hey, I'm cool. Got my backpack like I like it.
Well, I give it to him for this footage, though.
We're a gang.
Well, how about this? The
rough.
one that hits the automobile. It's a wonder that could have been real bad.
Yeah, it really could have.
Now, well, look at that idiot going around. They're out there with automobiles on the interstate.
Hey, going really fast.
I wonder what happened up here.
Let's
What
see.
happened? Oh,
Wow, I mean, he went.
Oh!
And
Boom!
one guy looked like did a flip and parts started flying off and it threw everybody off.
Yeah,
He's hurt right there.
Yeah,
he's
hurt.
odd. He got his scooter. He's up.
The second crash guy was I thought was the first crash guy, but he's not. Somebody was already
didn't run over.
Somebody was already look at the sign off in the distance right here.
Do you think one of them?
That is funny.
That's so funny. Do you think they have a team meeting like one of their houses and they go, hey guys, let's talk about what
caused this so it won't happen again.
Well, you saw the guy that I thought was the first is actually the second. So one scooter's already down, and he hits that scooter on the highway, and
then the one that dives into the Jeep Cherokee.
well, let me tell you, the driver of the Jeep Cherokee got on them brakes. Thank the Lord.
Yeah.
You know, because that was.
It
about-
looked like everybody got up and walked away.
Yeah. Well, one guy
or
on the
limped
side.
away.
Well, they were limping.
One guy on the shoulder over there looked a little rough.
So he may be
Yeah.
gimped up a little bit.
The closest I ever came to a motorcycle wreck was because of the buddy I was riding with. He was in front of me, and he slammed on his brakes. And, I mean, I was over the top of the handlebars for I don't know how long trying to slow down. I chewed him out.
Scared.
You got to be careful who you ride with.
No doubt.
And that's in life.
That's what I say. There's words of wisdom.
Yeah.
My elbows hurt when I saw that wreck. It reminded me of old bicycle wreck.
Oh, yeah.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.